It's a beautiful day in Chicago. Perfect town for the summer and a little baseball rivalry with the Cubs and the Cardinals at Wrigley. Big day of baseball coming your way on FS1 and Fox next.
Tonight, it's one of the oldest and fiercest rivalries in the game. St. Louis aims to stay within striking distance in a tight NL playoff race.
Arenado bare hand throws and got him. What a play.
While Chicago's ace Shota Imanaga gets his first taste of the rivalry, looking to add to his impressive rookie season.
Imanaga's a strikeout. He's fired up. He'll be the last
Cardinals and Cubs, next on FS1.
There is Cubs slugging third baseman Christopher Morel, and hoping to get some offense from him. The Cubs had none of it last night, and the Cardinals win. And they'll play the next game of the series at Wrigley coming up next on FS1. And we say welcome to the MLB on FS1 pregame show, brought to you by Geico. Come on into our LA studios. Big day of baseball here, and we're here all day with you with EK, Eric Karros, D-Train, Dantrelle Willis. And I'm Kevin Burkhardt. So a lot of fun matchups today, Train. What do you have your eye on for us?
Orioles versus Phillies. I think that's a World Series preview. The Phillies got the win last night in extras 5-3. Taijuan Walker versus Rodriguez should be a big-time matchup again today.
I like that matchup. I'm going to come out to the West Coast, so I do like the Dodgers and Royals. You know, Dodgers last week against the Yankees. Yoshinobu Yamamoto threw great. He throws tonight against the Royals. This is a young team. Up and coming. We'll see how they match up against the Dodgers.
And that was a fun game last night, too.
Game.
Dodgers won late. Freddie Freeman, the hero, and away we go. Why don't we see what's trending around baseball? I'll give you a little idea. After losing to the Phillies in 11 innings, as Train said, the Orioles hoping they don't lose their star pitcher, Kyle Bradish. He left the game after the fifth, complaining of elbow discomfort. Not great. He had a UCL sprain to start the year. Major League Baseball punishing umpire Pat Hoberg for violating the league's gambling rules following an investigation. More on this from Ken Rosenthal in a moment. Astros release Jose Abreu. The former MVP was hitting just 124, and Houston owes him over $30 million on the deal he signed before last year. And Alex Verdugo, little revenge against his former team last night. A big night, right? Homered, he drove in 4. Yanks beat the Sox 8-1. Game 2 on Fox later tonight. So the Yankees, first team to hit 50 wins on the year, and along with the Phillies, Guardians, O's, and Dodgers, those clubs have been at or near the top of the heap all year long. And there really is a big difference between the teams that are great and everyone else. There's a big logjam of who's next. With that said, who is the team that could be some trouble in October, EK?
You know, I think Seattle. And the reason I say Seattle is just because of the starting pitching. And, you know, if they can get any type of offense, they are a team that come the postseason you don't want any part of. I mean, you're talking about a rotation of Logan Gilbert, Castillo, Bryce Miller, George Kirby. I mean, all of those guys as starters have more innings pitched than hits allowed. You look at their whip, and they're all right about 1. And we're not even talking about Brian Wu, who has been outstanding, just needs to stay healthy. But you run into those guys in the postseason, you might not score any runs.
I agree with EK. That's scary hours at the top of that rotation. Also, they have some thump with Kyle Raleigh and Rodriguez, but they need to have timely hits, and they need to have more consistency. For me, it's the Cleveland Guardians. They've been absolutely outstanding. Stephen Vogt has done a good job with this team. They continue to knock the cover off the ball. They average 5 runs a game. That's 4th in all of baseball. And the telling stat for me, 289 runners in scoring position, batting average. So the timely hits has been there all day long. And Emmanuel Clase and that bullpen has been lights out. The key for them, though, is who's going to be able to emerge in that rotation after Sticks, because you have to be able to throw strikes and bridge it to that bullpen. If not, it negates that bullpen. So they got the Jake. I call it Jake. I know it's Progressive Field, but they got the Jake rocking right now, and I think they understand that teams are overlooking them because they're not the sexy pick. but I think they can have some thump with Naylor and company.
Yeah, I think the front office owes it to the guys in that clubhouse to go out and get some starting pitching, because if they don't have the starting pitching, not going to happen for them in the postseason. Their bullpen can be great, but because games are so bunched together, you're not going to run this bullpen out there every single day. You're going to get eaten alive. They've got to get some starting pitching, and maybe it's somebody on that staff that emerges, Gavin Williams, one of the younger pitchers. But I think they need to go out and get somebody.
And it's pretty incredible considering they lost their ace, Shane Bieber, at the beginning of the year. You think, oh, man, how are they going to recover? Well, they've recovered by being great and leading that division. All right, why don't we welcome in our insider now, Ken Rosenthal. Ken, great to see you as always, and you look fantastic, by the way. Umpire Pat Hoberg, he's been disciplined by the league for violating the gambling rules. He's denied it, though. What's the latest on this story?
The latest, Kevin, is that he is appealing, and this is a situation. Umpired a single game this season. He's been out all season. Now, the specific allegations against him are not known. Whether he bet on baseball is not known. But Major League Baseball said in a statement that they found in an investigation that no game he worked was compromised or manipulated in any way. That said, they still found enough evidence in their minds to hold him out, to discipline him in this fashion. So we'll have to wait to see what the appeal brings.
All right, well, that'll be interesting when that comes down. Let's turn to baseball now. The Astros releasing former MVP Jose Abreu. This was less than halfway through the $3 or $30 million deal they gave us. A lot of money to throw it away. Take us through the decision, and now where do the Astros go at first base?
Well, what they'll do at first base is pretty simple. They're going to platoon John Singleton and Mauricio Dubon for now. The decision, Kevin, came down to his numbers. The fact that he couldn't hit this year. Batted 124 with a 361 OPS. This is a guy they signed coming off a season that was a good season, but he showed diminished power in that season, and they gave him 3 years, $58.5 million, entering his age 36 campaign. So they signed him for 36, 37, and 38. That was when they were between general managers, when James Click was gone, when Dana Brown was not yet there, owner Jim Crane was making the decisions. Obviously a move that left the Astros in a really bad place, and they felt they had no choice but to let Abreu go.
They haven't made too many bad moves in recent years, but that one did not pan out. Ken, look forward to you in a little bit on the show. Talk about the Cardinals catching situation. We'll get an update there in just a few. But when we come back, as we know, no sport churns out more comedy on a regular basis than baseball. We've got the proof. A new segment, Off the Wall, when we return. Can't wait. Hey, there have been some stellar hitters in both leagues, but who are the best all-around hitters in the game? Well, EK reveals his top 5 in the game when we return. Not an easy assignment, no doubt. Hey, despite up and down first couple months, Cubs, they are in the thick of the playoff race. Then again, who isn't? The players explain why there's real reason for optimism in Chicago. Back after this.
If your business needs a new application, then developers will have to write code. A lot of code. If an application needs to be modernized, then you'll need time, resources, and caffeine. If this sounds daunting, then use Watson X Code Assistant. AI designed to multiply developer productivity so you can generate code quickly. Let's create a more modern foundation for business with Watson X Code Assistant. IBM, let's create.
See that beer cap? It's the luckiest piece of metal in the world. It could have been a screw on a patio chair, or a pen staple that just won't staple. But here it is, chairing the welcome committee for an authentic Mexican Dos Equis. Well, look at that. The welcome committee is at it again.
Pizza Hut just changed the combo game with the new My Hut Box. Starting at $6.99, it's the ultimate solo meal. Get a personal pan pizza or melts and your favorite side. Combo like you never comboed before. No one outbeats the Hut.
To help save for our home, we stopped going on trips and giving each other expensive gifts. We handmade them instead. That one took me 3 weeks. Getting pre-qualified for a home loan is easier. Only took like 3 minutes. It's you.
It's me.
Fox Monday. It's the game show that's fun to play along with.
Mr. and Mrs. Kim have 5 sons. Each son has 1 sister. How many children do the Kims have? You put down 10, but it is not right. It's 6.
Could you be part of the 1% Club?
This is a $99,000 decision.
The 1% Club, all new Monday on Fox.
Remember space and legroom? That's more like it. The 3-row Lexus TX.
At Doth's, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough. So they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you order a special delivery.
That seems like a lot.
They're really good. Doth's, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
This Skinny Pop is amazing.
And only 3 simple ingredients.
We never have to stop.
We never have to stop.
Hey guys, I picked up some.
Surprise!
Skinny Pop, endlessly delicious.
The Taco Bell Cravings Value Menu. 10 choices, each just $3 or less. Starring the 3-cheese chicken flatbread melt. Grilled chicken and gooey cheese snuggling up together in a pillowy flatbread. Get it on the Cravings Value Menu, only at Taco Bell.
And he crushes this. It is way out. Here comes the throw. He's out. Wow. What a play. Back to the track. Leaping up, he made the play. Ohtani with an absolute rocket.
You can't stop him when Judge is doing that.
Grand slam, Bryce Harper. Throw is not in time.
Thursday on Fox, it's a very special broadcast from Rickwood Field, the oldest pro ballpark in the country. It'll host the Giants and the Cardinals in a tribute to the Negro Leagues and Alabama native Willie Mays, a night that will have deep meaning for many around the game.
To be able to play baseball where the Negro Leagues played, it's a big accomplishment. Just something special to bring back to baseball.
That is hit well. As time has gone on, the Negro Leagues, it just kind of gets forgotten a little bit. You know, playing these games and shedding light on how it used to be, it keeps us appreciative of where we are now.
Team to defense. You can't play on just anyone.
When Jackie was able to break the barrier for us, there's so many more athletes that are now able to play this game that we love. And for me, to be able to play the game that I grew up loving, it's just special.
It brings back the memories of the game of baseball that some people never had an opportunity to see. All they ever had an opportunity to do is hear about it or read about it. It's history being recreated, and I know the fans are going to come in droves.
Yeah, Rickwood, the oldest professional ballpark in the U.S., built in 1910. It is history. We can't wait to be there. How about this? Light towers installed in 1936 for night games. They were installed to the 80s at Wrigley, give you a little idea. And it's been in movies, too. From 42 in Cobb, it is history. Some of the greats have played there. Can't wait to be a part of that. And one team will be a part of that, be the Cardinals, taking on the Giants in the game. Brendan Donovan out in left field today for the Cards. Got a shutout win last night. Taking on the Cubbies this afternoon at Wrigley. All right, we figured time now to have a little fun, and we'll help put EK on the spot, the top 5 hitters in the game. But there's a little asterisk with this, right? You got to have a little resume here.
Well, you got to have a resume. There's a caveat here because, look, there's so many great hitters. But I said you've got to have been around since 2018, and that's what we talk about. You've got to have accumulated some things. So no Gunnar Henderson, no Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah, a little bit of a back of a baseball card right now. That's what this exercise is. So let's start. Number 5, top hitter in the game, EK.
Okay, so I'm going to go over here, going with Aaron Judge. Ooh. Now, the big man does a lot of things. It's not just slugger, right? It's up there. He controls the strike zone. He hits in pressure situations, obviously playing in New York. The home run situation, I mean, there's not a park that can hold him. But he is a disciplined hitter, also hits for average. And again, the presence in that box, I mean, speaks volume. You tell me, D-Train, you see my man walking into the box, you're not eager to throw.
Yeah, also playing a new position for the first time, full-time. He played center field a little bit last year, but now starting there every game is pretty impressive. How about number 4?
And remember, this is a hitting segment, so I don't care where he's playing. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm throwing it in there.
I'm kidding. My man Ohtani, okay, he is number 4. Now, when you talk about a combination of speed and power in the game, I don't know that there's a better combo, a better 1-2 punch. But what makes him so difficult to pitch is he hits pitches that are off the plate. He fights that pitch away to get another one. You see him shoot the ball the other way. Also, his power to left center is as good as any right-handed power hitter in the game.
You know, the combination of Barry Bonds and Ichiro's speed. So even if he doesn't hit the ball in the air, he can still get on base on the ground. And I agree with EK. His plate coverage is elite. He can hit a ball off the plate, a foot off the plate, and still hit that ball into the seats. Love watching him.
You talk about his power to left center. It kind of reminds me of Piazza to right center. I mean,
That's a great, Piazza didn't run like that, nor could he pitch like that.
Very true. All right, let's go to number 3 top hitters in the game.
So number 3, Freddie Freeman. For me, live or die, if I got to get a runner in from second base, that's my guy I want at the plate. Throughout his career, he's got an average of .335 with runners in scoring position. He did it again just the other night against the Kansas City Royals. He puts an at-bat on you like no other. He'll foul pitches off. He'll take the ball the other way. If he needs to spin on it and hit it out, he is the guy in an RBI situation. I want him up every day of the week.
EK, he's the best bat-to-ball skillsman in this list and in his generation. He's that talented. He's so good that he hits 290, he's struggling. That's how talented he is.
It is amazing. He's a true batsman for sure. 2 left, top 2. EK, where are we going?
Well, you're talking about true batsmen. We've got 2 left here. Soto. I mean, Juan Soto probably controls the zone as well as anybody in the game. Obviously, you know, you'd like to see him do a little more damage sometimes, but you look at the numbers, he does damage. He forces the pitcher to throw strikes. He will take his walks. He is, of the guys on this list, he's the only one that has more walks than strikeouts.
Elite strike zone awareness. You have to beat him over the strike zone, and when you elevate, he celebrates and hits that ball out of the yard. Love watching him at the plate.
So we got all Yankees and Dodgers. Is that going to change with number 1?
It's not going to change. I mean, the best for me in the game right now is Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts does so many things right. And this year, what he's doing even better is he's swinging the bat less. He's being more disciplined. This is a guy that has 52 career leadoff home runs. When it's all said and done, the only one that might still be ahead is the great Ricky Henderson. But again, to lead off the game, he's standing there. And D-Train, you know, as a pitcher, this is the guy that I got to start the game with. Mookie Betts, come on.
You could be down 1-0 very quick before people get in the seats if you make a mistake to Mookie Betts, but absolutely talented. But, ooh, you left Jose Ramirez out there. You might not be able to welcome back to Progressive because he's a hell of a talent, but I like this list.
You left Bryce Harper out there.
So here's the thing. Bryce Harper, for me, I was struggling with. But then I said, who am I going to take out of there? You know, who am I going to remove? But I'll tell you what, in a big situation, in a World Series situation, I'll take Harper any day of the week.
Yeah, who wouldn't? You could probably, maybe have Corey Seager. Maybe he's on the fringes of that list, too. 2 World Series MVPs. It's a good list. There we go. Yankees and Dodgers ruling the day. EK, nice job. After a slow start, Cardinals have surged in the playoff race, but can they keep this up into late summer? We'll take a closer look at the resurgent Cards when we return. And then there's time for this. Brandon Crawford, all-around good guy, signing some autographs for the kiddos at Wrigley. Not in the starting lineup tonight. Cardinals, Cubs coming up on FS1.
This is Rickwood, the oldest ballpark in the country. Host to Hall of Famers. And home to the Negro Leagues.
Satchel Paige, John Gibson, Jackie Robinson.
And now, the Giants take on the Cardinals in a celebration over a century in the making. MLB at Rickwood Field, only on Fox.
At Domino's, we know there's a lot of pressure to tip these days. Which is why we want to say,
Thanks for the tip.
by tipping you back. Tip your Domino's driver $3 or more online and we'll tip you $3 to use on next week's order.
However you may choose to travel, we'll keep you moving forward. Enterprise for lives in drive.
Ooh, carne asada.
It's carne asada.
That's what I said.
Carne asada.
Carne.
Carne. Juicy carne asada.
Carne asada. Carne. I did it. And you use rolls. You don't roll on rolls. Really?
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom. Your vote.
Cliff Bar is made with organic oats. You're made for the climb. The most important ingredient is you. When money goes into your account directly, you can live delightfully.
Altoids. Curiously strong mints.
If you want to travel with your kid, but don't want to share your kid's bedtime, you might not want to share a hotel room. Get an Airbnb and get some time after bedtime.
When you shop with the Shipt app, your schedule is the only schedule that matters. Shipt, delight in every delivery.
Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor is back, and it's fire on every level. Fresh chicken, hot off the grill, mixed with morita peppers, a splash of pineapple, and fresh lime. It's where fire meets flavor. Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor. The wait is over.
Stanglers in the world compete at the highest level. It's the Bassmaster Elite Series, Sunday on Fox.
Well, there's Cardinals' excellent rookie shortstop Mason Wynn. He has been superb both at the plate and in the field this year, carrying these Cardinals back into the playoff race right now, taking on the Cubs in just a bit. On this date, 1977, a trade that was called the Midnight Massacre. The Mets somehow dealt beloved ace Tom Seaver to the Reds minutes before midnight. Cincinnati had won 2 straight World Series with a 3-time Cy Young winner. Never got them back there in his 6 seasons in the Queen City. That was bad from the Mets side of view. On this date, this was good from the Mets side, 83. Same date, Mets acquiring former MVP Keith Hernandez from St. Louis for a pair of prospects. One of the greatest defensive first basemen of all time. I'll say it, he was the best first baseman defensively. Hernandez, he was the leader of that 80s Mets championship team, and there you go. And then born without a right hand, how about Jim Abbott's 10-year big league career included a no-hitter, pitched for the Yankees. But on this date, 99, how about defying the odds, recording his first career base hit and RBI, playing for the Brewers. He had one more hit in his career 2 weeks later against the same pitcher, John Lieber. I mean, he defied all the odds, Jim Abbott. EK, what a special player.
Yeah, he really was. And, you know, forget the issue with the arm and the hand. The guy could flat out pitch, and he obviously could hit. I played against him when he was at University of Michigan and then dabbled in obviously the big leagues were at the same time. But you mentioned one thing real in passing. He threw a no-hitter, too, in the big. Like, he was flat out legit. I don't care what he was going out there with. He was legit.
Absolutely. 88 wins in the big leagues, a gold medal winner. I mean, he was an inspiration to all, and he was a dog on that mound. And athletic, as you can see, getting his foot down and getting a base hit and showing the ability to get that glove on his hand after throwing the baseball, it was truly fun to watch.
Yeah, he was special. That no-hitter coming with the Yankees, of course. And speaking of that, let's switch gears to hitting. Since coming over from the Diamondbacks in 2019, Paul Goldschmidt has really been everything the Cardinals had hoped for, right? The 2022 NL MVP. He's won 5 Silver Slugger awards, 4 Gold Gloves, and makes him one of the game's best two-way players. And, yes, a fan favorite in St. Louis.
One of the most dangerous hitters in the game, Paul Goldschmidt. High fly ball hit towards center. There we go. Paul Goldschmidt has a home run.
All that hard work.
Try to be consistent. I mean, there's always ups and downs in this game, but, you know, try not to get too high or too low and just try to, you know, be myself and help us win. Every player wants to play well, but just try to do my part, whatever that is, help the guys around me and play well when it's my turn.
He's a big leader, leading by example. You know, he's such a great guy in the clubhouse, you know, on and off the field. You know, always wants to help the younger guys. You know, he's definitely a great teammate and a huge asset to this team.
Goldschmidt, you saw the numbers. The back of his baseball card has been Hall of Fame worthy.
He means everything, really. It starts with Goldie. He's helped me tremendously throughout my career. He's somebody that I look up to and kind of be a role model on and off the field for me.
You got to keep it simple, and as a hitter, luckily we get to react. You don't want to be thinking, so for me it's just trying to see the ball and hit it, and just get in there and compete, have the best at-bat I can, try to hit the ball hard and let it happen.
Obviously a superstar in our game. I mean, this is one of these guys that can do it all.
He's right there at the top, Major League Baseball, especially ever since he's broken into the league. I don't know if there's been a guy that's been more consistent on both sides of the ball as Paul Goldschmidt.
He's a complete hitter. He's consistent every single day. He has a really good game plan going into the game against any given pitcher that day, and his preparation is key part to his success.
Wow. Paul Goldschmidt annihilates that ball. My goodness.
Always working on the little things, trying to, you know, get better, find ways to get better in all facets of the game. Something I've tried to do my whole career. Sometimes it works, other times it doesn't, but, you know, just trying to find a way to get better, and more importantly than that is just help our team.
Well, Goldschmidt and the Cardinals got off to a miserable 15-24 start, but since then they've rebounded pretty nicely. You see the differences in runs, homers, and ERA over the last month, and they are in the thick of things. Quite honestly, so is everyone else in the National League, because no one has really stood out. There's where we stand. The Braves, even though they're struggling a little bit, they're up ahead. The Padres above 500 now, but the Cardinals are a wild card team if the playoffs were to start today, which is kind of hard to believe if you asked that question a month ago. But let's push it forward, though, EK. If they are actually to make the playoffs, what's going to be the big key for them?
I think it's a starting pitching right there, and what they're relying on, is that going to last throughout the season? For me, I'd probably go out and get somebody that's going to eat some innings. You know, it's an interesting one. I don't think it'll happen, but boy, from a fan standpoint, get Flaherty from Detroit. Bring him back, right? That would be something. But they need to shore up the starting pitching if they're going to get into the postseason.
You know, and I agree with it. Kyle Gibson's been outstanding in that rotation over his last 7 starts, 3-0 with the 3, but I do need a little more depth. But also they need more offensive depth and productivity. You know, Mason Wynn is a star. Over his last 15 ball games, he's hitting 309 with 9 RBIs, so he's getting productivity from there. Nolan Arenado's starting to catch fire a little bit, 15 hits his last 15 ball games. Paul Goldschmidt and Arenado have to be the presence if they want to be getting into the postseason. Gorman leads the team in home runs, RBIs, and slug. That is good for him, but you do not want him to be the guy that's leading the team in that regard. So I think the 2 guys that they brought over, the 2 leaders and the 2 captains, need to step their game up and continue to not to cover off the baseball if they want to get into the postseason.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Sonny Gray at the top of that staff, too, along with Gibson. They're an older staff,
yeah.
Right? They're one of the older staffs. Maybe get Tommy Edman back to help the offense a little bit, but they're thin, as you talked about. Let's see where they can go and make a move. Let's go back to our guy, Ken Rosenthal. Ken, let's talk Cardinals here. This would help, too, right? Talking about catcher Wilson Contreras and having surgery he did to repair a fractured left forearm. Will he be back sooner than we expected?
He will be, and he's aiming for late June. That's about 2 weeks before everyone thought he would be back. And guys, the key with the Cardinals really right now, the way they look at it, is injuries and guys coming back off the injured list. It's not just Contreras. It's Lars Nootbaar, it's Edman maybe after that. They've got 3 relievers on the IL as well, Steven Matz. So John Mozeliak told the Athletics' Katie Wu this week that he wants to see the team get healthier, get these guys back on the field before he can determine what exactly they need at the deadline.
That'll definitely help. Speaking of health, this is a big one, Ken. Orioles pitcher Kyle Bradish leaving last night's game with elbow discomfort. Obviously, it would be a huge loss for the Orioles if it's a serious issue. What do you know about that today?
They just announced that he's going on the injured list, and that obviously is not a great sign. He's going to go for more tests. It's a tough spot for Bradish, of course, and a tough spot for the Orioles. They've already lost 2 starters, John Means and Tyler Wells, to season-ending elbow surgeries. And if you look at them with Bradish, man, Corbin Burns, Bradish, Grayson Rodriguez at the top of the rotation, that's an excellent postseason group. But without Bradish, if he's out for a long period, they may have to look at the deadline for starting pitching as well. We know they'll be in the market for relief pitching. They've been in that market already, but starting pitching might be another need.
Yeah, that's a problem. Hopefully he's okay. Ken, we appreciate it as always. And listen, with Bradish, as Ken talked about, that rotation, really top three, something special. But now you take him out of the equation on a team that needs bullpen. It really does change their thought process at the trade deadline, doesn't it?
It has to. It's a sense of urgency, especially with this World Series caliber offense. Now all of a sudden Kramer's down, Wells is down, Means is down, Bradish is down. You accumulate all these prospects and all this talent. Go out and get not only a bullpen piece, EK, because I think they need to address that in the back end, but another starter. I think that's critical for them because the window can open and close for a World Series team. They have the offense. They can slug. They can hit the ball out of the ballpark. I don't think any opposing team wants to face this lineup because they have about 6, 7 guys that can beat you on any given day, but you got to be able to get outs and shut the other team down. This many guys down, I don't see them hoisting a trophy. They got to go and address that.
Well, and they have the wherewithal to do it. You just mentioned, I mean, their farm system is as deep as anybody's in the game, and it's not just about guys that are 2 or 3 years away. They're ready to play right now, so teams will be willing to deal. I just talked about Flaherty a little earlier. He was with the Orioles last year, right? I mean, and he pitched for that. So, you know, why not get him? Go out and they need the starting pitching. They're so close. Right. And again, I know when I played, I used to hate it when they tell, well, we got these minor league guys. I was like, good, let's trade them and get some help up here. Like, I don't care. Get them out. Let's go. So I'm sure that that's something that they'll consider.
I feel like you guys are bringing up such interesting points because the Orioles, they lost all those games, they accumulated all those picks, and now their farm system is completely stocked. This is why, right? Like this is their window, is it not right now?
The window in sports can open and close rapidly, and all the adversity this organization has overcome. You know, this is a group that's overcome, you know, a couple seasons where 100 losses. Now you get the fans back in it. Now you get the city back in it, EK. It's rocking and rolling. They're doing beer showers everywhere. This is fun. You know, a championship, talking to Adam Jones, a longtime captain, a championship in Baltimore, I mean, my goodness. I mean, it'll resonate for years. And so they finally have the talent. They finally have the roster offensively. Go out and get whoever you – go out and get a Mason Miller. Go out and get – I know it'll cost a lot, EK. I know you – I know my GM over here. But go out and put it all on the table and put it on the line if you feel you can win a World Series right now.
I agree with that. The one thing I will say is GMs hate to be wrong, and I will always go back to the Dodgers traded Pedro Martinez. After that, we didn't trade any young guy for years.
Yeah, we'll see. The Orioles certainly very good, but they may need a little bit of help. Guys, this Wednesday is Juneteenth, where we commemorate the emancipation of enslaved people in the United States. Here's more on why this federal holiday is so important for Americans to recognize and celebrate.
Juneteenth, a holiday defined by one word. Commemorating the freedom from slavery in 1865. Celebrating the freedom we enjoy today and protecting that freedom for the next generation. It's not only an African-American holiday, but a day for everyone to reflect and recommit. The importance of Juneteenth continues to grow every year, emphasizing change, equality, unity, and independence. Carrying on the righteous pursuit of true freedom for all.
And to honor Juneteenth, the Los Angeles Dodgers Foundation and manager Dave Roberts hosting Brotherhood Crusade, a South LA nonprofit for young men and women in under-resourced communities during its 4th Juneteenth Circle event this past week. Well, it's been one of the great stories in all of baseball so far this year. Shota Imanaga has really dominated for the Cubs, and Adam Wainwright will explain the secret to his success. We'll talk to Adam when we come back, and look, there he is. Emerging from the dugout and over to the camera well to talk to us. Adam in the broadcast booth today. Cubs and Cardinals coming your way next on FS1.
Sunday on Fox.
We have been waiting all year for this matchup.
It's the inaugural United Football League Championship.
Kick it off, baby. Let's rock.
The Birmingham Stallions aim to lock up their 3rd consecutive title. while the San Antonio Brahmas look to cap off their improbable run with the crown of their own.
Wow, this is going to be a fun one. Touchdown!
The 2024 UFL Championship, Sunday at 5 Eastern on Fox.
All right, let's eat. Game on, fellas. Oh, can I get my Pepsi Zero Sugar? I got you. Thanks. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Just the drink. There it is. Yes. No. Ron. Wait. There we go. Let's go. I'll just grab it myself. Hold on.
Right now at Jersey Mike's, earn a $25 off Fanatics promo code for every $25 you spend through the app when you add chips and a drink.
CIDP disrupts.
CIDP derails.
Let's be honest.
CIDP sucks. But living with CIDP
doesn't have to.
When you sign up at shiningthroughcidp.com, you'll find inspiration and real patient stories.
Helpful tips, reliable information, and more.
CIDP can be tough.
But finding hope
just got a little easier.
Sign up at shiningthroughcidp.com.
Be heard, be hopeful, be you.
And Doug.
Limu, someone needs to customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Let's fly. Chief.
Doug.
Oh, wow. I thought you were right behind me.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
They need to go swimming.
It takes balls to be summer's #1 new show.
I like it, I like it.
The Quiz with Balls, all new Tuesday on Fox.
Good.
First, they're sour. And then they're sweet. Sour Patch Kids.
Cookies with a certain je ne sais crunch.
This is it. This is where we find out.
Quick question. Student body math proficiency.
What?
What do we say? It's good, fair?
Hey, get out of here, man.
Understood.
Security. Hey, excuse me. We get you real in-depth school info.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
I know it's late and you all have families, but I'm just going to keep talking.
Just add crayon. Crayon mango for you. And boss, you get a crayon pineapple if you admit this could have been an email.
Altoids, curiously strong mints.
What are you doing?
Welcome back to the MLB on FS1 pregame show, sponsored by Geico.
Get out the tape measure, long gone. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Another dynamite play. Wow. Ball game. Cubs win.
Cubs Cardinals coming your way, one of the fun rivalries. Oh, we got fans are ready in the Adam Wainwright jersey. Got the scorecard, the phone, he is ready to go. And we could do better than the Adam Wainwright jersey. We could just do Adam Wainwright, who's right here joining us. Yeah, that's him right there on the field calling the game with Jason Benetti in a little bit. And Adam, good to see you. I can't imagine you're getting thrown like bouquets walking on the field at Wrigley right now, right? How's that? Give me a little flavor.
No, and this is my third or fourth Cubs game I've had this year. So I think Cubs fans are getting very sick of me, but I love coming to Wrigley. I love this rivalry. I love this city. I'm just happy to be here. The weather's perfect. The wind's got we're going to have a good wind for hitting today, so it'll be fun.
Leave it to the pitcher to check the wind. I like that. Well, let's talk pitching. Shota Imanaga, we know he's not a flamethrower, but he's been great. He's got an ERA under 2. So with that, what's been the key to his success?
Well, his fastball metrically is different than the average guy. It's got 2.8 more inches of rise than the average fastball, which just means the hitter's eyes thinks it's somewhere that it's not. It's above their swing plane. So off of that, he works that great split, and then his sweeper also has inches of drop more than the other hitters. So he's doing things metrically. It may not seem like it's fast, but it plays up. He throws it in great spots, locating it always. He's only had one bad start all year, and that was the start after they gave him a 10-day off break. So when they keep him in routine, his stuff plays. He knows how to use it, and he knows where to use it.
It's been cool to watch. Meanwhile, Adam, the Cardinals, they've got 4 starting pitchers, 34 or older. Obviously, they've gotten some great performances like last night from Kyle Gibson. But what's your confidence level in the entire rotation right now?
Well, 34 is just a young man. You're just getting started. But I have a lot of confidence in the guys they have in there right now. They also have Steven Matz, who's got 50 pitches tomorrow and a rehab start. He's coming back soon. Palante's been mixing in very well. Actually, 2 out of his 3 starts have been very good. But I still would like to see them go out and get a number 2 starter. I mean, no pressure on Mozeliak, but I know their team over there would like to see that also. But if Steven Matz comes back, he's more than capable of performing at that level. The guys they've added over there, Kyle Gibson, Lance Lynn, and Sonny Gray, have been amazing adds. They've all been holding their weight really well. They've been carrying their team deep into games with a chance to win every time. That's all you can really ask.
Adam, great to see you. Great insight. Look forward to seeing you in the call, and get security to walk you up to the booth, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, time now for a little hit and run. Put some time on the clock, and away we go. We'll start here. The best rotation in the game today is who?
I have to go with the Seattle Mariners. They have the best whip and the most quality starts, and second in walk rate 1 through 5. Nobody wants to see these guys, especially if they get into the postseason.
Yeah, you know, I'm right there with you. But I do like the Phillies, too. Wheeler, Nola, Suarez. You run into those guys, I mean, theoretically, those are 3 number 1s.
Yeah, really good. You can make a case there, certainly. How about the most impactful player that'll move, EK, before the trade deadline, which is at the end of July?
So for me, I'm going to go Tanner Scott with the Marlins. And the reason I say that is, you know, he's a left-handed reliever. He's going to get traded for sure. Somebody's going to have him, and all your top teams are going to be looking for left-handed help.
I got to go with the power department. Luis Roberts Jr. is coming off the IL, hit the ground running. Man, he would look good in the Baltimore Orioles uniform in center.
I like that. Go back to last year's World Series teams, the Diamondbacks and the Rangers. Who's more likely to get back to the postseason?
I think the Diamondbacks are. They're only 1 game out, and they haven't played their best baseball yet. But Christian Walker has been the captain and a presence in that lineup, as well as Ketel Marte. They still, and then Corbin Carroll start to get going over the last week. I think they'll be just fine.
I like Arizona as well, just because they've been doing it without the pitching. No Merrill Kelly, no Rodriguez. Gallen's been down. You get those guys back, and you get Jordan Montgomery, right? That's pretty formidable rotation.
Yeah, it's been surprising how he's struggled so far this year. How about the front runner for the NL MVP, EK?
I'm going Bryce Harper, and that's kind of crazy. I just think Ohtani and Betts, they split votes. Phillies are going to win that division, and Bryce Harper is the leader.
I got to go with Marcell Ozuna in Atlanta. He's been the one consistent bright spot, hitting .320, leading the National League in home run and slug. He's been getting his foot down.
Yeah, it's weird. Austin Riley and Matt Olson, those guys haven't been their normal selves. All right, Father's Day is tomorrow. Best Father's Day present you ever received?
My kids got a tie. It was the coolest tie ever of all their photos of them young and old. I actually have it here at Fox, and I think I might wear it tomorrow.
Tie?
Yeah.
Tie?
Yeah, it was a cool tie.
That's better. That's more... Nothing here. Every day is Father's Day in my house.
You deserve it.
I need a tie.
I'm going to send you something,
I'll just say for the Kaplan family watching at home, Jonathan, our producer, really would like a new pair of khakis. He expressed that to us over breakfast this morning. So, Kaplan, good luck. Good luck with that. Thursday on Fox, a very special broadcast coming your way from Rickwood Field. The oldest professional ballpark in the country will host the Giants and the Cardinals in a tribute to the Negro Leagues and Alabama native Willie Mays. Coverage begins 5:30 Eastern on Fox. This past September, our guy, Dantrelle Willis, inducted into the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum Hall of Game in Kansas City. The honorees were members of the Black Aces, a group of Black American pitchers who've won 20 or more games in a single season. It was incredibly special for Dantrelle. And yeah, we were there to capture it all.
Being here at the Negro League Museum, seeing all the history, all the greatness, I can't imagine the things they went through to really plant the seed for us today. They knew they had to be good. It's tough, man. It's tough. And we still carry that burden to this day. I feel like I'm not deserving, but I'm very appreciative that I'm able to go into the Hall of Game. being part of this legacy, it's a big-time responsibility. As an African-American baseball player, there's no higher honor. I have this cool picture in my house of you, and I almost snatched it off my garage wall. I said, he gonna sign it for me. I'm gonna turn into a fanboy real fast. I said, with Doc. You know, seeing Doc good, meaning him being happy to see me, you know what I mean? It's totally surreal, and so, you know, the legacy that these men left, I'm proud to be part of a great fraternity. Al, I saw a video of you, and I said, I'm gonna challenge Barry Bonds like you challenged Henry Henry. I thank God for these men. They saved my life. I'm indebted to these guys, and so I'm honored to be next to them. The tour was awesome. It was really impactful. Got a little emotional out there. Now it's go time. You guys look amazing. I love you.
This big guy, we're so proud of him.
Thank you, Mama. I appreciate it. They just trying to butter me up because they want to go to the mall. Don't take that lie.
Unbelievable, irrepressible, the high leg kick, the D-train, Dantrelle Willis, ladies and gentlemen.
I owe a great gratitude to the Negro Leagues and the people that came before me, and so if it's no them, it's no us. Thank everybody for coming here, man, because the legacy is going to live on to everybody.
Yeah. Congratulations. Dantrelle Willis, y'all.
This has been a whirlwind of a day. I feel very blessed. When I'm long gone, you know, my grandkids can tell you, you know, the old man was pretty good.
So special, get to share with your fam, which was great. Just watching that back, what are you thinking?
You know, I'm not deserving. I said it in the piece, but, you know, I'm honored. God is good, and the men and women that sacrificed and got a chance to be at Rickwood, you know, I'm just eager to go out there and just hear the stories and just take it all in, man, because, like I said, without them, there's no Dantrelle Willis, there's no CC Sabathia, there's no Shohei Ohtani. All the players that we know and love today, it's because of those men and women.
Yeah, you are deserving because of all the kids that are following you and the example that you led. So great stuff, D-Train. Tomorrow on Fox, we've got the inaugural United Football League Championship. Birmingham Stallions taking on the San Antonio Brahmas, and it kicks off tomorrow at 5 Eastern on Fox. Aaron Judge and Juan Soto could be the best hitting duo, but are the Yankees the best team in baseball? We'll take a closer look with the guys and their opinions when we return. And as we know, baseball never fails to provide some of the best lighthearted moments in sports. Stay tuned, the latest edition of Fox's Off the Wall. Cardinals Cubs coming your way on FS1.
Every Saturday, your game is on Fox.
I mean, just feast your eyes on this. Because if baseball is as American as apple pie, then Fox Saturday Baseball is one heck of a slice. And with these guys on the menu, all you gotta do is sit back, relax, and make some room for a big old helping. With a cherry on top. Come on, it's Saturday.
I bought the team.
Kevin?
I bought the team. I put it on my Chase Freedom Unlimited card. And I'm a cash back on a few other things, too. Starting with the sound system.
All right, from deep.
That's cash. I prefer the old intros. This is way better. I don't think so. Steph, one more thing. The team owner gets 5 minutes a game.
Cash Bros?
Woo! I like it. I'll break it to Clay. Cash back like a pro. With Chase Freedom Unlimited, how do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Things will go wrong for your customers, but your business can make it right with Watson X Assistant. AI that can help resolve problems by understanding your customer requests with 90% accuracy. Let's create customer service in service of customers with Watson X Assistant. IBM, let's create.
See that beer cap? It's the luckiest piece of metal in the world. It could have been a screw on a patio chair, or a bent staple that just won't staple. But here it is, chairing the welcome committee for an authentic Mexican Dos Equis. Well, look at that. The welcome committee is at it again.
home for us was tough, but our agent Joe just got our needs. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
We went on home tour after home tour, and he didn't stop until we got the one.
Michelin innovates once more with Michelin acoustic technology, reducing cabin noise by cushioning road vibrations. Michelin, motion for life.
How can Experian Boost help? It finds payments I already make, like insurance, streaming, phone, to build my credit. And it's from Experian, the credit experts. More ways to build credit. Download the Experian app.
The new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ is a total power move.
See that?
Made with Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter.
What are you doing?
Okay, major power move. Hurry in for the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
This June, it's a summer of stars as the U.S. hosts the world's best players for Copa America. The U.S. men's team looks to make an historic run. This is the championship of the Americas. USA versus Bolivia, June 23rd on Fox.
Dylan Carlson getting ready for the Cardinals, looking to take 2 in a row at Wrigley from the Cubs. First pitch coming your way in a little under a half hour. And tonight, baseball night in America on Fox. Most of you see the Yankees taking on the rival Red Sox. Some will see the Rangers looking to make up some ground in the AL West. They take on the Mariners. It's a big series. 7 o'clock Eastern on Fox. There you go. Greatest rivalry in baseball. That continues tonight.
Deep to left, and it's a home run. Boy, the last guy on the ball club you'd expect to hit a home run. Jessup went into the screen. This ball's not even close.
You talk about looking for a reason.
Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness. Don Zimmer, a 72-year-old man. Pedro Martinez threw him down.
There's a fly ball deep to left, and the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone has hit a home run.
Santa's throw, Roberts, safe. Ortiz, we'll see you later tonight. The Boston Red Sox with the biggest comeback in postseason baseball history.
Well, the Red Sox will be facing a team on a mission. Yankees dominating in every facet of the game right now. Top 3 in each one of these categories at the plate and on the mound. They have been fantastic. First team in the bigs to get to 50 wins, so best record in the league. But are they the best team in the league?
You know, I think right now they're a well-balanced attack, and so they're up there with one of the better teams. I think the Dodgers and I think the Phillies are up there with them as well. You know, they're first in slug, first in runs, but on the mound is what's surprising people. You know, they have the best ERA and the best batting average against. After Garrett Cole went down, it's like, uh-oh, this might be another down year, and all of a sudden, guys start to emerge. Nestor Cortez, I thought Marcus Stroman's been an absolute dog out there, but Luis Gil, my goodness, it's scary hours for that young man. He's finally healthy. So now when they get Garrett Cole back, that rotation is going to have some depth and really some swing and miss. So I think they're firing at all cylinders. I talked to Aaron Boone about how proud they are, how proud he is of that ball club. And as long as they continue to stay healthy, the only hiccup is I need to see more production out of the first base side. It either has to be LeMahieu or it has to be Anthony Rizzo, but somebody needs to step up. But other than that, they've been rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I mean, D-Train hit it right on the head. I think also add Carlos Rodon, who is throwing a ton better, the big free agent signed last year. Right side of the infield could use a little more offense, but right now they're playing better than anybody. Over their last 30 games, 23-7. Against teams that have over a 500 record, nobody has more wins than the Yankees. So they're playing the best right now. They're going to get Garrett Cole back, but I don't know that I make them the favorite to win the World Series.
Here's the thing with Gil. You mentioned Luis Gil. This guy's come out of nowhere, right? He's been sensational replacing Cole. he's got to be in the playoff rotation. He's going to have an innings limit, but they got to find a way to get him in the playoff rotation, right?
Well, the problem is now, you still have to keep that stiff jab to the Baltimore Orioles. So, you have to accumulate a lot of wins. So he's got to focus. It's almost the same situation of Tyler Glass now, where he's going to surpass his inning max, where it's like 120. It's like, I don't know, man. We got to use you get to do that postseason as well. So, but health is wealth. He seems to be strong, and Aaron Boone says he's going to ride him.
Difference between Dodgers and Yankees. Yankees have to win the division. Dodgers have won the division. They are. I mean, they're going. Would you take somebody else in that division? I'm asking you. You take somebody else in that division?
Listen, EK, don't get me fired for the Dodgers. I get checked something like you, too. So, yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. EK trying to get me fired.
See me in June, EK. There you go. Wow. All right, time for Off the Wall. Let's have some laughs. Speaking of the Dodgers, Aaron Judge and the Yankees taking on the Dodgers. Rips this shot to left, but watch at the end. He ends up breaking this Dodger fan's chain. Boink.
Well, if that feather didn't get in his eyesight, he might have caught the ball.
Look at that.
What is that?
Look at that. It's not the feather. Look at that. Yeah, that glove, man. Yeah. That glove might have been broke.
Guys, I got news for you. It doesn't matter the country. The Philly fanatic is always funny.
Classic. I love the Philly fanatic. It just scares me when sometimes he talks to me when he's warming up. 5 and dime, D-Train. He used to say 5 and dime.
The Philly fanatic talks trash? I didn't know. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. loses the bat. The bat then gets caught in the netting, and it was so sticky that they could not get it off.
They need the beekeeper to come back.
That's right. They need to climb on that. Yeah, that one in Arizona when they had the beehive. Look at that thing.
What is this pole? What is this contraption?
That's to get golf balls.
I rolling hills in the water.
Come on. Come on. Listen, I got one of those.
Depends what kind of golf ball it is. Well, they got it. It took a while. How about the Padres game? Padres A's, right? All of a sudden, a little power outage. And so the fans, resourceful, say, you know what? We all turn our flashlights on the phone on. Maybe we'll get this thing going again.
You know what? It looked like a Bon Jovi concert.
Whoa. That's pretty good. Fun little segment right there. Train.
Yeah,
pulling out the B song too.
Absolutely.
We better go to break soon.
Get off the rails.
About time to get that Oakberry in here. Hey, despite the ups and downs, Cubs are in the middle of a crowded wild card race. Talk about the confidence in their clubhouse when we return with them. Christopher Morel, a little discussion at the plate. Cubs looking to get the offense going after last night. Cubs and Cardinals renewing their great rivalry coming up on FS1 in just a few. Cardinals won last night's opener, and we'll do it again on a big day of baseball on FS1 and Fox. We can't wait. Back after this.
This is Rickwood, the oldest ballpark in the country, host to Hall of Famers and home to the Negro Leagues.
That's your pitch, Josh Gibson.
And now, the Giants take on the Cardinals in a celebration over a century in the making. MLB at Rickwood Field, only on Fox.
Look out, 'cause here I come.
Have you always had trouble losing weight and keeping it off? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
And I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
Wegovy.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
Wegovy helps you lose weight and keep it off.
I'm reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only FDA-approved weight management medicine that's proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events in adults with known heart disease and with either obesity or overweight.
Wegovy shouldn't be used with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines. Don't take Wegovy if you or your family had medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if allergic to it. Stop Wegovy and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis and gallbladder problems. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes, or if you feel your heart racing while at rest. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Call your provider right away if you have any mental changes. Common side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk.
That's the power of Wegovy.
Check your cost and coverage before talking to your healthcare professional about Wegovy.
We gave it more passenger space for ultimate comfort. We elevated the design. And with Google built-in, we made its tech intuitive. With the all-new Prologue, we've made it easy to go electric. Just like you'd expect from a Honda. The Prologue, everything you love about Honda, now electric.
Summer back then, we perfected the selfie, made our own music, and took fashion to a whole new level. But while each summer may look a little different, it always tastes great. So reach for your favorite chips and sips and taste more summer.
Shota Imanaga has been spectacular for the Cubs, leading their rotation. Look at that ERA, it's under 2, one of the tops in the National League. He's got the Cubs against the Cardinals, and the first pitch coming your way next.
It's one of the oldest and fiercest rivalries in the game. Fueled by iconic legends, passionate fans, and intense battles.
Long-standing rivals, the Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Tonight, in the historic friendly confines, these two Midwest rivals clash again. St. Louis aims to stay within striking distance in a tight NL playoff race.
Arenado barehand throws and got him. What a play.
While Chicago's ace Shota Imanaga gets his first taste of the rivalry, looking to add to his impressive rookie season.
Imanaga the strikeout. He's fired up.
Cardinals and Cubs, next on FS1.
We say welcome to the MLB on FS1 pregame show, brought to you by Geico on a gorgeous day in Chicago. It's Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals who are suddenly surging after a rough start to the year. Well, now they're a wild card team as it stands today. Cards took the opener of the series yesterday, and they continue the series here today. And welcome. EK Eric Karros is here, D-Train Dantrelle Willis, and I'm Kevin Burkhardt. And talk about this rivalry. You were a part of it as a member of the Cubs, EK.
Yeah, I was. Spent 1 year there. I think I would classify it as more of a friendly rivalry. It's not. I was part of the Giants-Dodgers where there was absolute angst in the stands. I mean, people wanting to beat up on others. This thing was, I remember I'm walking home after work, and I'm walking by bars, and there'd be St. Louis fans mingling with Chicago Cubs fans. They're drinking and everything. That would never happen, Dodgers-Giants. Like I said, fun and friendly.
Hard to have that angst on a day game of Wrigley on a beautiful day in Chicago. Yeah. It's the best place to be in the world, no question. Well, this summer, Fox Sports and Fanatics Collectibles will pay tribute to the Negro Leagues ahead of the Rickwood Field game. A giant card honoring Jackie Robinson unveiled in Baltimore yesterday. That card now available for purchase on Topps.com. And then Thursday on Fox, a special broadcast from Rickwood Field, the oldest pro ballpark in the country, hosting the Giants and the Cardinals in a tribute to the Negro Leagues and Alabama native Willie Mays. The players looking forward to that experience.
Rickwood is the oldest baseball field in America that's currently still being used and everything. Some of the legends of the game that's come through there and that's played there. That'll be a very unique, very special feeling to get out there and play a big league game.
First thing you think of when you think of Rickwood is the history there, and obviously being on the Giants, Willie Mays.
Willie Mays has done it again. He has brought the baseball world to a standstill.
It's going to be a special day for him and a special day for all Giants fans.
It's going to be so special to be able to play where Willie started his career, to seeing where he grew up.
You learn how much of an impact Willie Mays has on this organization. To learn more about the history is really, really cool, and I think that this game will show the fans more of that.
It's a huge honor. So much history, and I know the city of Birmingham has a lot of pride in that stadium. It'll be really fun for us to get to represent Major League Baseball and the Cardinals and give a lot of tribute and respect to the players before us.
We can't wait to be there on Thursday. What are you looking forward to, D-Train?
Man, just hearing the stories. Cool Papa Bell, Willie Mays, Satchel Paige, all the legends, and not just African-American legends, but really just true American legends of the game. And just, you know, looking at the memorabilia and seeing all the cool uniforms and what have you, and just hearing all the cool stories. I'm looking forward to it.
I think just the sense of history. And when you're talking about that ball field, the names that have walked on and played on that field. I mean, you're talking, the only places left like that now are Fenway Park and Wrigley Field, where you can say Babe Ruth walked. I mean, those sorts of things, and I don't know, like a history part of baseball, it's going to be important.
Yeah, Babe Ruth, Satchel Paige played there, Stan Musial played there, Reggie Jackson played there. And think about Willie Mays as a 16-year-old kid, a kid who grew up down the road, started in center field for the Black Barons in that stadium. That is going to be awesome to be there and feel that history. There you go. Speaking of the Cardinals and Giants playing that game, Cardinals and Cubs coming your way today. But yesterday in the series opener, it was the Kyle Gibson show, D-Train.
Yeah, he had that sinker, not the sinker working all day and throwing that changeup off that. When he gets downhill with that and stays down, he's phenomenal.
And they got enough offense here. Pages taken one up and out, and that would be enough for the Cards in a 3-0 win behind Gibson, who gave him 7 shutout. He was spectacular. Head-to-head, you look at what's gone on since 2021. It's been the Cardinals in advantage. They're scoring a little bit more runs. They're certainly hitting the ball out like they did yesterday. Well, after falling just short of reaching the postseason last year, there was a bitter taste in the failure throughout the Cubs organization. But the team has used that as motivation, and a real sense of optimism now persists. They're right in the thick of the wild card race.
The Marlins have eliminated the Chicago Cubs from postseason consideration.
You want to win this division? You're the Cubs. Start acting like it.
You can't define something as a success when you fall short. I know it'll motivate me all winter. I know it's going to motivate them.
Dealing with a playoff race late in September, we learned a lot from it as a group. We just sputtered down the stretch. Obviously, we weren't playing our best baseball, and it showed.
He dropped the ball! Oh, my!
Having gone through that allows you to be able to build upon that as a group and establish expectations and standards for what we feel that this organization is capable of.
Last year, we expected to make the playoffs. This year is no different. You know, we have an understanding what we need to do to get over the hump.
We challenge ourselves. When we put ourselves in uncomfortable situations, you know, that's when the biggest growth happens. Sometimes we need a little bit of a shove to get us there. It's not one person that does it. We all do it for each other.
Forget about it! Long gone!
We don't know exactly how this year is going to go, but no matter what we do, we're going to need to do it together, and we're definitely confident in what we can do. When you have a group that's strong and has an identity in one another, good things can happen.
Now he's coming home! Oh, baby! And they're jumping for joy here in Wrigley.
We're all trying to get to the postseason any way we can. That's ultimately our goal.
There's a good enough group here to accomplish that. Just putting everybody in good spots to succeed and supporting each other is how we find it. And then we got to survive some of the struggles and enjoy the journey of it.
Standing on the mound at the end of October, winning the World Series with this group of guys, that's always the motivating factor. There's just nothing better than winning in Chicago.
Yeah, the Cubs' biggest success story this year has been the signing of Shota Imanaga, right? He's right near the top in the NL and ERA, walks per 9, strikeout to walks, chase percentage. They have not figured him out just yet. And we didn't hear a lot about him before the signing. You're hearing a lot about him now. What's made him special?
You know what? The ability to change eye level, and he understands how to follow swings and how his stuff plays to the hitter. EK will explain it a little bit better, but he's able to throw that fastball at the top of the zone and that split finger down in the zone. And also he has the sweeper. So, but he's able to compete within that strike zone because he understands. And he's a little deceptive too. That's a short arm swing. The ball's behind the hitter, and all of a sudden it gets on you. And so with that little leg kick, that little pause, and also being able to travel east and west with those pitches on both sides of the corner, he's outstanding. 72 strikeouts in just 69 innings pitched. That swing and miss is going to play all day long.
Yeah, D-Train hit it right on the head. Deceptive. Adam Wainwright mentioned it earlier. When you get into the metrics, the ball doesn't drop as much as any other regular fastball. There's one other caveat to all of that, though, too. You can have the spin rate, but his release point is down low. So it almost looks like he's throwing to the hitter, like he's throwing the ball uphill. There was a guy, you can look him up, Sid Fernandez, pitched for the New York Mets in those World Championship year in '86. He threw the exact same way, and he was super dominant. And it's difficult because you think the ball is going to be here, and you're swinging underneath the darn thing because it doesn't come down. And again, because his release point is so low, I mean, that's what makes pitchers so difficult to hit. It's the deception part. And that's where I think the ball is and where it actually is. Not the same thing.
And the final ingredient, he has mound presence. He has dog in him. He wants to pitch in the big game. He wants to go up against the other team's best pitcher, and he goes toe-to-toe. He's going to be the frontline ace for years to come, and in that ballpark, the energy is always there. EK got to play as a home line. I played as an opponent. I think he's in the right spot, and to have that type of swing and miss in that ballpark where it's a hitter-friendly ballpark, that's how well his stuff plays to the hitter.
I got to follow up with one thing. It is going to be interesting. He has yet to face a team twice. So hitters haven't seen him, and he hasn't had to face the same ball club a second time. People make adjustments.
Well, with that being said, think about this. He's not a hard thrower. Against his fastball, people are hitting 206 against a guy that doesn't throw hard. So when he does see teams a second time, what's going to be the challenge for him?
Well, the mindset is they're going to get on top of that fastball. That's the mindset of it. They're going to hunt that fastball early and often, so he's going to have to make adjustments to be able to pitch backwards, have to land that split finger, slow the hitter down, and then rush him with that fastball. It's anywhere around 92 to 93, but it'll play up because the hitter's waiting on that breaking ball, and all of a sudden they get rushed.
Yeah.
Simple words, I'm looking to hit the top of the baseball.
Interesting. We'll see how they adjust. Can't wait to watch him pitch here today. And more on that, though, back to our insider, Ken Rosenthal. You know, Ken, we didn't really hear a lot about Imanaga in the offseason, maybe because there was so much focus on Yamamoto with the Dodgers and everyone courting him. But how did so many teams seemingly miss on this guy?
Well, you're right, Kevin. A lot of teams did miss on him. And you guys have been talking the whole show about his unique pitch movements. But in free agency, there were some things that gave teams pause. And there's a reason why he got 1/6 of what Yamamoto got. His size is one thing. He's 5'10", 170. His age, he's 30 years old. And you guys have mentioned this, it's not high-end velocity. But I remember speaking with the Giants' Farhan Zaidi about him, and he said, this guy's pitch movements were unique. It's just from a scouting perspective. He didn't have a great end of the season last year in Japan. Some things people weren't so sure about.
Well, we'll find out how the season continues for him. Can't wait to watch him pitch today. How about the Brew Crew, Ken? They've really been a great story, right? They lose Craig Counsell. Pat Murphy steps in. They've got a 5.5-game lead in the division. What do they target for the trade deadline at the end of July?
They have to target starting pitching. And they're much like the Guardians. They need more in that rotation. They've already used 12 starters, including several pitchers that they had no idea would be part of their 2024 mix. You've got guys on the injured list, Woodruff, of course, Miley, Jacob Junis, and now their top prospect, Robert Gasser. So they've been patching it together. They've got an exciting young group of position players. Their bullpen has been good, but they need more help in that rotation.
Yeah, it really is impressive, though, you mentioned, right? They lose their ace, and then they lose their 1B in Woodruff, and they're still atop the division. Ken, we appreciate it. We'll see you a little bit later today. How about the standings in the NL Central? We told you about the Brewers leading things off, and then it's everyone else chasing in. The Cardinals have made up some nice ground, but still 5.5 back. And then you've got this logjam with the Reds and the Pirates, and the Cubs are actually in last place starting today, and we'll see if that changes. And it's interesting, right? Like, we know in the National League, the Phillies and the Dodgers, they're seemingly a step ahead of everyone else. But EK, Is there a team that you say, boy, in a short series, I don't know if I want to be a part of that team?
I think when you're talking about the Central, the Reds for me, because they've got a good pitching staff. Hunter Green has started to really establish himself, turn the corner, not just somebody that's going to gas you up with 100 miles an hour. Lodolo, when he's healthy, nasty from the left side. Abbott, Montez, they are good enough with the staff. And then again, if you get Matt McClain back, if he comes back at the end of the year, he is the best baseball player for me on that team. They are a team you just don't want to run into.
Playing better, too.
Yeah, I have to go with the Buccos, the Pittsburgh Pirates. And listen, stay with me here because they have some serious talent, especially those youngsters on the mound. Jones and Skeens, you saw what they did to the Dodgers, EK. They have high-level velo, but that's not all. They can land the breaking ball, and they're starting to feel comfortable. You mix in what I like to call the veteran in Keller in that third. In that short series, hey, anything can happen because the swing and miss will be a weapon for those guys. So I know they need to be a little more consistent offensively to get into the postseason, but if you face those guys in the short series, all hands on deck because they're going to throw through the baseball, baby.
Right, and we're only in June right now, so just think of the experience and how much better those two get as the season moves along, and then Bednar closing things out. Pirates, you take them for granted, but if you had to face them, you're thinking, man, this is going to be a bit of a pain.
And it gets fun in Pittsburgh. Those fans do the little blackout. They get rocking up. Pierogies flying everywhere.
Short series, and it's crazy. You talk about the young kids, and then Keller is the all-star.
Yeah.
He's their third starter, right? So they are legit. If they can hit, that's the issue for them. Our first game of the day on a busy baseball day on FS1 and Fox. It's a great one. The Cubs and Cardinals, Dansby Swanson trying to get the Cubs out of the NL Central basement, taking on their rivals in Paul Goldschmidt, and the Cardinals playing much better ball as of late. Can't wait to bring it to you. Jason Benetti, Adam Wainwright have the call after this.
Take us to the Bitterroot Forest. Continue north for 327 miles.
Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid with up to 600-mile range.
Ethan! How's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Hey! You like Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream?
When you prefer dream vacation over a rental nightmare, it matters where you stay. Embassy Suites by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Right now, you can get a free footlong at Subway. Just buy any footlong in the app and get one free. Just scan the QR code and enter promo code FLBOGO. It only works from the other side of the screen, buddy.
You still got a landline in your house.
Order now on the Subway app.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond, with airless tires designed for exploring new frontiers. Michelin, motion for life.
My schedule's pretty jam-packed these days. I've got two free birthday parties on Saturday, and Sunday, that's my me time.
How's that look?
Works for me.
Works for me.
No two major league teams have played each other
in the same ballpark more than the Cubs and Cardinals at Wrigley Field. This is the 1,028th time Cardinal fans have come up from St. Louis to try to overrun the Cub fans here at Wrigley Field. And the question of whether or not they do that depends on the season and the moment. But here today, it's two teams going different directions. Jason Benetti, Adam Wainwright along with you. And if I say to you, Waino, Cubs Cardinals, first thing in your mind is what?
Well, I think it's one of the all-time great rivalries in all the sports, not just baseball. It's a friendly rivalry, I think. You know, there's a lot of hatred here, but it's a friendly hatred. No one's throwing blows. They're just, you know, they're talking trash and stuff. But you see a lot of Cards fans here. You'll see a lot of Cubs fans in St. Louis. Each team travels well. It's a great rivalry.
You know what the trash talk is like coming from the crowd to these guys. The batting order for the St. Louis Cardinals, who put up 3 runs last night in that victory over the Cubs. Mason Wynn at the #1 spot has had a very nice season. He leads the team in line drive rate. Burleson, the lefty, then Goldschmidt, Arenado, and Gorman. Herrera, Carlson, Donovan, and then Pages, who had his first home run ever at Wrigley Field in yesterday's game. They will face Shota Imanaga.
And Shota Imanaga has had an incredible season so far. He's relied heavily on that fastball. It's in the top 98% in run value. It's a pitch that the hitter just doesn't see well. They don't pick it up well. It's not where their eyes tell him it is, and he locates it so well.
What does he do so well with the location of that fastball to confound hitters?
Well, his fastball has 2.8 inches more rise than the average fastball, which means the hitter's eyes tell him it's someplace, and it's actually not. But what he does with that, he makes it in those perfect locations where a hitter's eyes light up. They want to drive it. They just can't quite get to it.
We will see what the Cardinals can do. You see, it's a lot of fastball, and so is Andre Palante as well. This is a Major League Baseball on the whole as a league that's going farther and farther away from fastball-heavy usage, but Imanaga 56%, Palante about 75%. Cubs Cardinals, Wrigley Field, the Cards in the blue jerseys today, and Imanaga's first pitch to Mason Wynn is high in the air and foul left-hand side, and you see what the sun is doing with Christopher Morel over at third. Always important to note the wind here at Wrigley Field, as you know.
Yeah, that's the first thing you do when you look out. You walk out here out of the dugout. You look up at that flag in center field, and the flag, the American flag above the clock, is the one you have to watch because it's the one that's telling you the real story.
How long did it take for you to learn that?
Well, I mean, you get told pretty quickly, but you know, anything that we see in the air to the left side of the field is going to have a chance to push out of bounds today. It's going to go foul, a lot of those down the line.
We saw a ball yesterday in this series really affected by the wind. Patrick Wisdom thought he had a home run, and it was basically thrown back by the wind to the point where, you know, people are looking up how many ballparks it'd be a home run in and what the wind did to it. But that's the way the Cubs' recent history has gone. They've been snake bit like that.
They have. And last time I was here, their manager council, he talked about that. And Christopher Morel, a bunch of guys have been really robbed from that win this year.
Two-strike pitch fouled away by Mason Wynn, who is one of the toughest guys to get to swing and miss in this Cardinals lineup. He's just 22 years old. Officially his rookie season. He only played 37 games with you last year. Another foul ball.
I actually think that Mason Wynn, in all of the hitters over there on that Cardinal team, I think he's made the biggest adjustment. He's improved the most from any hitter. Obviously, he's having a great year offensively, but I've seen him close those holes that he had last year, up and down and out over the plate. He was really weak out there.
Wave and a miss, strike 3. Imanaga goes with the splitter for his first punch out, and here is the defense behind him. Pete Crow Armstrong has been phenomenal out in center field. He's +5 outs above average. On the infield, Swanson and Horner have been good together at short and second, and then Yan Gomes is catching, as you see the splitter from Imanaga creating problems for Mason Wynn. First pitch swing into left field. Teams have been very aggressive with Imanaga, which can create long outings and quick outs for him if it goes the right way.
Well, yeah, and he averages less than 1 walk per start. So that tells you the approach the hitters are going to have going in there. The Cardinals like to swing the bat offensively early in the count anyways, but when you face a pitcher who just doesn't put people on base, you have to go after those first couple of pitches.
As Burleson did there with a line out to left and E1/2, so 2 down early. And Imanaga with ball 1 to Paul Goldschmidt, now 36 years old. And you have obviously seen him close up and the work that he puts in. I mean, he is fighting very hard to be the guy that he really wants to be. I know how seriously he takes hitting.
Oh, everything he does, he's like a machine. He's kind of like a robot. You know, he's got a very detailed routine that he does. He's very scheduled out before a game.
Would you say he's the most detailed hitter you've been around? Who would win that award?
I don't know. That's hard to say. He's certainly one of the most regimented.
Yeah.
Albert Pujols has had a pretty good routine about him as well, but I wouldn't say that it was as down to the clock as it is with Goldie. You know, at 147 on a 2 o'clock game, you know right where Goldie is. You know what I mean?
Imanaga to Goldschmidt, and very close. He just missed with that splitter.
And this is the first time the Cards have seen him since spring training, where they actually put up some runs against him. But, you know, usually when you have an outlier pitch like Imanaga has, you're going to flood him with that early on in the zone and then work off that. He hasn't really done that.
Back-to-back splitters. He gets a second punch out to 1-2-3 first for Imanaga.
Inez, let me ask you, you're using Head and Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head and Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
They're always on your scalp. Little rascals. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
He's the best.
Make every wash count. Little help, please?
Trains. Trains that sense what isn't on the schedule. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel to see hundreds of miles of tracks, clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
We've never spoken, but you've told us many things. That you love stargazing, hate parallel parking, and occasionally your right foot gets a little heavy. The Lexus ES didn't begin in the studio, it began with you.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Go biggie and get all this with the JBC for just $5.
Looking for the perfect grill? Find yours at Ace, where the perfect grill comes with free assembly and delivery. Find a Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, or Blackstone, and get the one that's right for you. Only at your local Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
What's happening?
It's a surprise.
Someone order a much better cake? I did.
You know, I used to punt cake in college. Smirnoff Ice. Life's better with surprises.
The Cubs expected to be producing more offense from their lineup. They have seen Cody Bellinger jump back in the lineup after last year's great breakout performance. He's got 9 home runs. Suzuki, the hard hit rate leader, and they will face the right-hander Andre Palante, and his splits are really front and center for both managers today.
They are. I mean, speaking of outlier pitch, he's coming out today with 75% fastballs on average, but his fastball to lefties, it's just different. It usually has a little cut to it, like almost like a slider. And it just does something different every time, but he chews these lefties up, and both managers reference that in our meetings before the game.
Well, there's such stark splits, right? You look at it and like, man, how can that even be in terms of reverse splits? But we're talking like a 250 OPS against left-handers and then double that for right-handers.
Yes, and Togman taking that pitch that he just took right there is going to be the key for the Cubs today, especially their lefties.
That's that ball you're talking about with a little bit of cut coming inside of the left-hander, right? So here are those splits that you're talking about here. Lefties and righties. Rarely do you see something this stark.
I don't know if I've ever seen that from a right-hander. I mean, it's crazy from a right-hander to see a split like that, but it's actually surprising that Counsell didn't combat that with more righties today.
This to first base, and it's Goldschmidt handling out number 1. So, the question is, what can he do to help balance that out and take care of righties? Like, what weapon can he use?
Well, he's really worked on it, actually, and he's throwing a sinker now 22% of the time. That would have probably been like 2% of the time in the years prior, but he's really worked on that. They sent him down earlier this season, and he went down and exclusively worked on that sinker, trying to get that so he could combat those right-handers more.
Here is one of them, Christopher Morel, who takes a called strike from Paul Clemens, the plate umpire today. This is one of those when you were growing up watching baseball on television. This is the type of day that made you say, oh, I should go to Wrigley Field and see a ball game. It is a spectacular day. Great crowd as he tries inside to Morel, 1-1.
There's that sinker, and you're right about the weather. This place is amazing at this time of year. It's about to get hot, though, and that means that wind is going to start pushing out more often over the fence.
Oh, you love that as a pitcher.
No.
There had to have been days that you came here and you're like, I'm going to give up 5 runs. It's just going to happen.
Well, you never think that, but I always try to think when the elements were not in your favor that the other pitcher didn't want to use them more than you. So like when we went to Colorado, if you could get in your mind that, you know what, the other side's got to pitch here too.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to pitch here, then I feel like you have an edge. And so I think that's something a pitcher could use when they come into the park here when the wind's blowing out. But when the wind's blowing in, you use it for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Greg Maddux was a master at that. There's that sinker that we talked about right there. That's actually a four-seamer, but the time before is a sinker. Even his four-seamer is going to sink sometimes.
Yeah, just get it inside.
It's going to cut a lot, but every now and then it's going to sink when it shouldn't. It's going to have cut, spin, and sink. That's what makes it hard to time up.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because Imanaga is like the poster boy for having spin that's useful, right? His spin efficiency is top 1% in Major League Baseball. So when you have that accidental cut, sometimes it puts you in different spots than you want to be, right?
Yeah, sometimes it works out real nice, and sometimes it doesn't.
Right. 3-2, Palante. And Morel grounds it foul. Palante, a heavy ground ball pitcher, over 50% ground ball out, so he's obviously going to hunt those today.
His fastball, all right, here's the thing about Palante. His fastball metrically is a weird pitch. It's hard to time up. It's hard to square up for lefties especially. But he almost leads the league the last couple years in hard hit balls, and he's doing it again this year.
3-2. On the ground, a shortstop. Mason Wynn has a rocket for an arm. He's got out number 2, back-to-back ground balls to open the ball game. And here is the defense for the St. Louis Cardinals. You see Donovan in left has a Gold Glove to his name. Arenado and Goldschmidt on the infield with 14 combined. Pages once again has the plate. They also have Michael Ciani on the bench, who is an outstanding center fielder who comes in as a defensive replacement for Ollie Marmol when he's not starting, as Bellinger takes a called strike.
Right there, that last one, 109.2 off the bat. Nose on the ground, but right-handed hitter.
Yep.
You don't see that from the lefties against him hardly ever.
I mean, it is hard to fathom splits that wide. I know we talked about it a bunch this first inning, but a difference in slugging like that, just, it is so rare. But again, if your team is not built for that. That ball's in the air, left field side. Donovan on the move, and he's going to watch it fly foul. You know, if Craig Counsell doesn't really feel like he's got the right-handed muscle to do it, that's his decision.
It is. We talked about it before the game. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
If I'm him, I'm loading that team up with right-handers. I'm starting 9 of them against him. You know, and then if you got to switch in a couple lefties in the 4th, you're probably up 4 or 5-0 already.
I wonder, you know, I've heard lefties talk about it. We're like, they don't like when there's 1 or 2 lefties mixed in, right? The 9 straight right-handers for a lefty sometimes will mess with your mind. Where were you on that?
Yeah, I try not to think about it, but it is. I had one game, I think in the last 2 years, that was like that. You know, it does mess with you.
Wave and a miss, strike 3. A 1-2-3 inning for Palante. We go to the second.
That salt could have ended up in a half-empty box in a half-empty pantry. But now, it's lucky enough to find itself circling a crisp, refreshing dressed Dos Equis. Congratulations, Salt.
At Domino's, we know there's a lot of pressure to tip these days.
Great set, bro. Now take a look at this screen real quick.
Which is why we want to say,
thanks for the tip.
By tipping you back. Tip your driver $3 or more online and we'll tip you $3 to use on next week's order.
Sunday on Fox. It's the inaugural United Football League Championship.
Kick it off, baby. Let's rock.
The Birmingham Stallions look to lock up their 3rd consecutive title in a showdown against the San Antonio Broncos. The 2024 UFL Championship, Sunday at 5 Eastern on Fox.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Lululemon Pace Breaker Shorts. Get into it. When you're free to test your limits, you can push yourself to new heights.
Baseball goes beyond the field.
Together.
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 Back to Wrigley Field, and Shota Imanaga threw 12 pitches in the first inning. 5 splitters, 2 curveballs, just 5 fastballs so far, Wayno.
Yeah, and I think we see him, you know, I expected him to come out heavy fastball, and probably the Cardinals did too, and that's how he's combating it. It's a chess match.
Yeah.
That's what I love about this game. And do you see where he just used that fastball right there? Up just at the very, very top where it looks so tasty, and his fastball plays so great up there.
Well, that one tagged into right field and down for a base hit. Nolan Arenado, the first base runner of the ball game. But back to the first inning, and you see the effectiveness of this splitter. A couple of strikeouts off of that splitter in the first.
Yeah, and it's different because it starts kind of in the same tunnel as his fastball, but this one always ends up down. He controls that split very, very well at the bottom of the zone and just below. And then the fastball just stays on plane and rises above the bat. It doesn't rise, but it just doesn't sink like the most fastballs do. And those things just contrast each other so well.
We hear a lot about tunneling nowadays. If you were going to try and teach a viewer to learn what pitches tunnel best off of each other, what would they look for as they're watching a game?
Well, the first thing that's important is consistent mechanics.
Sky high pop up right side of the infield. Nico Horner fading left, as you said about the wind, and there's out number 1. You were saying?
What was I saying? What were we talking about?
Tunneling.
Yeah.
Mechanically.
Mechanically, if you are consistent in your mechanics every single pitch, you're going to have a better chance to throw those balls that come out of the same slot. They come out of the exact same spot, and as they leave your hand, a fastball, a slider, a fastball split, a fastball changeup, the straight balls, those are going to be the ones that are tunneling the most. When you get a lot of chase breaking balls, it's because it doesn't pop out of a pitcher's hand right away. And a lot of times for a guy who throws a big curveball or throws a big curveball, or he throws this big sweeper, Shota throws this big sweeper, he's very, very consistent in his mechanics. And so it's all going to be coming out of one little tiny spot.
In the air, left center field, and playable for Crow Armstrong for out number 2. And again, a couple of quick outs for Imanaga. But you were a guy who, I mean, your Twitter X handle involves your curveball. So, like, you obviously had success tunneling off of a breaking ball and off of your fastball.
Well, I think about a guy like Clayton Kershaw, who his curveball is such an outlier from anything else he throws. He's throwing hard fastball, hard slider off of it. And then he throws that curveball that, you know, it comes out of the hand totally different, and it just freezes the hitter. You know, that can work in your favor also.
2 down for Carlson, who swings at the first pitch and pops it up. It's going to end up in the seats. Did you enjoy when teams were aggressive against you, I wonder?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Well, I think as I was growing up in the minor leagues and not understanding how the game worked, you know, when you have a team that you're facing that is coming out swinging aggressive, if you go out there and you locate and you're consistently putting the ball where you want to, you get quick outs. And if you're not, the bullpen's going to be out real soon.
Right. It's going to go fast either way.
Quick outs are the name of the game for starting pitchers. We love quick outs. Shouldn't say we. I'm done playing. These guys love quick outs. And you know, if a hitter wants to give you one, you'll take it.
Foul back. He goes with the splitter there. 2 fastballs and a splitter, 1 and 2 for Carlson.
This is an interesting matchup right here because Dylan Carlson right-handed is a very good down ball hitter. Doesn't love the ball up. Shota's probably going to come now. He's got 2 strikes on him. He's probably going to bring that fastball up in the zone, see if he can't get it by him.
He showed him 2 high fastballs to start the sequence, then the splitter. He did, and he missed up.
Yeah, I mean, these scouting reports, each side knows what each other's going to do, right? I mean, Dylan knows how he's probably going to come at him, but the thing about hitting and pitching is Dylan has weaknesses and Shota has weaknesses. Right. Shota's not throwing the fastball down and Dylan's not hitting the fastball up, so it could be an interesting matchup today.
On 2-2. Line to third. Christopher Morel snaps it up. Arenado stranded.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things. Like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Yeah, she knows. And some people don't. Like, come on. Yikes. No. You know there's a better way. Save time and money by bundling your home and auto with Allstate. You're in good hands with Allstate.
I always knew I wanted to pursue a career in music. And throughout that path, I've eaten Taco Bell. It allows me to free up money and time to do what I love to do.
To help save for our home, we stopped going on trips and giving each other expensive gifts. We handmade them instead. That one took me 3 weeks. Getting pre-qualified for a home loan is easier. Only took like 3 minutes. It's you.
It's me.
America is ready.
And so are we. Democracy 24. Your freedom. Your vote.
This is Rickwood, the oldest ballpark in the country, host to Hall of Famers and home to the Negro Leagues. And now, the Giants take on the Cardinals in a celebration over a century in the making. MLB at Rickwood Field, only on Fox.
What are we, halfway to Christmas right now? Santa's here?
Yep.
At the ballpark? I mean, even Santa loves this rivalry.
I've heard of Christmas in July. Never June.
We're a month early. It's Christmas in July Eve. If months could be eves. There's a strike.
Did you see Suzuki's reaction to that pitch? He looked up because you see the shape of it. It's like a slider. He looked up. He's like, what in the world is that?
And that one just broke his heart. 0-2.
So you see the first pitch four-seamer with a little cut, kind of weird backup thing, and then the next one, the little sinker. That this is the pitch he's been working on so hard. That's going to be key for him.
Suzuki takes there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One, 2. Outside and low. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the 29-year-old Suzuki, who leads the team in hard hit rate. Over 50% of his balls he puts in play are well struck. Into left center field, a base hit. Suzuki is 5 for 6 in stolen bases this season. That puts him about 900 away from Lou Brock in his career. This day, a long time ago, Lou Brock was traded by the Cubs to the Cardinals for Ernie Broglio, among others, Doug Clemens, Bobby Shantz. And all Lou Brock did was become the all-time stolen base leader for a long while until Ricky Henderson did what he did. But, man, Lou Brock, if people watching haven't seen Lou Brock and you just saw a little bit of a glimpse, go watch on YouTube if you can find Lou Brock stuff. What a base stealer, man.
Great base stealer, great hitter, great defender, and even more, great human being. I just absolutely adored Lou Brock. The very first person I ever met as a Cardinal was Lou Brock.
Is that right?
It is.
Where did you meet him? Well, this first into left field. That's a base hit. Ian Happ singles to left. Suzuki to second. Nobody out.
Base hit to left. This is the key to hit it off Palante if you're a left-hander. Don't try to pull these balls. Stay inside and drive. You see how diligent he is keeping his hands inside the ball right there. He sees that shortstop pulled up the middle, and he just didn't try to do too much. He just stayed inside, shot the ball to left. That's going to be key for both sides of the plate to hit the ball off Palante. You're going to have to keep your hands inside the ball.
He did that time, certainly. 2 on, nobody out. Nico Horner, great contact guy, takes a strike. Where did you meet Lou Brock first?
The very first day, because I was traded there in 2004 before the 04 season. Very first day of Cardinals camp, I walked into Cardinals camp, and the very first person that ever tapped me on the shoulder was Lou Brock, just when I was putting my bag down.
That's a pretty special deal.
Just an absolute gentleman. And my dog is named Louie.
Oh, wow.
And we call him Sweet Lou. And I know there's another Sweet Lou up in your neck of the woods where you're working in Detroit now, but you know, Lou Brock was also Sweet Lou, and he was one of the wonderful men in the world.
No balls and 2 strikes for Horner. 2 on, nobody out for the Cubs. Strike 3 called, inside corner, well planted fastball gets him a big strikeout.
And it's one of those sinkers again, and this is just something you see Nico's reaction. He's just not expecting it. Palante throws the fastball cutter thing away. He throws the slider. He throws the curveball. The sinker now is going to get hitters not all the time knowing that they can lean out over the plate. So that's going to be absolutely huge. I keep hitting it, but it's going to be very important on these right-handers to get that ball in on them.
And he hasn't thrown a ton of them yet, but the ones he's thrown have been really good so far.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I used to see him throw them before, but they were always a foot off the plate inside. You know, and those don't have any effect. If a hitter doesn't have to honor the inside part of the plate, he doesn't have to think about it.
That's a strike stuffed in on the inside corner. There's one of those sinkers growing to 97, and Swanson didn't like it.
Well, look at their reaction. Dansby Swanson and Nico Horner are both middle-end fastball hitters. They love that pitch. And Swanson, one of the all-time, or I don't know all-time, but a great fastball hitter, one of the best fastball hitters in today's game for sure. And you see his reaction because he's got his eyes out over the plate and not inside.
You know, it's amazing how many pitchers talk about how important not throwing uncompetitive pitches. is. Like just making batters think about every pitch. 1-2. Loop toward right center field, falling quickly, but Carlson charges in to make the play for out number 2. Nice play from Dylan Carlson.
And I would say it's especially true of Palante. He's got to make pitches look good coming out of his hand to swing at. You know, he throws those pitches sometimes in his past where a hitter can't offer at him, and that's just driving the pitch count up. That's getting into deep counts. If he can make his strikes look like balls and his balls look like strikes, the old Greg Maddux saying, that he's going to have a very good time today. But if he throws those balls, if he stays in bad counts, because Ollie talked about it before game, he can't let them wait him out. He's got to attack them.
Pete Crow Armstrong just did. He is the first Cub to swing at the first pitch today. So you talk about waiting him out. There have been a couple quick outs, but not on the first pitch. He's already got 7 called strikes this inning, which is a very nice number.
If you throw 75% fastballs, they better be placed really well, or they better do different things. And his four seam and sinker are just, they do totally opposite things. You see the 2 swings so far from Crow Armstrong. The report coming in, would they know the report coming in on Crow Armstrong? He loves to get extended, doesn't like the ball in on him. And you see the first 2 reactions of those first 2 pitches.
Wave and a miss, strike 3. So 2 on, nobody out becomes a scoreless second inning. There's a Lou Brock fan.
Ready for the road trip. Everyone comfortable?
Yep, there's plenty of space. I've even got an extra seat.
Wait, no.
Extra seat,
Let's just wait them out.
The Volkswagen Atlas, with 3 rows and seating for 7, everyone wants a ride.
Okay, get in.
And see Despicable Me 4 in theaters July 3rd, rated PG.
Some of the most brilliant minds in business. No, not you. Or you. You auto-track business income and expenses with QuickBooks. And you pay all your employees easily and accurately. And you have a business bank account with market-leading APY. Get the full picture of your business on one platform, now with expert help when you need it. That's how you business differently.
Welcome to Jiffy Lube. How can we call more for you today?
Whatever's quick. Please, we got a date with the zoo.
No worries. You'll be in and out with a colorful, quick, quality oil change.
My windows are kind of a mess.
We got you.
Need a car and courtesy vacuum?
You're gonna need a bigger vacuum. Car more. Now I get it. Mommy could use a little self-car.
Jiffy Lube. Car more.
In 10 years, Lisa Schneider will have an amazing second act, thanks to career reskilling courses from AARP to help make sure her income lives as long as she does. The younger you are, the more you need AARP.
I'm moving to the country. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. And if I had my little way, I'd eat peaches every day. Nature's candy in my hand or can.
No score, 3rd inning from Wrigley Field, and Brendan Donovan takes ball 1. He has reached in all 16 games he's played here at Wrigley Field. The Cardinal who did that the most consecutive games was Todd Zeile, 19 straight times. And funny enough, Todd Zeil's name came up in our conversation with Craig Counsell. We were talking about guys who were very selective on first pitches, and he was talking about Todd Zeile as being one of those guys who would just kind of let one go by. He's a great hitter no matter what, even though some people would say, like, the first pitch might be the best pitch you see in a sequence.
I had Todd Zeile's Future Stars card growing up. That was one of my favorite cards. It's such a cool looking card.
He's a great player.
You know what? I want to point out one thing real quick. We're 2-0 right there. One of the reasons Imanaga is so great. Gets into a bad count, 2-0, and then if you look at the location of pitch 3, it's in a hitter's count. Hitter wants to swing. Can't. It's perfectly located down and away. It's a pitch that umpire can't call a strike, but that's not what a hitter's looking to hit in a 2-0 count. And that's what he does so well. And then did it again on 3-1.
The trust he has in his fastball as well, right? That he knows he can spot it where he wants to in that count. 3-2, and he gets a swing and miss. Strike 3. He goes to the splitter, and that was lethal.
Wonder how many lefties are throwing splits. But how many lefties are throwing splits to lefties? It's just not something you see. And it's tunneling perfectly off of those 2 fastballs before that, just what we were talking about earlier. It's coming out of the same spot. It looks like it's going to be the exact same fastball, and then just drops off the table.
Yeah, the third pitch that you talked about, the called strike, is basically the setup for that. Fly ball center field. Crow Armstrong fading back to the warning track to make the catch on Pages, who nearly had his 2nd home run a day after his first.
Big hero yesterday for the Cardinals.
What did he say to you about that home run? I saw you talking to him briefly in the clubhouse.
I did. I just said, you hit home runs now? You know, because he's known to be a very good manager of the game, handles the pitching staff really well, good framer of the ball, but he's never been really known for his bat. But yesterday came up big for the Cardinals side.
First pitch, strike, fastball, top of the zone, 0-1 on Mason Wynn. All right, time for our Indeed player resume. It is on Mason Wynn. It comes with music, in fact. This is Major League rookie ranks for Michael Busch of the Cubs, top 3 in average and tops in so many other categories. Mason Wynn officially listed as a rookie again, even though he played some games last year at age 21 for the Cardinals. This is not a great base stealing team. They're 25th in baseball, but he is one of the guys that can create that dimension for them.
He is, and both those rookies are doing outstanding jobs of getting on base for those big guys behind them. You know, it's up to them to drive them in, but they're doing their job getting on there.
See the hit streak that rivals Super Joe's from back in the day. Love getting Super Joe on the screen. Little Macland. Two and 2 from Imanaga to Win. Just outside. He went with the breaking ball. 3-2. Is that a splitter?
Splitter, yeah, that's splitter. Now that was the exact one he got Mason on the first time, but he just started it out there where he swung at it. He started it where he swung at it instead of starting it on the plate and working off.
3-2 takes him down. Yep, that's the one you're talking about.
That's the one.
When you're traveling with 3 kids and pretty much everything they own,
hi guys, welcome.
It matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Right now, you can get a free footlong at Subway. Just buy any footlong in the app and get 1 free. Just scan the QR code and enter promo code FLBOGO. It only works from the other side of the screen, buddy.
You still got a landline in your house.
Order now on the Subway app.
Love is all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for 2. Hit it! Here comes the hot sniper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still love it like that.
Lululemon Pace Breaker Shorts. Get into it. When you're free to test your limits, you can push yourself to new heights.
Ollie Marmol, season number 3 as a manager of the Cardinals, and he's trying to get the Cardinals to above 500 today. They would be just the 6th National League team over 500. There's this whole glut of teams in the National League looking for a wild card spot, but credit Ollie for staying the course. It was obviously you were part of it. A difficult year last year. That ball's bashed to right center field, and that is down for a hit. Carlson cuts it off well, but another righty hits a ball hard. It's Yan Gomes.
And hits it to the opposite side like we talked about. Staying inside the ball.
But your thoughts on Ollie Marmol as a manager and how he's grown into the job?
Okay, so as a manager, I liken it to the same thing as a player. You're not always going to have great results. All you can do is make great decisions, right? You can have reasons for them, but you can't always fault the decision.
Yeah.
It's not his job to go out and perform. He's making the right decisions, making the right calls. And sometimes you don't have the right personnel, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
But, you know, as a player, you can have a great approach, and you can do everything right, but hit a line drive right to someone. You have to have a great preparation.
On the ground to shortstop. Wynn wants to take it to the bag himself. He does, and he's got a double play. Mason Wynn, a beautiful decision with all the momentum to turn 2.
Against a lefty.
Yep. I mean, it's amazing how this plays out.
Yep. Yep.
Mason Wynn's got an arm, by the way.
He's been clocked at 100 miles an hour off the mound. But, you know, any manager, you go through the right process. And that's all you can do. You go through the right process. If you're prepared and you have a great plan, then that's all you can do. It's up to the players after that.
Craig Counsell is kind of living the same thing right now. This Cubs bullpen hasn't been exactly what they had hoped at points. They've had some injuries they've dealt with as well. But, you know, you got a great performance from Kyle Hendricks yesterday, almost unexpectedly out of the bullpen. That ball's drifting down the right field line, and the wind won't be enough. You know, the Cardinals opened this year and people were like, okay, is it going to be the same, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They're 15-24. You know how baseball is. Suddenly, on a dime, things can change.
Well, there's been a lot of injuries over there. On both sides of these teams, there's been a lot of injuries. And if you don't have all your guys going, it's hard to get into a groove. They got healthy. They got into a better part of the schedule. They had a very, very tough schedule to start it.
Yep.
And they've got into a better part of the schedule now, and they're playing better ball with more of their players out there.
Same for the Cubs in that bullpen. Adbert Alzolay, obviously, there's a swing and
that sinker
did go.
But, you know, as a manager, what you can't do is you can't panic.
Yeah.
The players cannot feel the panic. Definitely went there. Players can't feel the panic, and Craig Counsell and Ollie Marmol are both great at that. They always look cool and calm under pressure.
Rolled to third. Arenado at the line across the diamond for Goldschmidt. That's a 9-pitch inning for Palante.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Unique style, cutting-edge innovation, and thoughtful details inspired by you. This is the all-electric RZ. This is Lexus. Electrified.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Go biggie and get all this with the JBC for just $5.
To 50 years with my best friend.
Quick, the Quicker Picker-Upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond by manufacturing prosthetic leg belts that allow for greater flexibility of movement. Michelin, motion for life.
Looking for the perfect grill? Find yours at Ace, where the perfect grill comes with free assembly and delivery. Find a Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, or Blackstone, and get the one that's right for you. Only at your local Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Red Bull gives you wings.
How are you with snakes? You okay with them?
I actually like snakes.
You do? What about cup snakes?
I love cup snakes.
You do? You ever been a part of one?
Can't say that I've ever been a part of a cup snake. I've seen a lot of cup snakes, especially here. There's been some legendary ones through the years.
What do you think the process is like to become a cup snake charmer?
Well, I do know, just in how I think about things, like if I was at the Masters, say, and they had those Masters cooled cups, like giveaway cups or whatever, I wouldn't want to be a part of the cup. I wouldn't want to keep that cup.
Right, right, that's right.
Are these keeping cups, or are these look like regular plastic cups, though?
Those are just your normal drinking
Yeah, I'd be
cups.
a part of that.
In the air, right field side. Suzuki going back, and it's over his head off the wall. Alec Burleson has a leadoff double for the Cardinals here in the fourth.
And we've talked about Mason Wynn, but one of the other big stories for the Cardinals this year, Alec Burleson. And when those big guys in the order were not stepping up, Arenado and Goldie, Burley was one of the ones that did step up. Burleson stepped up, and right here you see you get a split that kind of stayed up a little bit too much, left on left split, but stayed up so where he could get to that ball, and he drives it over the head of the right fielder into the wind.
It's a very small sample size for him, but that was off a splitter, which they classify on Baseball Savant as an off-speed pitch. Alec Burleson is 12 for 31 with 8 extra base hits against off-speed pitches this year. He's slugging over 800 against off-speed pitches. That's ridiculous.
That is. That's really ridiculous. Shota must have forgot.
I was going to say, the takeaway for me for that would be don't throw him one. But left on left, obviously different. Flip foul 0-2.
It happens every now and then where you get into a sequence or a situation where you go, I know that he's good at it, but I feel like this is the perfect time and I've got it set up just right, and you throw it and it just gets whacked and you're like, all right. Yeah, because here again, hitters have holes. Yeah. And they have their favorites, and if you throw their favorites, whether it's set up or not, sometimes it still gets hit.
But I'm going to ask you after a pitch here, as this is grounded left side, it will allow Burleson to get to third, and Goldschmidt is out. How often, truly, like what percentage of the time did it work out for you that you said to yourself before a pitch, I know he's good at it, but I'm going to anyway?
Well, it works out sometimes, and then you feel like the smartest guy in the room, and you look over at the pitching coach and you go, see, I told you I could do it, you know, whatever. But a lot of the times you end up going, I know. Good base running right there for Burleson to move up on the ground ball. Good job by Goldschmidt getting the runner over.
First pitch, high fastball, ball 1 to Arenado with the infield in.
And you see the reaction of Nolan right there. It's 91, but as it hits the mitt, you can see he's kind of surprised by it. He plays up, especially when it's up in the zone like that.
Golf to the air, right center field. They run into each other, and eventually it's caught. Crow Armstrong and Suzuki collide. The Cardinals are on the board, but either miscommunication or a lack thereof. And thankfully, it looks like both of them are okay. It is 1-0.
Well, I think if you're Suzuki, you probably got to lay out here. Crow Armstrong has one of the best arms in all of baseball, but I don't see him calling it. You know, and even if you know and he knows that you got a great arm out there, you still got to let him know big time with a heavy call for him so he can stay clear of you. He's not calling it. See, he didn't know. It's not Suzuki's fault. He's got to go until he hears it.
So I guess I would ask, and I know you were a pitcher more than anything, but what leads somebody to not call for the ball? Is it just focus out there? Like what?
Well, like you said, there's outfielders cringing right now that I'm going to comment on this.
I know it's above your pay grade. I get it.
But it's not. It's not above my pay grade. I know something. Here's the thing. Center field takes priority there, especially him being a left-hander going towards right field right there. He's got a great arm. He's moving towards, but that is more into center field. Yeah. But he's still got he takes priority in calling all those balls also. He's got to let the outfielders know. You'll see a lot of times when a center fielder shifts, he'll shift a little bit right, a little bit left. He'll let the left fielder or the right fielder know. He'll look over and go, tss, tss, tss. But he's letting him know that those guys need to come with him when he moves. And so the center fielder is always staying in constant contact with the right and left fielder. He's just forgot right there, probably just got caught up in the moment of wanting to throw the ball home before he had it, probably.
And part of that, I would imagine, comes with having a good arm. Like everything is locked in on that throw to try to cut down the runner. Close pitch.
I need that pitch.
You do?
Yep. Good pitch. Good execution. All right, so what's he do? He comes through this. That was the sweeper, right?
Sweeper.
I think he comes back with the split underneath.
He's thrown him a couple breaking balls so far. It was high fastball. He really is a two-pitch pitcher, right? Like 9 out of 10 pitches are fastball splitter, but when he mixes in those breaking balls, it at least draws attention from the hitter. 3 balls, 2 strikes. He threw the sweeper again.
I love that reaction. You didn't want to swing? Well, you know, Gorman's very aggressive up there. He's going to swing. He's going to get his best swing off all the time, too. So there's a lot of swing and miss involved there.
High in the air, right field side. Suzuki is underneath and fading to make the catch. Cardinals score first on the Arenado sac fly.
Hey, man. You like Dr. Pepper?
And its unique blend of 23 flavors.
It's a pepper thing. Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With all the money I saved, I thought I'd buy stilts. Being so tall definitely has its advantages.
Whoa.
Here you go, kiddo.
Thanks. Hi, honey. Ready to go?
Yep. There it is. There it is. There we go. I guess it also has some disadvantages.
Yes, it does.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Kia, movement that inspires.
What a lovely place.
Oh, the kids weren't joking. This place is something else. Straight from the history books it is. Now to find that fudge we heard so much about.
Well, that didn't take long.
You can thank Junior for that.
Just about anything belongs on a burger, as long as it has Sargento 100% real natural cheese. Unlike pasteurized processed cheese food, which is only required to contain 51% cheese. That's why all these people only use this.
Sargento, we're real cheese people.
Cubs are trailing 1-0, bottom of the 4th inning, and Cody Bellinger leads it off, followed by Suzuki and Happ for the Cubs. That's twisted foul, strike 1. And this Cubs team, as we told you, kind of going the opposite direction as the Cardinals. But you know, you lose an Alzolay, you lose a Merriweather in the bullpen, you lose Jordan Wicks yesterday. They've had multiple injuries in the starting rotation, and they're kind of piecing it together as of June. We're a month away from the All-Star break, but everybody's still in this thing in the wild card race in the National League, basically.
Man, I think that wild card is wide open. Whoever's most aggressive at the trade deadline is going to have a great chance to come in strong in that wild card race. That's a base hit for Bellinger.
So let's go back to the Pete Crow Armstrong at bat. 2-on, 2-out, Wayno.
Okay, yeah. Earlier, watch how he drives it inside. Crow Armstrong likes to swing in there, doesn't like it inside. Moves him back twice in a row with that heavy four-seam cutter. But then what that does gets the hitters on the heel. They're thinking inside. Then it leaves the outside part of the plate wide open. And that's the key to pitching. If you ever hear me calling a game, I'm almost always going to talk sequencing. I love sequencing. I think it's one of my favorite parts of pitching, and he did it great right there.
So I've had people tell me that they believe hitters only remember the very last pitch. Like that's the one that's kind of the flashbulb in their mind. Do you feel like the whole sequence is in their mind, or are you setting it up 2 by 2?
Well, I definitely don't think it's the same for every hitter. I think every hitter has different memory of what went on and different reaction time to get off of that. You know, there's the best hitters in the world. You can't as easily set up as the ones who aren't the best. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But if a hitter has a glaring weakness and you exploit it, they have to start thinking about it.
It's very much like poker, right? Like you're reading the other guy, you're reading what their bet strategy is and what they're good at and what they tell you based on their reactions.
That's right. Yeah, and let's say a hitter is very good at hitting a fastball inside. If you throw it in off the plate and get them swinging where they love it, then that's all they can think about, you know, and then you can go away from it.
A little bit low, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Goodness gracious. So this strike zone's shrinking a little bit. The Shota threw a perfect strike, and now Palante throws a perfect strike.
Yeah, that is not low. That is a strike. That's one of those where if you have the challenge system, it goes to that look we just had in StatCast Stadium, and then immediately it gets challenged and overturned. It takes like 5 seconds to minors.
And listen, that, you know, all this talk about speeding up the game and this and that. I mean, if we went back and called a bigger strike zone, that's the best way to speed up the game.
That's right.
I know I'm a pitching, you know, talking from a pitching perspective, but that's a great way to do it. Hitters are cringing right now, but it's okay.
It's hard enough to hit in Major League Baseball right now is the one thing I would say to you.
No, I know. I know.
No, you guys have gotten your fair share of things.
It's hard to hit. It's hard to pitch to those great hitters too. Those guys are the best in the world.
I don't know that anybody feels bad for the pitchers though, because you guys are in control at the outside. They
shrank the mound for the hitters and all. They got the juice balls.
Oh, poor guy.
Moved the fences in. I mean, what else did they want?
What, you want like the Polo Grounds where it was like 460 to center field?
I mean, is that too much to ask?
Is that? You feel like every game's in that Cooperstown Stadium. It's like 280 to left.
Would you argue though that one of the biggest reasons for speeding up the game and shrinking the strike zone though is to increase the offense? You wouldn't argue with that.
I think the biggest reason would be attention spans.
Attention span, but also, you know, you're seeing more balls in play sooner. You're seeing a lot more offense, runs scored per game. That's just a true fact, you know, and I get it.
Runner goes from first, and this is through because Wynn had to cover. Bellinger in motion keeps the Cubs out of a double play.
It's interesting they covered with the shortstop right there, Jason. I thought usually, you know, with a pull hitter like that, you're going to bring over the second baseman, but they didn't. That's an interesting call, bringing over Wynn to cover second on the stolen base. Perfectly executed.
Had they done it the other way, it's an easy 2. Instead, it's 2 on, nobody out.
It's hard to understand that one. They must have a reason for it.
So Ian Happ now. First pitch, a rocket toward the Cardinal dugout. Got to be alert for changing road conditions over there as the bullpen is up and going already.
You're going to see Ollie be a lot more aggressive getting his bullpen in the game with some of his starters than he probably likes to, but there's splits that they're trying to avoid here third time through with Palante probably.
He's ahead here 0-2. We saw the Cardinal bullpen. Chris Roycroft, who is a Chicago native from western suburban Villa Park, with quite a few friends and family here today.
It sounded like you pronounced Chicago perfect there for the accent.
Hey, sorry, Chicago. Chicago. A ball called, 1-2.
I just know with 57 pitches through, I would not want that bullpen being up with the zeros, a zero run across for me.
Can only imagine what you would have said to Ollie had that were been you. 1-2. Oh boy, close pitch inside. 2-2 for Happ. Nice take by Ian Happ.
Great take. If he starts this just a little bit more on the play, you can see it. He's not expecting. He knows that Pallante doesn't really throw that front door sinker. He's going to work it on the other side of the plate. So if it starts in, it's just going to come more in. They're going to take that. That's probably in their approach going into the game.
He got him on 2-2. It was the breaking ball for his 4th strikeout of the ball game.
But the fastball before that's just off the plate in sets up the backdoor breaking ball. He set those eyes in there, get him leaning back a little bit, spinning open, and then all of a sudden he paints that backdoor breaking ball. Perfectly executed.
That's it for Pallante. Well, this Cardinal bullpen, which has been taxed in the past couple of days, activated early.
We talking about cash backing. Not a game. Not a game.
We talking about cash back.
We talking about cash backing.
We're not talking about practice?
No. We talking about cash backing.
We talking about cash back. We talking about cash back.
Not a game.
We've been talking about practice for too long. Word.
No practice. We talking about cash backing.
We talking about cash back.
We not talking about a game. Cash back like a pro with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
If you feel like things don't add up right now, you're not alone. So we've lowered the price on hundreds of your favorite products. Because when the cost of living goes up, we find new ways to go low. It's why we're here. That's a promise, not a promo.
The future is threatened by enemies often unpredictable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Who just picked up Buffalo Wild Wings Go? The Hankster!
Hank!
What?
Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go.
Yeah, Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go. Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go?
Jimmy already got B-Dubs.
Okay, Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go delivered, but did he get 6 free wings?
Yep.
No! This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Here's Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah, my bottom's been saved.
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Sunday on Fox, it's the inaugural UFL Championship as the Birmingham Stallions take on the San Antonio Brahmas. Touchdown! In a history-defining showdown, the 2024 UFL Championship, Sunday at 5 Eastern on Fox.
Every Saturday, your game is on Fox.
Because if baseball is as American as apple pie, Monster Shot! Then Fox Saturday Baseball is one heck of a slice. Goodbye! Come on, it's Saturday.
Okay, so Ollie Marmol goes to the bullpen with runners at the corners and 1 out in the 4th inning with a pretty well-used bullpen, Waino. Chris Roycroft. And that one stabbed down first base side to get the run home and then some. Roycroft couldn't handle it, and the Cubs have tied the game. Nico Horner, nifty bat work to even the score at 1.
Well, I can understand the situation. You're bringing in Rycroft, who throws one of the best sinkers that I've seen in the big leagues. It is really, really nasty to do just this, right? To get the ball on the ground and get bad contact. And you got Horner and Swanson coming up who are going to take better looks at Pallante, but Pallante was cruising in on a strikeout. One of those situations where you just have to trust that your bullpen can come through, even though they're a little bit light down there today.
Yeah, this is a bullpen that has been heavily used. Runner goes from first, and this one's tapped out in front of the plate again, this time by Swanson, and they do get the out this time. But little dribblers, croquet mallet shots from the Cubs, and it's 2-1. Wow.
Couple of crushed balls there.
Just seeds.
But you see the sinker, right? You see what the action on this pitch is. It's hard to center up, but great catch by Goldschmidt at first there, too. That is not an easy play with the runner bearing down on you. He probably lost sight of that ball even and just made a great play. But, man, 2 balls at exit velocity got to be combined 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, the school zone exit velocity.
Sheesh. But that's, you know what? That's baseball. That's all about manufacturing. And the Cubs, when they're at their best, especially there with Nico and Dansby, those guys are winning players, and they know how to get those runs across.
We know that when you hit home runs, you're likely going to win the game, right? You hit 3 home runs, you're probably going to win. The numbers are very much in your favor, but it's getting harder and harder to hit home runs in Major League Baseball, which then leads to innings like this being more and more important in the game of baseball. Question is, will teams pay for it as the runner goes from second base, throw down to third, not in time. Horner got a great jump against Roycroft, and he steals third, his 10th bag of the year.
Caught him napping out there. And here's the thing about pitching. Pitching is not just throwing the ball home. It's not just executing pitches, which is so important. Pitching is controlling the running game. It's fielding your position. In this inning, we've seen not fielding your position and not controlling the running game.
This is going to be a challenge, which is being met by Chicago kindness. Raining down from Wrigley Field. It was a close play. It was Scott Berry with the call over at third. It did look like the ball beat him. We'll see on the slide here whether or not
it's a perfect throw.
Ooh,
he might be out. That's what's the oven mitt doing behind the glove. That's the key, though. I'm surprised they allow those things, actually,
because they extend the hand.
I don't think they're going to overturn that.
That's the key, right? The call on the field is safe, so you need indisputable video evidence to overturn it. Is there that? I don't know. And they can combine the look from behind with that look from in front, which they'll have in New York. So we'll see.
Yeah,
I'm with you though. I don't think there's enough there.
Well, think about the things that had to happen for him to steal this base. Let's say he's called safe. I don't think they're going to overturn that, Jason. I just don't. But to steal third base, you've got to get a great jump. You've got to get a good secondary and then a great jump, because it's such a short throw, especially if it's going to be a perfect throw like that. It's got to be, you've had to do everything right. They're not overturning that. You think they're overturning that?
I don't think so. I think you're right. I think this is going to stay.
Stolen bases now, I mean, you see stolen bases the last 2 years have been up. They're a little bit down this year from last year, but they're up.
Yeah, stands.
Yeah, that's the right call.
Not confirmed, but stands. Not enough evidence.
Pitchers, not throwers, pitchers need to take pride in controlling the running game.
It's just one look, right? Or 2 looks.
Well, it can't just be 1 look, and it can't just be 2 looks. It's got to be different every time, so the runner can't time you.
Oh yeah, it can't be 0 looks. Like, you have to.
It can be 0 looks. It just can't always be 0 looks.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
1-2. And that's a little bit up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. See what the Cubs did yesterday. 3 for 30. Today, doubling the hit total. That'll work for Craig Counsell. Roycroft, whose stepfather grew up a massive Cub fan, convinced him to wear some Cardinal stuff for the series, which is hard to do with as dug in as Chicago fans are. So good job by his stepdad. It's outside. It's ball 4. It's the first walk of the game for either team, with 2 out here in the 4th. And coming up tomorrow on Fox, it's the inaugural United Football League Championship The Birmingham Stallions, who just never lose, will take on the San Antonio Brahmas and Wade Phillips. It all kicks off tomorrow, 5 Eastern on Fox. So since the pitching change, swinging bunt, walk so far, and then Yan Gomes will bat after this meeting at the mound. You've been handed a note from our statistician Ed Svita, which is really kind of Ed. Would you care to read it?
I wouldn't. Would you like to?
Sure, I'm happy to.
I'm not reading that
it
stat.
says Gomes, and it's underlined, and it says 9 for 19 career versus Waino.
Yeah, what's the slug, though? All doinkers.
I think Ed's the slug, actually, for handing me that stat.
Yeah. I can't get over that stolen base with 2 outs, too, you know?
Yeah.
It's a big risk to take for the Cubs from their side of it also.
It's got to mean they saw it on video, right?
He had to have a tell or had to just been timed up just right, like you said. But with 2 outs, that's an awfully close play to push it when you're already in scoring position. Interesting.
So Yan Gomes, first and third, 2 down. So because you got 10 outs against him and gave up 9 hits, you still had more outs than hits. So how would you get him out?
Do you want me to go into that? I do. You know, there's guys that you just don't make good pitches to.
Yeah. Another runner goes. That's Crow Armstrong from first, and he'll have to go back with a foul ball. This is pretty clearly on Roycroft.
Yep. But you know what? He's a young pitcher. He's just getting called up. He's put into a very, very big situation in the game. 1-0. Runners on first and third. You know, he came in and got 2 great results. Just bad. You know, great pitches, bad result, I guess you would say.
There goes Crow Armstrong again, and no throw even. Yeah, I
think they're just trying to get this hitter.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get this hitter in this situation. 2 outs. Sometimes the runner, but you see the lead he had?
Yeah. I mean, enormous.
Golly.
Is trying to help him, 2-1.
I don't know the specifics on, you know, his throw over game, if he's got a good pickoff move or what, but I'd be willing to bet that he doesn't. They're taking leads like that.
And that the Cubs know it, or at least that the mechanism isn't going to work. That was a 22-foot lead, we're told, as this ends up with Mason Wynn and a big final out for Roycroft. But the Cubs have taken their first lead today and in the series.
I knew I couldn't afford a house of my own. Food's here. Okay. So we thought, why not go all in together? That's when buying a home together got real. Where's the cat?
The Taco Bell Cravings Value Menu. 10 choices, each just $3 or less. Starring loaded beef nachos. They're beefy, they're cheesy, they're topped with freshly prepared guacamole. Get them on the Cravings Value Menu. Only at Taco Bell.
Fox Monday. It's the game show that's fun to play along with.
Mr. and Mrs. Kim have 5 sons. Each son has 1 sister. How many children do the Kims have? You put down 10, but it is not right. It's 6.
Could you be part of the 1% Club?
This is a $99,000 decision.
The 1% Club. All new Monday on Fox.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No flex, zone. No flex, zone. They know better. They know better. Wanna go, metal, flex, and a go.
Each dog is incredibly unique. Feed your dog's unique needs with Royal Canin Precise Nutrition.
Use Hydro Boost Water Cream, 9 times the hydration for replenished, dewy, glowy skin. Grab at your nearest store today.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles. Indoorsy Tina loves a deluxe suite. Ooh. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
MLB All-Star Ballot presented by BuildSubmarines.com lets you decide this year's MLB All-Stars. Make your picks now at MLB.com/vote.
Top of the 5th inning. Cubs doing some hard work to lead 2-1. 6 hits so far. Thanks for joining us. Adam Wainwright, Jason Benetti, our entire crew here at Wrigley Field as Herrera leads off against Imanaga, who's been granted a 2-1 lead in the 5th. Scoring change, by the way, in case you are keeping score at home. That Nico Horner ball is E1 instead of a base hit. And now we have Yan Gomes going to the dugout. We have a pitch comm issue, maybe. You know, our staff did some digging, and they wanted me to share this with you.
Oh, great.
This is what Craig Counsell did against you while we were talking about Yan Gomes. And we had a little bit of a laugh in Craig Counsell's office. This morning, I asked Craig, when you faced Adam Wainwright, what did you think? And he said, I hope he didn't throw me all those cutters. And there might have been another word in there or two.
Yep.
And I then asked you what you thought when Counsell was in the box, and you said,
try to throw him as many cutters as I can.
Exactly right. It's amazing how much the batter's reaction, though, tells you the story.
Yep. Yep, there's reasons. But sometimes a hitter's reaction, like a Jose Altuve, for instance.
Yep.
You throw a fastball in on Altuve and he looks totally jammed. You better not double that sucker up inside. He's going to smash the second one.
Yeah, he will scissor kick you to left field. To shortstop, and Dansby Swanson for out number 1 here in the 5th. Let's play Adam Wainwright. This is your life while we have it. So this is August 18th, 2013. You remember it?
Yep.
11 punch outs.
My brother's birthday.
Really?
Yeah, I always pitched well on family members' birthdays. You know, it's my present to them. If I can't be there in person, I might as well do something for them, you know, on the road.
So, did you also get him a gift, or was that the gift?
That was a gift.
Okay. Here's 11 punches for you.
Yeah. That's a gift.
Awesome.
Gift for everybody.
Center field. Crow Armstrong is back, and he will have room to make the catch. 2 down. Okay, so while we're at it, just spill them all out, right? This is you swinging it, your final at bat here at Wrigley Field.
Yep, and I blew my hamstring out in the process.
Did you really?
I did.
Come on.
I did. When I got to second, I slid. I did a little pop-up slide. I was going so slow I could barely get up. Yeah, I ended up coming out the next inning with a little tweaked hammy. I was on the shelf for 2 weeks there.
Oh, my gosh. Stop running so hard. Why do you have to be so old school?
Stop swinging so long, too. Kids don't swing like that. Hendricks, though, that was good speed for me.
Yeah, that right?
Tough on the hitters.
He is, when he's going like he was yesterday, he's real fun to watch. Not for Cardinal fans, but
he is a true master at his craft, for sure. And that's why he's been such a champ over the years and pitched scoreless ball in the World Series like he did. He's a big game guy and got one of the coolest walkout songs ever.
Lifted to right. This is Suzuki to make the catch. Imanaga, a 1-2-3 inning on 10 pitches this time.
Oh, hey, can I get my Pepsi Zero Sugar?
I got you.
Thanks.
Nice. Yes. Right now at Jersey Mike's, earn a $25 off Fanatics promo code for every $25 you spend through the app when you add chips and a drink.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because there are people out there who aren't you. A lot of them. And you don't drive like, whoa.
I don't want my child being raised by a robot.
Other drivers are not you.
Yes, thank you so much to all 50 of my subscribers.
Nope, definitely not you. Save with DriveWise and get a rate based on you. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Mark your calendars this summer because FanDuel has something for everyone every day. Score bigger winnings at any inning with profit boosts. Take home bonus bets for home runs every Tuesday. And beat the heat with no sweat bets. Make the most out of this summer with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. All customers get a boost or a bonus every day all summer long. Plus, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. Some of the most brilliant minds in business. No, not you. Or you. You auto-track business income and expenses with QuickBooks. And you pay all your employees easily and accurately. And you have a business bank account with market-leading APY. Get the full picture of your business on one platform. Now with expert help when you need it. That's how you business differently.
Introducing Jersey Mike's new Smoky Southwestern Cheesesteak. Freshly grilled and topped with our Smoky Southwest sauce. It's south-watering, or mouth-westerning, or just delicious. The new Smoky Southwestern Cheesesteak for a limited time only at Jersey Mike's.
Bottom 5 at Wrigley Field, 2-1 Cubs with the lead over the Cardinals. So glad to have you along, as the Cardinals right now are the 3rd wild card team in the National League at 34 up, 34 down. The Reds are a half game back. The Diamondbacks a game back. The Giants are a game back. The Pirates are a game and a half back. Stop me whenever you want me to, because they're all in the same pocket over there.
It's wide open.
Everybody's hanging around. And I guess the question that's rolling around in my mind and a lot of people's mind is, how active will these teams be at the deadline in terms of buying? Like, most of those flags are in play in the National League playoff race.
Well, I think if you point to the National League Central, you can openly see a weakness on every team.
Yes.
There is something you can point to that's glaringly obvious that each team needs. And you know what? If they're going to go for it, then they need to go out and address those things, because you're not beating the Dodgers unless you do. You're not beating the Braves unless you do. You know, you're not beating the Phillies unless you do. So those are the teams that are active at the deadline because they know they're going to have a chance to win. But these teams, as we've seen the last few years, the year that the Braves won the World Series, or maybe the year after, I can't remember which, they had a decision to make at the break.
Go or not.
Go or not. And they decided to go for it when they were 500, and they went out and they acquired a few new players, and they took off.
Right field, base hit. Tauchman's got a single. Hey, enter for a chance to play in the MLB All-Stars Celebrity Softball Game presented by Corona. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 years or older to enter. Restrictions apply. See rules and enter at MLB.com/moments. It's the 4th straight inning with the leadoff man on for the Cubs. That's the year that the Braves basically redid their entire outfield.
Yeah.
Duvall and a couple others.
That's right.
There was that one year a while ago now, but the Twins traded for Jaime Garcia, then had a terrible road trip. It was like mid-July they traded for him, had a terrible road trip, and they flipped him like he was a house on a reality show. Left side, one at second, and the turn is there. It's a double play from Arenado to Gorman and Goldschmidt.
Watch this sinker right here. Oh, it's a slider. He's got a good slider. It's developing. I think it's, you know, when he throws it in the zone, it doesn't break as much as the ones he throws out of the zone, but it works well off of it. If you've thrown a 97-mile-an-hour bowling ball sinker, your slider doesn't need to be that great to be pretty effective.
And if you're used in such a way, like this is the reason that he's in a game, right, is to get that double play ball.
Yeah, and that's kind of the one they wanted. They didn't want the ball that was so mishit that it was only 8 feet out in front of the catcher's, in front of the home plate. But you can't. All you can do is throw the pitch. All you can do is throw the pitch, and then you're relying on what happens afterwards on the hitter and the fielders.
That sounds so helpless for a job where you're supposed to be in control.
It is, but it speaks to the importance of being consistent in your execution. If you're consistent with your mechanics and your delivery, and you're consistent with the pitches you're throwing, and you have guys like this that have 10 gold gloves behind you and 4 gold gloves at first and a couple other gold gloves out there too, you know, you trust them. But you have to be diligent in the process. It can't be all results based, because even for pitchers sometimes there's a lot of failure, and you just have to have a great process.
There's ball 4, so it's a 2-out walk for Bellinger. You know, there's on Baseball Savant they have a graphic of the batting average by very small squares in the strike zone. So if you miss by 2 inches, the batting average increases by like 30, 40 points, whatever it might be. you're playing on the razor's edge as a pitcher at all times.
Especially against a guy like Suzuki. I heard you say earlier he's leading their team in hard hit balls. And he has a pretty glaring hole down and away, which most hitters do. That's not, you know, this is not earth-shattering news. But he loves the ball middle towards the inside part. And it just comes down to a pitcher's command. He's betting that a pitcher can't command that.
Takes there 1-1.
And most pitchers can't, honestly. Most pitchers cannot throw 3 straight pitches on the outer third every time. It's really hard to do that. Most pitchers don't do that.
Why is that specifically so hard to put a ball there or thereabouts?
Well, command is, I mean, we like to talk about command being, you know, the key to pitcher success, and it is. But command really, if you really realistically look at command, pitchers only command about 50% of the pitches they throw.
Some people would argue that's even on the high side.
Yeah, it is. 50% of the time when they throw a strike, it's in the vicinity of where they're trying to throw it. Otherwise, they're getting around it, you know, some other way. But the pitchers that are the most effective are the ones that are doing it the most often.
2-2 from Roycroft. And he missed again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So now Suzuki has waited him out on a couple of balls in the dirt outside. You could argue that strike 2 could have actually been a ball as well, and we'll see what he throws in here.
He's thrown the slider way off. He's thrown the fastball way off. The only thing he's commanded to him is that fastball kind of in. Let's see if he goes back to the fastball in right now, even though it's thrown into Suzuki's kind of bat path.
Tip foul. It was down and away. Pretty good pitch actually on 3-2.
Well, I think if I'm looking at Paz right, he's kind of set up middle. He wants him throwing this ball. He knows it's going to be, you know, that sinker's going to just dive down. He doesn't want him to be too fine on the corners. He just wants it down. If his sinker is down, it's going to be on the ground.
Inside, ball 4. Suzuki backs off the plate with his 2nd straight walk for the Cubs. And so you wonder, as you look, and if there's going to be a 9th inning, you're still talking about 13 outs you have to get in regulation if the Cardinals were to take the lead. Ollie Marmol is going to really have to stretch this bullpen. Cubs are still looking for their first hit with runners in scoring position in this series.
What if you could sub out your starter for like 1 or 2 outs? Take him down to the bullpen and then bring him back in. Or, you know, put him out in right field for 1 or 2 guys. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Would you like that as a starter?
Oh, you know, I would. I think a lot of the pitchers would love that opportunity. They would want to show off out there, but probably be really bad for the team. But
well, Joe Madden, back when pitchers were hitting, he would do that Waxahachie swap, right, where you put the guy in left field for a batter, and then you'd come back to the mound when you could do that.
You know, those righties coming up, Roycroft in. Maybe you put your pitcher out in right field because they're probably not going to drive it over there with the ball, sink it into him. Then bring him back in for Crow Armstrong. That would have been a good play.
Well, you know how this game works, though. That ball is going directly at that pitcher.
The ball will find you. The ball will find you. And Palante, no offense, Palante, you're probably not the guy that they would choose to be the outfielder.
2-0. Now it's speeding up a little bit for Roycroft. 3-0. Happ has to do the limbo a 2nd time. Kyle Leahy warming up in the Cardinal pen. He hasn't thrown in about a week. There's a strike.
That's a good take right there. He's been a little bit all over. I was going to say, you know, in most situations, if he's just missing just off a few times, it might be a good spot to take him, turn him loose, but not when he's been so kind of all over.
Not somebody as selective as Ian Happ either. He takes another walk. That's 3 in a row, and it might force Marmol's hand here. Yeah, it's going to.
Ooh, that's a close one.
Still no definition of check swing in the rule book. It's, you know it when you see it.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Totally subjective.
All right, Cardinals go deeper to the bullpen. Bases loaded for the Cubs after this.
This will be a gold mine of local intel, just you wait.
Right. So tell us about this corn festival.
Oh, you got your corn pudding, you got your corn chowder.
So is it safe around here?
Sometimes.
If a family of 8 were to need a cold plunge, where would they find it?
Oh, then they dip it in butter and bam, it goes right in. Really cute vampire bar. Like the Reverend does like a blessing on the corn.
Donut shops. How far from here?
Oh. No eyebrows?
Think of how light it'll feel in the summer. We gotta run. 11,000 more neighborhoods to go.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With all the money I saved, I thought I'd buy stilts. Being so tall definitely has its advantages.
Oh, wow.
Here you go, kiddo.
Thanks. Hi, honey. Ready to go?
Yep. There it is. There it is. There we go. I guess it also has some disadvantages.
Yes, it does.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ooh, carne asada.
It's carne asada. That's what I said. Carne asada.
Carne.
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 But with more flavor. Carne.
Carne.
Try saying it like this. Juicy carne asada.
Carne asada. Carne. I did it. And you rolls.
It's so easy to get your windshield replaced using SafeLight. Why don't you just get it fixed? All right, so what do we do now? I've scheduled an appointment at SafeLight.com. Tell them to meet us here at the beach.
Ow. Schedule free mobile service at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
What causes a curve down there? Can it be treated?
Stop typing and start talking. It could be a medical condition called Peyronie's disease or PD, and it could be treated without surgery. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose PD and build a treatment plan with you. Visit makeapdplan.com today.
Kids swing for the fences and play ball during Major League Baseball's Play Ball Weekend, June 14th through the 16th. Right now, every kid's invited to join the fun at events across the globe or your own backyard. Learn more at playball.org/weekend. Bases loaded for Kyle Leahy, his first outing in more than a week, and that ball's tagged deep to left field, way back there to the track, and the basket is just beyond Donovan, who makes the catch and retires the side.
DJ Skillis, we beat the realest team on the billis. Watch out, I kill it, watch out, I spit it on the mic, feel it. Y'all can't do what I do, just admit it. See Elliot, that's who I back it up, kiss and I'm in super duper fly, hee high. Why do people want you put your hands up, put your hands up, hands up, the cannabis, to go, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
So yeah, USAA, they always have my back. USAA? You were in the military? Oh no, I wasn't, but my grandpa was. He joined USAA, passed membership to my mom, then to me. There's other ways to get in? Yeah. My neighbor Ron, he's in because his wife served. Even little Luna, once she's born, her dad served. So all this time I could have had USAA insurance. And banking. Where's my phone? Over there.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
Right now, you can get a free footlong at Subway. Just buy any footlong in the app and get one free. Just scan the QR code and enter promo code FLBOGO. It only works from the other side of the screen, buddy.
You still got a landline in your house.
Order now on the Subway app.
From road trip to are we there yet? So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
Cubs leading the Cardinals 2-1, but an opportunity went by the boards for the Cubs in the 5th inning. Bases left loaded after 3 walks, and they could not score as Imanaga throws his 61st pitch only today through 5 innings.
I love to see the starting pitcher match the first number of the pitch count with the inning that he's in. That's a good goal. If you're at least close to that, you're going to carry your team deep into the game. And he's at 61, starting the 6. Love it.
You know, Major League Baseball, when they made the rule changes, this ball lifted to left field and playable for Happ. You know, those baseballs to left field, by the way, and we'll get to the rule change in a second, but we saw a near home run in the bottom of the inning. Patrick Wisdom yesterday, hit a ball into the teeth of this wind at Wrigley, and somehow this thing doesn't leave.
He's got huge power, too. He hit that, I think he went 111 off the bat. But that's the thing about this park is so different every day you get here. You never know what's going to be a home. I've seen 180-foot home runs, and I've seen, you know, 500-foot outs. It is such a unique, cool place to play for that very reason.
This into right, a base hit. The wind pushed that ball, according to StatCast, 62 feet.
Yeah.
Backward.
I know it. But if he'd have hit that same ball today, it'd have been over the NUTRL sign, neutral sign.
I was going to say Pat Sajak just ended his run on Wheel of Fortune, so I don't know that we have anybody to get you any extra letters.
I probably should have sounded it out before I tried to spell it, but got to be neutral, right?
You have to be.
It would have been over that sign if he'd hit it today with the wind pushing to the left. It's a crosswind, but it's pushing to the left. Yesterday it was working directly against that.
No, you would have people chasing the baseball down out onto Sheffield and Waveland like we've seen for years and years and years here. I was just going to say about the rule changes, one of the things Major League Baseball wants, and they've said this, is because fans love knowing who the pitcher is. They love the starting pitcher matchup. We've seen so many great ones over the course of time in Major League Baseball. The league is, oh boy, that froze him and safe as Wynn did just barely get back. That little hitch in the delivery creates problems.
I'll tell you, for left-handers that have a good move to first base, it's a total game changer. The guys aren't getting good secondary leads. They're not going first or third. They're not stealing bases. It's such a weapon.
The league wants starting pitchers to stay in longer.
Oh, yeah.
And the question is, how far will they go on the rule changes? Will it be something like the double hook where your DH is attached to how long your starting pitcher goes?
I'm all for that. Big believer in that. I think that would be a great rule. Plus, then they'd start teaching pitching again. They'd start teaching pitching, not throwing at the minor league levels. These pitchers would understand that they're going to, I think it'll come back around anyways. These pitchers are going to understand that it's the Imanagas of the world. It's the Nolas of the world, the Wheelers, the guys who go deep into the game. They're the ones that are getting paid too.
No, and that, but in order to get noticed, like I understand why guys do it.
Watch this wind.
Will it stay in play? Oh, my goodness gracious. Into the corner. That's a fair baseball, and it's down on the ground. You called it, man. As that ball was hanging up, Ian Happ just had to keep drifting.
It is, I mean, it just, you can't say it enough here. Just seen it a million times. You can't camp there. You know what I mean? He knows that. It's just hard, but you can't just, it's one thing to just say. You can't do that. It's so hard when that ball's up in the air, because you're not used to having to kind of anticipate where it's going to be, but you have to on this part.
Wow.
It's a good play.
Yeah.
It's a really good play.
Good job by Mason Wynn to tag into second base as well.
We've seen some of these pitchers' pitches go the hitter's way today from both sides. Imanaga wanted that one again and split up and away right there. And that's been a hole for Goldie, up and away this year. Really just away, but Imanaga knows that he's pretty good middle in. And then he throws it middle in. That just goes to show you right there. It's 91. I feel like he didn't swing until that ball was in the glove.
Correct. Well, this fastball, it's a little bit of a mystery to hitters. Look out. Wynn had to get out of the way. Nice play by Swanson to retire the side.
Electric for short trips, gas for long.
Quite the paradox.
It really is both. The Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
Michelin innovates once more with Michelin acoustic technology, reducing cabin noise by cushioning road vibrations. Michelin, motion for life.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Burberry Hero, the new parfum.
Love is all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two.
Altoids, curiously strong mints.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
Athletic it is.
We're partnering with eBay Motors to take the Boss Racing Time Attack car to the next level.
And he crushes this. It is way out. Here comes the throw. He's out. Wow. What a play. Back to the track. Leaping up, he made the play. Ohtani with an absolute rocket.
You can't stop him when Judge is doing that.
Grand slam, Bryce Harper. Throw is not in time.
Bottom of inning number 6 here at Wrigley Field. Thanks for joining us today. Adam Wainwright, Jason Benetti along with you, our entire crew, as the Cubs took the lead in the 4th inning, and they've held on to this point, though they did have a big chance to blow it open in the 5th and couldn't do it after 3 straight walks. Nice catch by Ian Happ in top of the 6th inning to get Imanaga out of the 6th through just 73 pitches.
Love it. Love it for starting pitchers doing that. I love this rivalry too.
You do?
Jason. I love this rivalry. It is my favorite in baseball. A little bit biased probably, but it's always a close game. Even when one of the teams is great and one of the other teams is not great, I feel like they always play close. That's just cool.
Yeah, and you know,
good for fans.
There's a regionality of it, you know, like it's in. There's ball 4. Swanson takes the 4th walk and 5 batters. Speaking of rivalries, and you know, people will argue from the Midwest about this rivalry, about Cubs Sox, about whatever it might be. Baseball Night in America on Fox. Aaron Judge and Juan Soto, the Yankees against the Red Sox. Alex Verdugo with a home run in his return yesterday, or the Rangers and Mariners. It all starts 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Yeah, so, you know, out in the Northeast, they would say to you, well, Yankees Red Sox.
Right.
Can't beat Yankees Red Sox.
Well, I get that argument. That's a pretty cool one too.
You're supposed to say back to me, no chance. This is a better rivalry.
I get it. We've played more in these teams have played more, right? Cubs Cards have played more. This rivalry's played more than them.
This is a bunt popped up way in the air, first base side, and Goldschmidt makes the catch. So this is not a team that expected to bunt a whole lot, but Pro Armstrong there jabbed it in the air for round number 1.
Looked like he was trying to pull that, but maybe he's trying to get that on the ground to the right side, at least advance the runner over. Probably doesn't want to bunt it towards 10-time Gold Glover over there at third either, maybe.
Not a great idea.
He was trying to get that past the pitcher to second base, I thought.
Bring it with him, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leahy is a guy who, when he was first called up, they said this is one of the best pitchers at managing the pitch clock. He does this very well. You watch his head work.
To shortstop, Wynn, what a pick. Flick to Gorman, turn, double play. Man, that's a nice play at shortstop by Wynn.
Design a training program so that I can run a marathon.
What can I see with a telescope from Cedar Lake?
Summarize this.
How do I plant this?
What are you gonna get?
Well, I need some help.
What is this dish? Guys, let's do some trivia.
Oh, yes, let's do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna win.
Imagining a treehouse.
In a big oak tree with a porch and a ladder.
Imagine Little Italy in 1954.
What's a recipe using what I have in my
Next
fridge?
question.
It starts with an empty prompt.
Oh, there it is.
Wow, it's amazing.
That takes you as far as you want to go. Using the most advanced AI at your fingertips.
And Doug.
Limu, someone needs to customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Let's fly. Chief.
Doug.
Oh, wow. I thought you were right behind me.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Dots, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough, so they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you build an all-pretzel pantry with a biometric security system. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
This Skinny Pop is so delicious.
And only 3 simple ingredients.
I never have to stop.
Thomas, hold my calls and my texts.
Got it.
And my emails. Don't leave.
Skinny Pop, endlessly delicious.
Shota Imanaga misses through his first 12 career starts. He had the second lowest ERA through 12 in Cubs history since 1910. 11 walks is a ridiculous number. And he just peppers the strike zone. That was hammered foul left side.
He's out there today doing what he does. He's only given up more than 2 earned runs in 1 game all year.
It's amazing.
Only 2, and it was after the 10 days off.
Yep. Rain created a different set of circumstances for him. He has thrown 14 or fewer pitches in every inning today. That is as efficient as you can be.
He looks like he wants to throw the last pitch of this game to me.
Maybe.
That's what he looks like. He's got that look about him.
This is since 1901, lowest ERA through 12 starts. Remember Big Jeff Pfeffer?
I don't remember Jeff Pfeffer.
What about Buttons Briggs?
No, I do remember Buttons.
You do?
Buttons, yeah. How can you forget old Buttons?
Big Jeff Pfeffer evidently was doing a little research before the game because I should get a hobby, but I don't have one. Big Jeff Pfeffer was named by one of his family members after a boxer named Jim Jeffries because he looked like Jim Jeffries.
Obviously,
So,
yeah. I mean, you don't want to be named like Jim Jeffries.
No. So his name was Frank, but he became Big Jeff.
Big Jeff.
Yeah. What's your name, Frank? Call me Jeff, though.
Call me Jeff.
Great. Thanks.
Well, they used to have better nicknames too, like Buttons. Yeah, that's cool. Like Cool Papa Bell. Yeah, that's one of the all-time coolest nicknames ever.
It's great. High Pockets Kelly, Big Poison, Little Poison.
We just don't have any cool Papa Bells walking around. You know what I mean? Like we had Big Poppy. That's all right. It's okay.
Wayno.
That's as boring as it gets.
Aw, shucks.
People start calling me Cool Papa Bell. That'd be cool.
You want to be Cool Papa Wainwright?
Yeah, not really.
You can't have the bell.
Yeah, no.
You already have Wayno on your
backpack. He has Jeff. His name's not Jeff.
That's true, actually. Oh, boy. It hit him. Arenado is on a 1-2 pitch that got away.
Sometimes it's a little something like this that gets the other side fired up. That does swing the momentum sometimes. Stats don't prove it. Nobody that's a statistician might agree with me on that. I don't know, but it is a thing.
Well, you feel it on the mound, I have to assume, right? Like you have to get your bearings back.
Well, as a pitcher right there, you're going, yeah, don't lean out over my plate, right? you're acting like you meant to do it. Pitching deep into the game, you have to be a good actor too. You have to, when your manager looks out there at you, he has to go, this dude's still in control. You know, if he loses it right there at Arenado and then looks out and he's kind of starting to be frantic and panicky a little bit, you're going to get the bullpen up.
That's a piece of it that people don't talk about very much. It's like, okay, we started to look and command gets loose around the edges, right? If you look like you know what you're doing,
that's right,
they're going to keep you out there longer.
And that's good just as pitching goes. That's good for the hitter to see too, right?
Well, he went.
The hitter loves to look out there and look at a guy that looks, you know, not confident in his stuff and just pawing at the mound and can't really figure out what he wants to throw. They don't like looking out there at a guy who looks like he's in total command of the situation and controlling the tempo and the pace of all the things. Pitching is such a cool thing. I love it so much. And that goes for hitters too. Hitters that look sure of themselves and confident in their abilities and always on time at the plate. That's tough for a pitcher.
1-2 for Gorman. And that is an uncomfortable swing. Strike three. Imanaga comes right back and punches out Gorman.
Watch this sweeper right here. He's thrown a couple of them to him, got that weird swing. And here's the thing. If a hitter throws, shows you that weird, like, I don't love the look of that, I didn't see that well, give him another opportunity to swing the same way. You don't always have to be so tricky. You can just go right back to the same well again.
But then you can pretty clearly overthink yourself as well. This is from the 7th inning and beyond at 675. He hasn't done it a ton, but when he's been in there longer, sometimes he's given up some runs.
That's all right.
But knowing you and knowing pitchers, you'll all tell yourselves that this time it's going to be different.
Well, no, well, every single day is different. Every single day is different. And the reason we see win totals going dramatically down now is because guys aren't throwing deeper into the games. Woody Williams used to tell me back in the day, if you want to win, you've got to go 7. Wins don't happen in the 4th and 5th. A lot of times they happen the 6th and the 7th and the 8th. Give your offense another chance through the lineup to get that run across. That's sometimes the difference in wins and losses. And yeah, you might pick up a few more losses, but you save your bullpen. You give your team a chance to score more runs. A great pitcher affects 3 days, not just one day. Affects the day before they pitch, the day they pitch, and the day after they pitch.
Especially with roster sizes limited in terms of how many pitchers you can have down there. Is that nearly clipped the batter Herrera, 3-1?
Well, the best thing the Cardinals can do right now is try to get this guy out of the game. Get him into these deep counts. Be a little bit more patient. Earlier they came out firing, but it might be better to wait a couple of pitches out, especially if he's going to lose command a little bit.
Left side base hit. Herrera singles Arenado to second. And now 2 on, 1 out.
And you see him pull that through the right side or through the left side. It's off the plate away, but Herrera loves to get extended. He loves to get his arms out over the plate. And Shota, I think earlier in the game would have gone in right there, but I don't know, after he almost hit him again, I don't know if he's feeling very confident locating that ball inside right now.
So how long will he be in this game? Tommy Hotovy goes out to the mound, and don't forget, America's oldest ballpark is set to host a celebration, a century in the making, when the Giants take on the Cardinals in a special tribute to the Negro Leagues. Live from historic Rickwood Field. Coverage begins Thursday at 5:30 Eastern, only on Fox. What a wonderful setting for Major League Baseball coming up on Thursday. from Rickwood Field. You'll see these Cardinals once again against the Giants. Cubs bullpen is up and going. Tyson Miller is loosening. Got a lot of weapons. He's been very good against both-handed batters so far this year. Carlson swings at the first pitch and fouls it away. So after some patient at-bats, Carlson trying to attack after the meeting at the mound.
And that's a good pitch to swing at a lot of times right after a meeting, because it does reset the pitcher a little bit and probably going to throw a strike more oftentimes than you see that meeting. The next pitch is a strike.
I would love to see numbers on that, because I agree with you. I feel like it's probably a real elevated strike rate as there's Miller getting loose.
The pitching coach looks at his manager, goes, "That was a great meeting right there.
Took care of that.
I did it."
Carlson takes ball 2.
But it's true in those meetings, sometimes as a starting pitcher or a relief pitcher, you go out there, and even though you know the scouting report, sometimes the pitching coach walks out there and just goes back over it and just kind of resets you a little bit, more confident in the decision making going forward. Oof. Just tried to slap a single to right, Jason.
Yeah, sure he did.
All right, so if he shows you that, let's say you're pitching. Look at this, fastball, middle in. He shows you that's what he wants to hit, obviously. So what are you going to throw coming up next? Splitter down and away.
Easy.
100%.
See, I could do this.
Or you expand up even more. There's two things you could do. You could throw the same, looks like the same one, a little bit higher, or you could throw the split down and away.
It's fouled away. He did come back with the breaking ball.
I don't like the sweeper into the same swing. I don't like that.
I wonder what the idea was there.
Well, clearly he was thinking, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that. I didn't want to finish the saying.
No, I have no idea what.
There you go. That was better.
Yeah. All right. This is a splitter, right? 2-2, towering fly ball into left field. He went with the fastball up.
And that's what I was talking about. You know, you get him to swing thigh high towards belt, and he loved it. He really wanted it. Then you expand off of it, and then it gets outside of their comfort zone, but their eyes still tell them that it's good to hit.
He's going to face the left-hander Donovan here. So lefty. Imanaga has gone exactly 7-3 previous times. That is his season high so far. 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1.
And you see he's pressing a little bit. He's trying to reach back. That might be his hardest pitch of the day right there at 92 miles an hour. But sometimes when you reach back, you lose a little bit of command.
As he did with ball 1. Not there. My goodness. There is that left on left. Disgusting.
You know what I love about his sweeper too? His sweeper, it has about 2.8 inches more depth than the average sweeper.
In the air, left field side, the wind blowing that direction. Happened to the corner again. It's a foul ball.
And that, without that wind, that's a 100% a fair ball. He may even make a catch there.
Yes.
But back to the sweeper. On average, his sweeper has 2.8 inches more depth than the average sweeper. You can see it just barely goes foul. His fastball, guess what it is? On average, 2.8 inches more rise than the average fastball. I love those splits. They play off together so much, and what it just tells you is nothing is where the hitter thinks it is.
Well, and it's diabolical design for the hitter as the crowd stands trying to get Imanaga a strikeout. Huge spot, and it's fouled away. They'll have to do it again. More than a 25-pitch inning And prior to this inning, he hadn't thrown more than 14 in any inning today. Ooh. Oh.
Imanaga just turning around to check the wind. Is that all he was doing?
Uh-huh. So close.
That's a great take, but we've seen that not go the pitcher's way all day. That's actually off the plate.
2-2. He just bloops it foul left side, just trying to brush it away to see another pitch. He is the toughest guy to strike out in this lineup for the Cardinals.
Oh, what a great at bat.
I mean, that's why you look at it. He's the toughest guy to get to swing and miss. He's the toughest guy to strike out in this lineup, and it's playing out in front of us, grinding Imanaga down.
But it's also great pitching, man. You know, he didn't let that close call bother him too much.
2-2 again. He got him. Oh, and he is
fired up. He's fired up. Up there competing.
You gotta love that.
At the Ram Make This the Summer event, you can take a vacation from payments on the most awarded light and heavy-duty trucks. The most luxurious Ram 1500 ever. And the most advanced Ram heavy-duty pickups. Hurry into your local Ram dealer and make the most of your summer with great deals plus no payments for 90 days.
Now during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get $1,000 cash allowance plus finance and get no monthly payments for 90 days on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks.
Hey man, you like Dr. Pepper?
And its unique blend of 23 flavors.
It's a pepper thing.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Tonight, in your spacious La Quinta suite, your eyes could use a break after a long day of seeing, things. But hey, free waffles always make you forget. Because at La Quinta, we work as hard as you do. So that tonight, you can be the agent of destruction. We get it. You've been building connections all day. Go ahead, demolish that personal record. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine.
We go into the bottom of the seventh inning. It's 2-1 Cubs with the lead still. Hanging on to this lead as 40,088 people are here, and at least 4 or 5 of them don't like you.
Yeah, 4 or 5 of them right under us are either saying,
well, base hit. They're saying base hit now.
Good Hockman stayed up the middle right there. Great approach. Yeah, 4 or 5 of them directly underneath me are either saying, Wainwright, do you want a cinnamon bun, or Wainwright, you're a bum? It was one of the two.
Couldn't really hear, couldn't tell.
Yeah.
But I will say there was a Cardinal fan in the elevators. We were coming up here earlier today who was wearing your jersey. And Bouchambi was there, Jim Bichets, and you and I, and it took a little convincing to tell the guy that you were actually Adam Wainwright, and then when he figured it out, he was just floored. It was a very cool thing to watch.
I think people expect me to be wearing a uniform, all the time, you know, and I don't wear those anymore. But I did have some good times today where I get to tap people on the shoulder.
Say, hey, that's me. High in the air. Let's see what it does for Wynn. He's underneath, and he makes the catch. That's a pretty stressful pop-up.
Well, you see, he actually overplayed, anticipating where it was going to. He almost went too far over, expecting it to come back more than it actually did. Watch where he is, and watch where he ends up catching it. Oh, it's over there.
Yikes. Here's your game summary with the 2-1 lead for the Cubs. Nolan Arenado had the sac fly. Little swinging bunts got the Cubs on the board in the 4th inning. Cardinals are going deeper into the bullpen when we come back.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
When you get all-you-can-eat boneless wings and fries at Buffalo Wild Wings, you create an infinite loop of boneless wings and fries with no beginning, no end. Just boneless wings and fries forever and ever until they are you and you are them. All-you-can-eat boneless wings for $19.99 on Mondays and Wednesdays.
Looking for a smarter way to mop? Try the Swiffer Power Mop. An all-in-one cleaning tool with a 360-degree swivel head that goes places a regular mop just can't. Mop smarter with the Swiffer Power Mop.
So I was dating this guy, Chris, for years. I wanted to buy a house. Chris didn't. Then I realized I don't need to be with someone to buy a house. I can do it on my own.
The world is in constant motion, and you have places to go. Enterprise has more vehicles and locations than anyone, so you can get just the kind of vehicle you need, when and where you need it. Enterprise, for lives in drive.
Left on left, John King out of the bullpen for the Cardinals. Just one earned run in his last 13 appearances, and he's got a first pitch strike to Bellinger.
He's coming in. He's throwing that bowling ball sinker. He wants to get the ball on the ground.
Massive ground ball rate. And there is a looping fly ball into left field and down. It's a base hit.
Looked like he was going to make a play on that ball for a second, but that ends up being down in that corner. That's Triple's alley.
Oh, yeah.
At least.
Yeah, it could be inside the park home run territory, depending. Because there's nobody that's going to help you to back it up. Pretty good pitch to hit there.
Good hitting, too. You know, the worst thing he could have done is roll that ball over.
That's what he wants you to do.
Yeah.
You know, the Cubs really want a game after playing, 49 games decided within 3 runs, just like the Cardinals have. A game that they can call their own. That is just something that looks like a blowout.
Yeah, that's what he said before the game. Counsel, we asked him, what do you want to see? He goes, man, I just want an 8-1 game. Just a laugher. That's what every manager wants, I think.
Spin throw to second. Quite often that's called by the catcher.
Yeah, now there's a button on the pitch column.
Yeah.
That's calling it.
Center field, and a running grab by Carlson. That ball just hung up for Suzuki. Carlson was on it, and 2 gone.
Dill makes a nice play here. It's good hit and stay up the middle, but makes a great play. Sometimes those line drives to center are the hardest ones to get a gauge on. It's a really good jump right away off the bat, doesn't he?
Oh, he was on that the whole way. So Ian Happ, who in recent years has hit the ball on the ground less, facing King, a ground ball pitcher. Cubs have rolled into 3 double plays today. They've left 7 already. Which I'm sure makes Cubs fans feel really comfortable with a 2-1 lead right now, that baseball karma wouldn't dare come get them in the final 2 innings. One and two. At average with runners in scoring position, everybody says it will even out.
Well, both of these teams are bad in the RIF department, I believe.
Fly ball left field. Donovan back at the track, at the wall. He runs out of room. Ian Happ, a 3-run home run. And the Cubs have some space. It's 5-1.
Yeah, that'll help the running and score position, runners in score position stat. A huge swing for the Cubs right there.
That is the first non-single in the series for the Cubs. Ball just kept on carrying, and it was the very opposite of the Patrick Wisdom ball from yesterday here at Wrigley, as that's passed and off of King. That grazed him, I think, on the way through. And the inning's over.
A lot of hard contact.
A lot of it. Ian Happ, big swing.
When you prefer a dream vacation over a rental nightmare, it matters where you stay. Embassy Suites by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
On June 28th. Stay quiet.
We have to get out of the city.
Stay alive. A Quiet Place, Day 1. Get tickets now.
Red Bull gives you wings. When you shop with the Shipt app, vacation happens, rain or shine. Shipt, delight in every delivery.
Cold lagered, cold filtered, cold packaged. Coors Light. Choose chill.
I'm gonna take real good care of your windows.
You need the experts at Feldco. Right now at Feldco, get 2 windows for the price of 1. Call now.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Are invited to swing for the fences and play ball during Major League Baseball's Play Ball Weekend. Find an event near you or get in on the action from your own backyard.
This June, it's a summer of stars as the U.S. hosts the world's best players for Copa America. The U.S. men's team looks to make an historic run. This is the championship of the Americas. USA versus Bolivia, June 23rd on Fox.
5-1 your score. Cubs with the lead, and Tyson Miller out onto the hill. Game number 20 this year, and an ERA sub-2. He's got a bunch of weapons in his arsenal, which makes him difficult to deal with. He'll mix in the curveball and sinker, but he's generally a two-pitch pitcher, fastball and sweeper. So Pages, Wynn, and Burleson 9-1-2 for the Cardinals. Had a ball and a strike, but the Cubs get the big home run from Ian Happ. A much needed home run for a Cubs team that was just so intent on playing close games for the last month. Oof. Yikes.
Look at that.
Yikes.
He dropped down a little bit more there too.
Looked like it. 1-2, Miller to Pages. Popped up foul. I like that in this day and age in television, you can hear promos.
Yeah.
Like jetting in like they're at 7:47. Just in case you weren't going to watch the UFL title game. Now you can hear it. Left side of the infield where Bodie has joined Swanson, and Dansby Swanson takes care of it. Back to the home run.
Yes.
Off the slider here.
Yeah. You watch this. The slider's coming back into his swing. Ian Happ, very dangerous from his right side or the left side. Good switch hitter. But any of those breaking balls that are coming back towards him, especially when they're down, he's going to have a great look at. And he can backspin a ball as good as there anybody in the game. Right there, you can see he knew it right when he got it. Gave the Sammy Sosa a little bit there. He got that one.
All you got to do is click the heels. People love you.
Click the heels.
Here at Wrigley.
That was a huge swing, though.
Enormous.
Get a little space, just what Counsell was ordering.
He was talking about it. He was talking about Hector Neris in the back of the bullpen. Like, it's been 1-run save, 1-run save, 2-run save. He's like, I don't know the last time we had a 3-run opportunity for a save.
You know Neris likes that too.
A little wiggle room doesn't hurt. You don't want 9-0 because you're going to give up a run.
No, you need 3. Yeah, 3's great. Closers would take as many 3-run save ops as they could possibly get. I guarantee it.
It's good for the soul.
It's for the soul and the stats.
Oh, that
careful, buddy.
Foul ball just went to the first deck, and they reached over and just couldn't haul it in.
You had one chance.
I think that's a Cardinal fan.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm surprised they didn't. I guess I can't see that here.
2-2. Center field, that hangs up there for Pete Crow Armstrong. Who makes the catch for round number 2. Hey, MLB.TV is 50% off for Father's Day through June the 17th. Stream every out-of-market game on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Happy almost Father's Day to you.
Thank you.
And yours.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think it's the coolest name in the world. Someone called me his dad.
Well, all the names we heard during the 7th inning stretch were fun,
cooler than those names. I think it was confirmed it was a bum, not a cinnamon bun.
It was close, though. It was hard to make it out, but we went back to the
love
tape.
Cinnamon buns.
And they love you. 1 strike to Burleson. You know, one of the things I love most about Wrigley Field is that they use the organ.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes you feel like baseball as it was meant to be played.
There's some strategy involved with that organ, too. Did you know that?
How so?
In pregame warm-ups when you're hitting batting practice, they got the Cubs side favorite music playing on blast.
And then
getting everybody all fired up. The other side, the Oregon's playing the most boring possible music you could ever listen to.
Thank you. Thank you for making us warm in the morning and cold overnight. Thank you for serving us for pregame fun and postgame memories. And thank you for trusting us with secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
Right now, you can get a free footlong at Subway. Just buy any footlong in the app and get one free. Just scan the QR code and enter promo code FLBOGO. It only works from the other side of the screen, buddy.
You still got a landline in your house.
Order now on the Subway app.
My schedule's pretty jam-packed these days. I've got 2 free birthday parties on Saturday, and Sunday, that's my me time.
How's that look?
Works for me.
Works for me.
The Mahindra Roxor is the side-by-side that doesn't play by the rules. The other guys use plastic. The Roxor rides with steel. And when they're breaking down, the Roxor's barely broken in. The Mahindra Roxor, built like nothing else.
It's bacon! Smoky bacon, meaty bacon, tasty bacon, bacon! Oh, I love you.
Dogs go bonkers for bacon.
Vote for your chance to win free bacon.
This is Rickwood, the oldest ballpark in the country, host to Hall of Famers and home to the Negro Leagues.
That's your pitch, Josh Gibson.
And now, the Giants take on the Cardinals in a celebration over a century in the making. MLB at Rickwood Field, only on Fox.
The Summer of Stars continues tomorrow with live coverage of the Euros on Fox and FS1.
5-1 Cubs with the lead, and Matthew Liberatore is on for the Cardinals to throw the 8th inning. Left-hander, 24-year-old, who will throw you as much stuff out of the bullpen as anybody. 4 pitches that he throws at least 14% of the time. Used to be somebody come out of the bullpen and you got 2 pitches, that's it.
He's a starter at heart. And he's been given a few opportunities, but he's really pitched better out of the bullpen. And there's nothing wrong with that. He still might end up being a great starter one day, but he's been pretty quality out of the bullpen role.
6 1/3 his last 7 appearances, just 1 hit. Little bobble. Mason Wynn's got the arm to recover. Wow, what a win.
What an arm.
The Cardinals bullpen, speaking of them, supporting a fellow St. Louis native, Jason Tatum. That's a good look, by the way, throwing your bullpen in an NBA jersey.
I'd have been wearing the sleeves underneath.
I mean, I had a good look. Matthew Tkachuk of the Florida Panthers, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, high school teammates, as Pete Crow Armstrong drops that down, and Liberatore handles out number 2. That's a really nice play by Liberatore.
Great play. And you see why he's trying to pull it, man. If it's not fielded exactly perfect, he gets that just a hair more towards the line. He's beating it out. He can fly.
You're at the age that you watched Little Big League back in the day, right?
Oh, yeah.
The movie Billy Haywood.
Oh, yeah.
He ends up with the Minnesota Twins. Pete Crow Armstrong's mom.
Oh, I knew this.
Was Billy Haywood's mom.
I knew that,
You
yeah.
knew that? Okay.
I saw that the other day. I saw that stat.
Did you go back and watch the movie?
Well, I showed the picture and I went, oh, yeah, I could see that.
It's, it's interesting that he plays for the Cubs, though, because those 2 movies, Rookie of the Year and Little Big League, were kind of the same premise. Kid gets to be part of Major League team, and obviously Henry Rowan-Gardner was very famous for what he did here at Wrigley Field as well.
Great arm, that Henry.
Yeah, he good scout. Check swing. He did go. Carlos Torres rings him up. Liberatore, a brilliant 7-pitch inning.
The stuff.
Yikes.
When you're traveling with 3 kids and pretty much everything they own,
Hi guys, welcome.
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
I always knew I wanted to pursue a career in music. And throughout that path, I've eaten Taco Bell. It allows me to free up money and time to do what I love to do.
Smiling first can help someone find the courage to do the same.
Bad Boy Cobalt Elixir, the new masculine fragrance. Carolina Herrera.
New Band-Aid brand Pro Heal creates an ideal environment for 60% better healing.
If you're finally ready to take a trip without the kids, why stay at a hotel with more kids? Get an Airbnb and get a place to yourself.
To really embrace life, you just have to learn to let go.
Let go.
That's right, let go.
Let go.
I did let go. Did you let go?
The Reddit telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
7 innings, 1 earned run, 6 strikeouts for Shota Imanaga. If I asked you, Wayno, the one thing you were most impressed by today, what would your answer be?
Well, I mean, he did what he's been doing all year. The consistency of Shota played out again. He did exactly what he's been doing. Everybody knows what he does. He pitches up, he throws that good split off of it, down the zone, and he located that sweeper really well today, actually, also. You know what I liked about him, though? Taught me a lot about him. On that really close call that it looked like it kind of rattled him, he turned around at center field. You could think that he might have got out of sequence there, out of sorts. Instead, he came back and threw some of his best pitches right after that. A couple of good fastballs away, located perfectly, and then that big sweeper right behind it. Tunneled out of the same tunnel and then just bring it right off the plate, swing and miss. I really was impressed with how he rebounded.
He did that after the one blow-up start, too. I mean, we're talking game to game in that situation, but he didn't let the one bad start compound either.
That's the key. That's the key to sports and probably everything in life, honestly, is not letting one moment affect all the rest of the moments going forward, and he just did that so well today. And I loved the fist pump. Oh, the triple fist pump. He went for the fist pump, he went back, and then he went back again. 3 fist pumps. I loved it, you know, because it just showed he's out there competing, and he wants it. It was a big moment. He knew it.
To left field and arching toward the seats. There's a little Tiger Woods in here in the fist pumps.
Let's see these things. I'm going for it, and then wait, I'm not done. Oh wait, all right, that was the third one.
There were a couple in there.
There was a couple before that, though. Last one was the big one, though.
He kind of worked up to it. We dig deep. Are we going to find like great Adam Wainwright fist pump moments?
There's a couple of fist pumps, yeah, obviously. I mean, you play along as I did, there's a couple of fist pumps. But, you know, I really feel like that when it comes out natural and it comes out and it's authentic, you can tell that you care out there. Your players love that. And the other side doesn't. That was a close one.
Yeah, it was. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Let's see.
Golly, he has not called those today, though. Consistent.
Well, it's been a pretty true zone for Paul Clemens behind the plate. That's where the strikes are to earn for catchers, though, that bottom rail.
And you love to get him as a starter. But, you know, all you can ask is a consistent zone, whether it's small or big. And he's been consistent today. He's missed he's missed a couple of strikes, I would say, but otherwise he hasn't called those ones just off.
3-2 got him. Goldschmidt goes down swinging. First out in the 9th. Do we have great moments in Adam Wainwright fist pumps?
Oh, yeah, this is a good one.
Oh, yeah, 06. Here we go.
Yep. That was a good one. I don't know if it's good, though, if the highlight of your career was like, you know, the very first year you played.
Oh, okay. It was a fist pump highlight of your career.
At least I had one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was cool. I was blessed to be in that moment.
Was that Shea?
That was Shea Stadium, yep.
I was there as a fan. It's a gritty place to watch a game.
Oh, yeah, home to the biggest rats I've ever seen.
Is that right?
Yeah. They were always, there was this little sewer cap that you could pull up down in the bullpen, and there was some honkers down there for sure.
That's quite the word for them. To the left of second, and Nico Horner for out number 2. The 2024 MLB All-Star ballot presented by Build Submarines is now open. Vote daily at MLB.com/vote to get your favorite players to the All-Star game. That is something that matters to players, by the way. Like, your vote is important because players that get to go, especially for the first time, right? And
such an honor.
Yeah,
it really is. And you know, you want to be voted in by the players also. It's another big honor. But when the fans really pour their love out for you and that many people vote for you, that's a special thing.
Three-run home run, Ian Happ. The big blow today from the Cubs offense. 1 ball, 1 strike.
2 heroes today, right? I mean, a couple of those guys extending that inning was really clutch also to get him up in that situation. But Shota going 7, doing what he does all year. He's remarkable. And then Ian Happ coming through in with the big swing. But Shota, I mean, what can you say? This is who he is. This is not a fluke. This is a half a season now. This is not something that's just a, you know, flash in the pan. He's doing this every time out.
This is a league that catches up to you really quickly, like within 2 or 3 starts. If there's something that can really be solved fast, it hasn't happened yet.
No, and the Cardinals have struggled against left-handers also.
2-2. That's there, strike 3. Gorman can't believe it. The Cubs take the victory 5-1 over the Cardinals. What a performance by Imanaga. And what a game yet again between the Cubs and Cardinals, Wayno.
Yeah, and you can see this crowd that stayed in here the entire game. Cubs and Cards fans still in the stands. They're playing the favorite song of Chicago, maybe. Go Cubs go.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say?
They're flying the W. It's been a good day in Chicago. The weather's perfect. Special day.
We got to go for Max Leinwand, Brian Biederman, our entire wonderful crew back in L.A. He's Adam Wainwright. I'm Jason Benetti. Kevin Burkhardt, Dantrelle Willis, and Eric Karros right now, guys.
Jason, Adam, thank you so much. Great job on the call, and welcome to the post-game show. Eric Karros, Dantrelle Willis, I'm Kevin Burkhardt. It is a great song. Listen, EK, you heard it a lot when you played there, that's for sure. You know, Cubs have had a rough stretch here. They haven't had many easy wins, so just to get an actually win where they could take a breath, it's not a one-run game, had to feel good for them, right?
Well, this is a win game with Imanaga on the mound, and then the offense showed up. The offense has been non-existent, and that's something that, you know, we saw earlier in the year. It was there, then it's gone away, but they're going to have to hit. They're going to have to hit.
Absolutely. Bailey got 2 hits. Suzuki got 2 hits. Happ had that big home run. Clutch hitting, timely hitting has been missing in that lineup, but they had it today, especially with Imanaga. He was outstanding once again. You heard it in the telecast. Hey, it's mid-season now, man, and usually the league makes adjustments at this point, but he was absolutely outstanding, and he understands the assignment, and we talked about it earlier in the pregame show. He steps up for the big game.
I'm Jason Benetti, Kevin Burkhardt, Dantrelle Willis, and Eric Karros right now, guys.
Jason, Adam, thank you so much. Great job on the call, and welcome to the post-game show. Eric Karros, Dantrelle Willis, I'm Kevin Burkhardt. It is a great song. Listen, EK, you heard it a lot when you played there, that's for sure. You know, Cubs have had a rough stretch here. They haven't had many easy wins, so just to get an actually win where they could take a breath, it's not a one-run game, had to feel good for them, right?
Well, this is a win game with Imanaga on the mound, and then the offense showed up. The offense has been non-existent, and that's something that, we saw earlier in the year. It was there, then it's gone away, but they're going to have to hit. They're going to have to hit.
Absolutely. Bailey got 2 hits. Suzuki got 2 hits. Hap had that big home run. Clutch hitting, timely hitting has been missing in that lineup, but they had it today, especially with Imanaga. He was outstanding once again. You heard it in the telecast. Hey, it's mid-season now, man, and usually the league makes adjustments at this point, but he was absolutely outstanding. And he understands the assignment, and we talked about it earlier in the pregame show. He steps up for the big games. He likes his big moments. But again, he did a good job of changing eye level, throwing that split down in the zone, and really, that split finger is just a tough cover, EK. I mean, that's just the bottom line. It never gets to the hitting zone.
Well, it doesn't get to the hitting zone, and you think as a hitter, it's got the same arm action as a fastball, and then the thing just drops. He was 50% fastball today, 28% splitter, and something, just to kind of carry over with, how good he's been this year. 14 starts. He's only had 1 start where he's given up more than 2 runs.
Efficient.
1 start, giving up more than 2 earned runs. That's crazy.
That was the bad start. And a career high pitches today and 103 pitches there. You think about, the swing and miss stuff you guys are talking about. I love the emotion after he got Brendan to end his inning. I thought that was kind of cool. Look at his numbers. I mean, they're outlandish right now, and there's a number that EK talked about. But I just love the way he finished that. 7 strong innings, strikes out Donovan, does a little spin and a little fist pump. It was cool.
You love that about him. He pitches with emotion, and really he's coming into this season pitching with a chip on his shoulder. He did not a single fist pump. He got a double fist pump. You know what I mean? He wanted to let everybody know that I'm just as good as Yamamoto in L.A., and I was overlooked. And now from the left side, I'm one of the game's best pitchers. I mean, he's in the front running for the Cy Young Award. And I love what Suarez is doing in Philadelphia, but if he keeps throwing like this, man, the award might go to the Windy City.
Well, and the other thing, too, if you're a fan at Wrigley, you're passionate about the Cubs. You're into it and everything. And then to see one of the guys out there, guy that's leading the team, be just as passionate, I mean, it creates a bond. And that's why those fans are so good for the Cubs.
Yeah, so the Cubs even this series after taking one on the chin and shutout last night. Not the case today. Imanaga, brilliant. 7 innings for him. Another outstanding performance. More in the NL Central. Let's catch you up on some baseball around the league today. A lot to do. Reds and the Brewers. How about Snoop throwing out the first pitch?
Snoop Dogg
in Milwaukee.
Come on,
everywhere.
Is he rolling in Milwaukee?
He's big everywhere. And you know what? He got it over the plate.
I love it.
Nice
DPG.
job. How about a little defense here? TJ Friedel hits one deep. Then it's Jackson Churio. Go get it, young man.
He's starting to grow up, EK, not only offensively but defensively. I love that route. Knew where he was on the field. Nice play.
Second inning, scoreless game. Bryce Wilson. Lower zone on the knees. Game is scoreless early. Brewers with a now 6-game lead over the Cardinals in the division. You see that game, long way to go, only in the third. It's interesting. I think the Brewers might be the surprise of the league, and there are a few of them, certainly the Guardians, you can name it. But when you lose Corbin Burns to the Orioles, and then Brandon Woodruff, your second best pitcher, your co-ace, he's hurt, he's out, and then your manager who gets all the money to go to Chicago and does that, they haven't missed a beat. And, EK, their offense has been better than I think anyone projected this year.
Well, it really has, but I think a lot of it has to do with the culture. And you mentioned Murphy, right? Pat Murphy. I mean, that guy, he is baseball through and through. And he counts as right-hand man all this time.
Sure.
And again, we know the story of him coaching him at Notre Dame. But he didn't want to say, oh, look, it's a rebuild now, or things have changed. He's kind of put his own stamp. They run the bases and are as aggressive as any team in all of baseball. They force the issue. You are going to have to beat them. And yes, the pitching's been good. The offense has been good. The young players, they're almost playing with a chip on their shoulder there, because it's like, you guys don't think we're that good now? We'll show you.
I agree with him 1,000%. Pat Murphy, he manages and really he coaches with a chip on his shoulder. And he was banking on the whole league to overlook them. I love Willie Adames. He's a stud. That's why he was sought after is at the shortstop position. He's getting his foot down. You know he can hit for a lot of power. But in that locker room and really in that culture in Milwaukee, they always kind of come with the chip on their shoulder, and they felt overlooked. So when they buy into it, they play clean baseball. They throw strikes. timely home run hitting. Hey, they're a tough out up there, and they can get that place rocking and rolling too, especially when the fans buy into them.
I think all that's true, and I think certainly the starting pitching with the losses. But how about this? Their bullpen among the best in the league, and they haven't had their closer, Devin Williams, all year. It's amazing what they're doing. They're having a great year, and hopefully get a little bit healthy as the season goes on. A lot more to do on the postgame show in a Cubs win over the Cardinals today. Well, we got highlights to show you. We showed you a little defense. How about Josh Naylor and the Guardians? They're a first-place team. How would they do today against Toronto? We'll get you highlights there. The Braves trying to get on their horse, if you will. They've been unable to get hot. Some injuries have hurt them as well, obviously. See how they do in their matchup today. And then the big one, the Orioles and the Phillies. Phillies took the opener last night. How are they doing today? We'll update you. We come back.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
My life is full of questions. How do I clean an aioli stain? Use Tide. Do I need to pre-treat guacamole? No, it's Tide.
Why do we even buy napkins?
Thankfully, Tide's the answer to almost all of them.
Do crabs have eyebrows?
Except that one.
For all of life's laundry questions, it's got to be Tide.
Make the most of your summer by taking a vacation from payments on the most capable Wrangler ever. The most affordable Jeep SUV, Jeep Compass, the only open-air pickup, Jeep Gladiator, and the most awarded SUV ever, Jeep Grand Cherokee. Hurry into your local dealer and make the most out of summer with great deals plus no payments for 90 days.
During the Jeep Make This the Summer event, get $2,000 bonus cash allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2024 Jeep Gladiator and most 2024 Jeep Wrangler gas-powered models.
Right now, you can get a free footlong at Subway. Just buy any footlong in the app and get one free. Just scan the QR code and enter promo code FLBOGO. It only works from the other side of the screen, buddy.
You still got a landline in your house.
Order now on the Subway app.
Finding a home for us was tough, but our agent Joe just got our needs. Hey, Joe. Hey. He even clued us in on a local secret, a well-hidden dog P-A-R-K.
My name's Jorge Gaviria, and this is my business, Hacienda. I chose my Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. And with no preset spending limit, my purchasing power adapts to my business needs. What's in your wallet?
See that beer cap? It's the luckiest piece of metal in the world. It could have been a screw on a patio chair or a bent staple that just won't staple. But here it is. Chairing the welcome committee for an authentic Mexican Dos Equis. Well, look at that. The welcome committee is at it again.
Hey, welcome back, or welcome if you just turned us on. Glad to see you on the postgame show on FS1 as the Cubs take care of the Cardinals today. Long day and a great day of baseball here on FS1 and Fox. My guys are here. EK, Eric Karros, D-Train, Dantrelle Willis, and I'm Kevin Burkhardt. There is a couple big series going on, more later on Fox, but how about the Phillies and the Orioles? Maybe, as they say, a World Series preview. It's an overused cliche, but this is really true here. First inning, Alec Bohm was having an unreal year for the Phils against Grayson Rodriguez. That's going to fall in.
How much has he grown up, EK? Ever since that play at third base last year, man, he's really stepped up.
I mean, he's the RBI guy, leading the National League.
He is, continues there. There's Bryson Stott.
Oh!
And says, diving catch.
Yeah, defense always shows up. He's been struggling at the plate, but they need to get him going offensively.
How about this? Trey Turner's been out for a long time, and Mundo Sosa's hitting 300 in his place.
Well, and that's the thing. When Trey Turner comes back, what do you do? I mean, it's a great problem to have, but what do you do?
Yeah, figure out a way for Sosa to play somehow. But moments ago, Anthony Santander going deep off Taijuan Walker. That is a goner, and we are tied.
So important in that lineup, EK, to have him on both sides of the plate. RBI producer.
Yeah. However, bad news for the Orioles from last night into today. They placed Kyle Bradish, kind of their co-ace, on the 15-day injured list with a UCL sprain. Bradish left last night's start against the Phils after 5 innings. He already missed the first month of the season with the sprained UCLA, so clearly not great, and he's so important to their future success. When you think about Burns and Bradish and Rodriguez, you're like, wow, it's pretty good. Now, when you take him out of there, it changes things a little bit, doesn't it?
It changes things a lot a bit. I mean, if you look at this rotation, if you're the Baltimore Orioles, you have to be concerned. Kramer's down. Means is down. You have Wells down. Now Bradish. I mean, your rotation is basically depleted. And I'm very concerned because this is a World Series type offense. They can slug. They can hit the ball out of the ballpark. Everybody respects them offensively. But now if you just have Burns, who do you line up, especially in the short series? And really to keep pace in the Yankees in the AL East. And so you have to make trades not only to address the back end of that bullpen, but get you some more starting pitching depth in that rotation, because if not, I don't think they win the World Series.
Well, and so now it also bears the question, how much do we have to do to win a World Series? Like, even if I go out and get another starter, I mean, I probably wanted to get another starter before this issue.
Right.
I wanted to address the bullpen before this issue. So that becomes a bit of a question. I agree the offense is great, and they do have the wherewithal with all the young players. But then you start looking out there, like, who do I go out?
This boat getting leaky.
I mean, right? There's a lot of holes
it's
to
like,
block.
uh-oh.
Yeah, one boat not getting leaky is the Phillies, right? They have been just great all year long, top to bottom. They got the best starting rotation in the National League. And I think underrated with the Phillies, EK, I mean, you could go to a lot of different parts here. But remember a couple of years ago when they got to the World Series, like their bullpen, how they're going to piece it together. Their bullpen is super duper right now. I mean, it's been a real strength of this team.
Well, it really has been great. And then, again, you've got the matchups. Alvarado at the back. I mean, that just is no fun to face, right? I think, too, what separates this team from the other upper echelon teams, they have something to still prove, like prove,
yeah.
because they were so close. Then last year, the expectations, and these guys, they haven't won a World Series. They have not won. These guys, and it's Harper, and it's Bohm, and it's, so they are going out there not only with the talent, but with the chip, and that's a deadly combination.
The way they went out, too, built that chip on their shoulders. They had 2 ball games in Philadelphia against the Diamondbacks, and they basically felt like they choked. Now they're firing at all cylinders, and now they're starting to get Nick Castellanos back in the fold. He's been sputtering along during the season. He elongates that, but the rotation strength, those guys at the top of the rotation with Nola and Wheeler and Suarez, they eat a lot of innings, which takes a lot of pressure off that bullpen, and it allows Thompson to work the matchups that he wants to, and it allows him to keep those guys fresh as well. So I think that's an important component, but you have to keep that top of that rotation healthy. That's the one negative if you use those guys for a long period of time, but they're awesome on all sides of the baseball, and that place gets rocking and rolling. I played in the Jimmy Rollins era and the Pat Burrell era when they get that place going, but I agree with EK. They still have a chip on their shoulder and something to prove.
You mentioned it, Thompson, Rob Thompson, the manager. You think about it, go back to the year they won the World Series, they get rid of Joe Girardi, your guy. I know you loved him when he managed with the Marlins, and then Thompson comes in and takes him to the World Series. Since he's taken over, the team has completely skyrocketed. I'm just curious how much you put into a manager, a guy that's a baseball lifer that maybe even thought that he would never get a chance to manage, and now no one talks about him, but all he's been is amazing for them.
Well, I think there's a message there, right? Just like we talked about Pat Murphy prior, with the Brewers. Sure. There's obviously something where, look, he and Girardi were like this. They were like brothers. And the message may be the same, but it's being conveyed differently, and it's being received differently. And the way that he has impacted this clubhouse, I mean, you can't go without saying, because it's obviously made a significant difference. And that was a gutsy change. Yeah. That was and just for him, even the way he handled it, coming in, and like I said, that was his guy, Joe Girardi, and he went in there and Joe Girardi gave him his blessing, too, and it's worked out great.
The one thing I have to give some love to is Dave Dombrowski. It doesn't matter where he goes. He loads up that roster. He might deplete a farm system, but he loads up that big league roster. Whether it be in Detroit, whether it be in Boston, you're seeing something. The common denominator is Dave Dombrowski. And so whatever he does and whatever message he conveys to ownership, he goes out there and gets the best players for the highest bidder. So that's the bottom line. And so you have to respect that. And so he's going to have a Hall of Fame career. I think he's going to be in the Hall of Fame as far as being one of the front office guys, but they still have to win that championship under that belt. But he's done an awesome job kind of constructing this roster.
Yeah, I can guarantee you this is nobody in Philly today saying, man, I wish our farm system was better. Yeah. We're just away that guy. We're just not performing right now.
Right.
I don't know what's going on. Let's go back to our game. It was a Cubs victory and a good one as well. 5-1, Shota Imanaga, just sensational. He continues to be out of this world great. And 7 innings from him and a 5-1 win is We go out to Wrigley now. We're going to be joined by one of the heroes today, Ian Happ, who had a 3-run homer in the win. Ian, it's Kevin and Burkhart and the Fox guys. Thanks for coming back out and doing this for a second. And just for you guys, we were talking a little bit before. Seems like you haven't had too many easy ones in recent weeks, right? Does it feel good to hit your home run and be like, all right, we could breathe a little bit easier and get one going away here today?
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a win by 4, so that felt really good. It was good to give our bullpen a little bit of a break. Shota was awesome, and Tyson did a great job.
Ian, Dantrelle Willis here, man. Great ball game today, but can you just take me to what a shot in the arm Imanaga's been for your locker room, because he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball?
Yeah, he's been fantastic, and for us to have him going out every 5 days, giving us 6, 7, feels like 1 or 2 runs max. He's been fantastic, and just every single time he goes out there, we got a chance.
Ian, Eric Karros here. The offense hasn't been what you guys have wanted as of late, and you are a big part of it. Big home run today. What do you feel is going to get you going and playing at the all-star level that you are?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about swinging at the right pitches, getting a little bit of luck in there, too. I think we've hit a lot of balls hard and haven't had a bunch of luck, and so just keeping with the process. It's a long season. The worst thing you can do when you're struggling is to get down on yourself and try to change a bunch of stuff. It's all about belief and confidence, and just getting through the tough stretches.
Yeah, Ian, again, congrats. The largest win of the month for you. Before we let you go, we were talking about this, too. Loved Imanaga to finish the game and his reaction, getting dominant on the strikeout. There's a little juice there, right? Just give me a feel for, like, that energy that he's brought and that he brought at the end of his outing today, 7 innings. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a pretty even guy behind the scenes. He goes about his work the right way, but when he gets on the mound, he has this energy about him, and he gets in these big spots, 6th, 7th, 8th inning of games, and he's been great. He's gotten out of all of them, and the way that he reacts is just, it's fun to watch, and I think the fans love it. Obviously as his teammate, when he goes out there, we know we're going to be watching something special.
So you've got a good part of the season left. Why will the Cubs make the postseason? What is it ahead of you guys that is going to get a lot better?
I just think we have a really good roster. I think we have guys that have done it for a long time. I think we have guys that believe in what we're doing here. And so to continue pressing, continue doing the right things every single day, and understanding that if we do that, we're going to be in a good spot.
Ian Happ, big home run today. Ian, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming out, and congrats on the win, okay?
Yep, thanks so much, guys.
Nice of Ian to come back out of clubhouse and walk back on the field there. Not a lot of guys do that when you're ready to go home. But, it is, EK, the last question, interesting his answer, because when you look down their lineup, their starting pitching's been great, right? Bullpen, they've had some issues there, a little unevenness. But their stars haven't had their normal years yet. Really none of them, and Happ included. The home run today to feel good. So if you're in that room, do you look at just the back of the baseball card and say, okay, at some point, we're going to get some hits here, because it just hasn't happened for really anyone.
That's the hope, right? And whether it's Ian Happ or Cody Bellinger, really, Dansby Swanson has got to start swinging the bat like he's capable of. Bush was doing, he was great the first month. I think, this is a ball club that you got to go out and you're probably looking for a bat, somebody else to supplement the rest of this lineup. Look, if you're sitting on what you have in there, yeah, that might work out. But if you do bring somebody else in, kind of give just a little bit of an injection for the offense, I think it'll make a huge difference. Yeah, no doubt. But they get the win today, a nice one for them. Even their series with the Cardinals, we thank Ian for coming and doing that. Let's go around the league, continue with that. The Guardians, a first-place team and playing great. A 6-game lead over the Royals coming into today, taking on Toronto. Blue Jays with an early rally, and George Springer is going to, he's going to bring in a run.
Yeah, squared up that fastball right at the top of the zone, got on top of it.
Next hitter, Addison Barger off Cookie Carrasco. That one exit velo not so high. It's going to get the job done. And then Spencer Horwitz. Everyone's going the other way against Cookie today. Springer comes in. Jays get early 3 on the board to grab the lead. Third inning, it's Vladdy.
Ooh. Oh, do it on both sides.
Yeah. Rocchio, bare hand, and throw to first, and then Josh Naylor. What a scoop.
First basemen are athletes, EK.
pick it. If he doesn't pick it, that's not a good play, right?
That is gone. Here's more D. Andres Jimenez is one of the best.
He got gold sprinkled all over that second base. I love that range. Knew how much time he had. Turned around and fired a strike. Good baseball right there.
Nice defense. Next hitter, though, it's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. And that's going to be a big. Nothing really crushed against Carrasco, who struggled. But Toronto just adding up as Springer comes in to score, make it 4-0. And it's now 5-0 that game in the top of the 8th. Toronto struggled offensively, so good for them to score some runs. Before Cleveland, very much, I think, trained like Milwaukee, right? A team that, okay, they might be okay. Stephen Vogt replacing, the legendary Terry Francona. And I think when you look at them, yeah, there's some question marks. But where did their offense come from? I feel like the Guardians haven't had consistent offense throughout 1 through 9 for a long time. They've had it this year.
Well, they're starting to hit for more power. Last year, they ran the bases well, but the power was not there. They didn't hit for a lot of power, especially in their home confines. This year, they're starting to get their foot down, and the timely hits are there. They came into this ball game today hitting .289. That's second in all of baseball with runners in scoring position. That's a big-time stat. We do a lot of Dodger games. Sometimes they struggle with runners in scoring position, so that's a big weapon for your locker room. Also, 5 runs a game is a lot. I don't think anybody, even some of the people in Cleveland, knew that they were scoring 5 runs a game. That's 4th in all of baseball. The problem is when you lose Shane Bieber, who's going to be the de facto ace? And really, you're going to need 3 valuable starters. You haven't seen that emergence of that, and really it's because the bullpen has been absolutely outstanding. Emmanuel Clase is going to be another all-star, and the rest of those guys done a good job, but you just kind of run into a factor where are you going to run? Is the bullpen going to get tired? Right. Is the bullpen going to get tired trying to withhold this lead because you need more starters? You need your starters to go deeper in the ball game. Tristan McKenzie's battling a little elbow issue, but he's still going out there. So that's the one thing when you look at this roster. Do they have enough starting pitching to get to the bullpen?
And the starting pitching is the issue, right? And do you go out and get somebody? Do you go out and help? Offensively, too, you've got contributions from some guys that you did not expect at all. Fry has been unreal, absolutely unreal. Can he continue that the entire year? Ramirez is Ramirez, right? He sits right in the middle of that lineup, one of the best RBI guys in the game. Stephen Kwan has been hitting lights out. Does that continue the entire year? It's been great up to this point, but we still have a long ways to go. And that's central for me. It's still wide open. I will not discount the Twins at all, and Cleveland has got off to a great start, but still a lot of baseball.
Well, you won't discount Minnesota because obviously they did it before. Right. They were the champs of that division last year. But what about Kansas City? I mean, they've been the upstart. They've been great. All these young stars, Bobby Witt Jr., are they for real? Or you still think they're a little way away?
Well, I think they are going to be competitive in that division, right? You saw what they did with the Yankees. The Yankees kind of had their way with them just recently. The Dodgers are playing them now. They are good. The longer they continue to have success, they'll believe it more and more. Is the pitching going to be there? I mean, yeah, Lugo's been great, right? He's going to be great. Is that going to be your ace? Is that going to be the guy that takes you into the postseason? Maybe, but it's like all these teams, whether it's Cleveland, whether it's Kansas City, whether it's Minnesota,
somewhere. Yeah.
It's like right there. And so for me, I think the general manager for one of those teams is going to win the division by a move they make.
Bobby Witt Jr. is a star. I mean, he's going to be an MVP candidate for a very long time. Salvi Perez, I feel like we've been covering him for 30 years. I'm like, how old are you when I met him in person? He's still the captain and the tone set over there. They're very athletic. They can run the bases. But I agree with EK. What's going to happen in the back end of that bullpen? See, they're the opposite of the Guardians. They have some starting pitcher you can hang your hat on, but in the back end of those games, especially the tightly contested ball games, you need somebody to be locked down. I don't really see that from them in their roster thus far.
I know this. No one on earth thought the AL Central was going to be maybe the most competitive division in baseball this year. And that's exactly what it's been. But the Guardians, first-place team, even though losing 5-0 right now. How about the Tigers and Astros? Tigers certainly in that mix. They came in today ways behind, but they're not out of it yet. It's facing this Astros team that just cannot be consistent. Spencer Arrighetti starting because Justin Verlander scratched with a neck injury, and Matt Vierling gets him. 9th home run of the year, making 1-0 Detroit. Next batter, it's Riley Green. This is deep, and this is also gone. His 13th.
Wow. I didn't see that one coming, right? I thought that was a pop-up.
That was a slice.
But that's it. You get back to Houston again. So many injuries in the starting rotation, just haven't been able to withstand it.
Yeah, and yeah, injuries for sure. I mean, they've had a whole staff on the injury list or out for the year, and then the guys that are there haven't exactly been lights out. Silencio Perez delivers. It's 4-0 Detroit. Green again. Oh, that one I can believe. Yeah, I can believe that one. 7-0. Arrighetti gets up 7 runs in an inning and a third. Wow. It's interesting because it's 10-0 Tigers, and you think of where this team is, right? And Dana Brown, their GM, just said, "Hey, we're not selling." I think you may have to have that conversation, don't you? I mean, the Astros are not playing good baseball right now.
Not playing good baseball. And for me, I'm looking at the ball club and I'm saying, so if I do get to the postseason, am I going to be able to make some noise? And again, with the amount of injuries that this pitching staff has had to withstand, I don't know. Am I going to make a deep run? This is not the Houston ball club that we saw at the beginning of the year, whether it's, the Valdez's, the Urquidis, like all these guys were supposed to be big. Verlander coming. I don't know if it's what that they expected, and if you don't make a change, don't go down the same road. Right. You got to adjust, and that may be to trade.
Well, and Hader in the bullpen didn't get off to the best start. They actually got off to a nightmarish start. You look at the top of their lineup, and you look at Bregman starting to hit right now. Altuve, they're top heavy at the top of the lineup, and they still can score. But the lifeblood for them, and really has been overlooked, is the consistency and the depth of the starting pitching. Mm-hmm. And now it's starting to, it showed its ugly head last year in the Everett Chemic because of their offense, but this year it's starting to put a lot of pressure not only on that offense, but really on that bullpen, and it exposed them. So I agree with EK. It's like you got to look yourself in the mirror. It's like, is this the end of our run? Because they've had a deep run. We've been in the postseason in Houston, it seems like every year for the last 6 years. You know what I mean? So is this going to be our down year, or do we revamp and retool?
Yeah, Chef Jimmy might have to retool. We'll find out. Not sure.
Don't run away from the oxtail, Chef Jimmy.
Hey, this summer, Fox Sports and Fanatics Collectibles will pay tribute to the Negro Leagues ahead of the Rickwood Field game. A giant card honoring Jackie Robinson unveiled in Baltimore yesterday. That card now available for purchase on Topps.com. And then Thursday on Fox, a very special broadcast from Rickwood Field, the oldest professional ballpark in the country. And they'll host the Giants and the Cardinals in a tribute to the Negro Leagues and Alabama native Willie Mays, a night that will have deep meaning for many around the game.
Rickwood is the oldest baseball field in America that's currently still being used and everything. There's some of the legends of the game that's come through there and that's played there. That'll be a very unique, very special feeling to get out there and play a big league game.
First thing you think of when you think of Rickwood is the history there, and obviously being on the Giants, Willie Mays.
Willie Mays has done it again. He has brought the baseball world to a standstill.
It's going to be a special day for him and a special day for all Giants fans.
It's going to be so special to be able to play where Willie started his career, to seeing where he grew up.
You learn how much of an impact Willie Mays has on this organization. To learn more about history is really, really cool, and I think that this game will show the fans more of that.
It's a huge honor, so much history, and I know the city of Birmingham has a lot of pride in that stadium. It'll be really fun for us to get to represent Major League Baseball and the Cardinals and give a lot of tribute and respect to the players before us.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to be a part of that. We can't wait to bring it to you on Thursday. What are you looking forward to, Dantrelle, about that event?
I mean, everything. Just, talking about the rich history of that field, everyone that stepped on that field, white or black, just seeing the memorabilia, seeing the uniforms, talking to the store, talking to some of the best that's ever done it, and seeing the excitement of the current players to be able to play in this big-time ball game. So it should be fun.
Yeah, if you're a romantic of baseball, I think you have to enjoy this. And the reason I say that, you're talking about, as D-Train just mentioned, the people that have walked on that field. The only other fields that are comparable, really, are still standing, Wrigley Field and Fenway Park. I mean, those three are all compatible now. You add Rickwood.
Yeah, talking with Anthony Masterson, our researcher, earlier when we were having a little lunch, if you will. Estimated about 170, I think, Hall of Famers have at one time played on that field. Think about that, right? And talking about through all time. And Willie Mays, of course, who grew up down the road, 16 years old when he started in center field for the 1948 Black Barons. I mean, there's just history galore. We can't wait to bring it to you this Thursday on Fox. All right, when we come back, more to do on the postgame show. Padres and the Mets among the games going on this afternoon around baseball. Mets got San Diego last night. What happens today? We'll give you the update there. And then Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. They might be the best hitting duo in the league, but are the Yankees the best team in baseball? We'll have a closer look. Guys will give their opinion to the first team to hit 50 wins when we return on the postgame of a Cubs win over the Cardinals. Back after this.
This is Rickwood, the oldest ballpark in the country. Host to Hall of Famers. And home to the Negro Leagues.
Satchel Paige, John Gibson, Jackie Robinson.
And now, the Giants take on the Cardinals in a celebration over a century in the making. MLB at Rickwood Field, only on Fox.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
Remember space and legroom? That's more like it. The 3-row Lexus TX.
Brace for impact. It's Friday Night SmackDown on Fox.
Listen to this place. Crowd is witnessing history tonight.
Tap into network television's greatest spectacle.
Check this out.
As the baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time.
There we have it. From the heavens.
All new Friday Night SmackDown. Sponsored by Progressive at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Six free wings with Buffalo Wild Wings go? That's a terrible business decision. Someone's getting fired.
Hey, was that a raindrop? McDelivery it is.
Dear road rivals, Toyota has 22 vehicles with all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. What's your story? Get a grip, Toyota. Toyota, let's go places.
15, we are in pursuit. In a snowplow?
Yeah, we're in a snowplow. What's the problem?
Actually, if you damage any city property.
A lot of blind spots in a snowplow.
This isn't my first time in Beverly Hills.
Hey, you look nervous. I am nervous.
Ever wondered if you're the smartest person in the room?
Fox Monday. It's the new game show that's fun to play along with.
Mr. and Mrs. Kim have 5 sons. Each son has 1 sister. How many children do the Kims have? You put down 10, but it is not right. It's 6.
Who has what it takes
I get so nervous with puzzles, I start overthinking.
to be part of the 1% Club?
Oh my God! This is a $99,000 decision.
The 1% Club, all new Monday on Fox.
It is baseball night in America tonight on Fox, and most of you will see the Yankees take on the Red Sox. Some will see the Rangers looking to make up ground on the AL West leading Mariners. That's a good one, too. 7 o'clock Eastern on Fox. Greatest rivalry in baseball continues tonight.
Deep to left, and it's a home run. Boy, the last guy on the ball club you'd expect to hit a home run. Jessup went into the screen.
That ball's not even close. You talk about looking for a reason. Absolutely. Oh, my goodness.
Don Zimmer, a 72-year-old man. Pedro Martinez threw him down. Son's throw, Roberts, safe. Ortiz, we'll see you later tonight. The Boston Red Sox with the biggest comeback in postseason baseball history. Yeah, Yankees blew out Boston last night. Big night for Alex Verdugo, drove in 4 against his former team. And the Red Sox facing a team that's red hot right now. It's the first team in the big leagues with 50 wins. You see where they are. Pretty good when you're first in runs and first in pitching ERA. That is a good formula. All right, so they're, by measure, by record, they're the best team in baseball right now. Are they, in your view, though, the best team in baseball and best equipped to win a World Series?
I believe so. They're one of the best well-rounded ball clubs. They're tops in pitching and offensive categories. They're first in batting average against, and first in an ERA as well. And they're just well-balanced. I didn't see the pitching side of it. You knew they were going to hit, but after Garrett Cole, you're like, uh-oh, they're going to take a step back. Well, Luis Gil then stepped into that ace role nicely. You love what you see from Stroman. Nestor's back. Don is back. I mean, that was a big boost. So top to bottom, they have a deep rotation, and they're going to get Garrett Cole back into the rotation. And so it's going to be fun to watch those guys fire at all cylinders. But the offense has been there, and Juan Soto just looks like a Yankee. I mean, I know they're talking about luxury tax, but him in right field, man, it just looks like it's made for him. So they need to find some money under that couch and sign him, especially with Aaron Judge.
It's going to be more than under the couch.
That's a big couch. That's a big couch in Manhattan. You know what I mean?
So look, right now they are playing the best. I don't think there's really any question. You look at what they've done over their last 30, 23-7. They're a team right now, though, if you're trying to nitpick, the right side of the infield offensively isn't great. It could be better. The starting pitching has been good. Now, what are you going to do come the end of the year, especially with Gil, if the innings, right? Are you going to temper that back? The difference between the Yankees and maybe the Dodgers, the Yankees are trying to win a division, and they are going to have the Orioles down their neck the entire year. The Dodgers, on the other hand, where you'd say, like, oh, they don't look great. I mean, they're just kind of going.
You don't believe they're going to be challenged?
They're not challenged right now. This is practice to get ready for the postseason. I mean, that's just the reality of it. The teams in the National League West are fighting for playoff spots, not the division.
What's crazy is the Phillies aren't challenged now, and nobody saw that coming. They got a 9-game lead over the Braves, who are in action today. They had a nice win last night, seeing if they can kind of get hot here, taking on the Rays, and catch you on that one in Atlanta, see what's going on. And here we go. So, bad news for Atlanta today. Michael Harris placed on the injured list. Ramon Laureano called up to take his place. Here is Josh Lowe taking Charlie Morton deep. And, it's caught there. Kelnick, nice job on the run. Scores Brandon Lau. Rays take the early 1-0 lead. And Braves are down. Adam Duvall back in Atlanta again. Little check swing. Ryan Pepio.
Oh, athlete.
That was nice right there.
Pep, huh?
Yeah.
Well done. Pepio fielding the position train.
Yeah, you have to. PFP, so important to be an athlete and field your position.
Yeah, 1-0 Rays, long way to go. Look, Atlanta's got some issues, right? Acuna and Strider are out. They're two of the best players in the sport. That's a problem. But there are other problems. I think when you look at them as a whole, what do you see? Right now, they're 7 games over 500, but they kind of feel like they're floating along, EK. They're not the same team as they were last year.
Well, you saw the Braves win a World Series a few years ago without Acuna, right? And so you kind of felt like they could withstand this, if any team could. But the problem is these guys, whether it's Harris, who just went on the IL, or it's Riley, they just haven't been able to get going or anything. And Olsen has just really struggled. Now, you say Ozuna, great, MVP-type year. But it's not great when you're leading the team in average, on base, home runs, RBIs, and hits, and it's all the same guy. That's not what you want. They need some more production, or they're going to find themselves battling.
You know what? Being 37-30, it's actually right if you look at the numbers. I mean, bottom line, Austin Riley hitting .220 with just 4 home runs at this point in the season. That's a down year. You're expecting this guy to be one of the dark horses in the MVP if you look at his productivity the last couple of years. And so Sean Murphy hitting 149, that's just not going to cut it. You're looking at him not only to be a catalyst behind the plate, but somebody with some thumps. So I agree with EK. You only have one guy, it makes you one-dimensional, and the rest of the guys are just sputtering along. So if you look at their record, it basically stands. And if you lose Strider and Acuna Jr., the rest of the supporting cast needs to be firing at all cylinders. That's how they won the World Series, because everybody's playing at a high level. Right now, it's the C- Braves right now, and they know they can play a lot better, especially in that division.
Yeah, I think the role is just get in, right? Just get in the playoffs, and then they'll probably make some moves at the deadline, I would think. Let's go back to Atlanta right now. We've got an update there. Showed you they were trailing 1-0. Jared Kelenic at the plate. This is ripped against Pepio, and just got out of there.
Oscar style, that steak.
Just got out.
House.
2-run shot, all of a sudden Atlanta in the league. It's like they heard you guys.
Yeah, they watch the show. They keep the show in the locker room, EK. Nice to see him.
He looks again, Mets, Mariners. I mean, this is a guy that there's just a ton of expectations, and he's going to get an opportunity now.
Certainly will. All right, so Braves in the lead. Padres, Mets, how we doing here? Jose Quintana has struggled. Early against Solano, goes and gets him. And then Jake Cronenworth gets him.
Had some life on the fastball early in the ballgame.
Second inning, bases loaded for the Mets. Brandon Nimmo at the plate, chance to do damage, and that's a hard no.
Yeah, I mean, you just wonder with the Mets, again, because there's so many opportunities to get in the postseason, are they out of it? I mean, you watch them play and you say yes, but you look at the standings, you say, well, no, they're in it still.
I think it's a great point. There's a lot of GMs are going to have to play realistic, right? Like, what do we want to do here? So the Mets have been struggling a little bit against Mazur, trying to get something go here. Scoreless. Fernando Tatis pop up. Nimmo coming in, has a beat on it. Oh, that's a nice play.
Hey, the fans some love, too.
I mean, had to battle his own fans when he made the play. Quintana loves it.
I remember that in 2003.
I wasn't going to say nothing. I had on tip. I wasn't going to say nothing.
Turn it around. Now, moments ago, it's Nimmo at the plate, and he's going to deliver, and the Mets grab the lead.
You know what? Maybe with J.D. Martinez in that lineup, everybody, feels a little better about themselves. Polar Bear has some protection.
Here's the protection. J.D. Martinez later in the inning. Deep to right. That is gone.
I mean, he is exactly what that ball club needed, right? A professional hitter, somebody that's going to impact everybody else in the lineup. And since he's been up, the offense has been much better.
And your point about the Mets really applies to everyone. Who is selling at the trade deadline? Like, everybody is in it because there's a lot of mediocrity right now. 3-0 Mets trying to take the first 2 of their series. That game's in the 5th. Angels, Giants in San Francisco. There's another team that's been on a roller coaster. 2 games under 500. Elliot Ramirez, though, has been one guy that's been on fire.
I love this kid. He hit a ball yesterday off a breaking ball to dead center. He's got some serious power and play coverage built like a running back.
Make it Ramos, sorry, not Ramirez. His 8th of the year already. Second inning is Mickey Moniak. This is deep to dead central. That's a shot to get it out in that place.
Yeah, former first pick in the country by the Philadelphia Phillies, getting some consistent playing time.
Update here moments ago. It's Elliot Ramos again. Delivering again. Man, is he hot.
He stays on the barrel, EK. He's rarely fooled, and now they're going to give him enough runway. And not only offensively, defensively, he can go get that baseball with the best of them.
And he's got a cannon, too.
Here's Thairo Estrada now. This is all moments ago. High, deep to the wall, bases loaded. Oh, casual out there for Kevin Pillar. I mean, everything's easy for him. So 3-1 San Francisco. Trying to catch up to the Padres and the Dodgers in the NL West. Speaking of the Dodgers, when you are the LA Dodgers, expectations are always high, but after a 3-year title drought, one of the biggest off seasons in recent memory, make no mistake, it is World Series or bust in 2024.
The first that comes to mind is an obsession. You're judged on championships. Certainly in a city like Los Angeles, championships are everything. We haven't won a championship in 3 years. There's a lot of people that are bitter, upset, determined, and quite frankly, pissed off.
This is the Dodgers assembling the Avengers.
Shohei
Ohtani is a Dodger.
Tyler Glass now. Mission accomplished.
I mean, when you have the offseason that we had, you have front office and ownership do what they did and put this team around, you can definitely feel the buzz.
You go out and get Shohei and Yamamoto and Glasnow and all these guys, and you sign two of the best players in the world, and it's like worldwide now.
Believe me, we all know, you guys know, everyone knows that it's not one on paper. We got to go out there and play.
Mookie Betts homers again.
The buzz in the clubhouse, it's really good, and the feel, the vibes are up. I mean, it's just a good feeling right now.
Well, you got to feel great if you're a Dodger, but there is pressure that comes with it.
We have to be obsessed with winning a championship. You look at the great players, the great teams, they were not going to be denied. They were obsessed with winning the final game of the season.
You know, we've been to the playoffs so many times and haven't come through, and, you know, we've gotten one, but one for, 9 or 10 is not very good in our sport.
When's the last time you remember a team that it was World Series or bust?
There's tremendous pressure.
It's more than hope. It's high expectations.
You just have to embrace it. You can't be scared of failure. Our expectation every year is to win a World Series. That's our goal. We can't be scared of it. Everyone knows how realistic the situation is at hand. It's definitely like a we must do it type of thing. There's already such a good team, and I think everyone's just excited and appreciates the opportunity that we have right now.
If we don't win the World Series, I do think it's a failure because of what we've gone through, who we have on our roster. This ain't easy. There's no rite of passage to get your ticket punched to the World Series every year. We know it's got to be earned, and we're excited about that.
Fun little piece on the Dodgers, who are great and looking to win another division title. But look, they want to win the World Series. As Dave Roberts says, it is a failure if they don't win the whole thing. I'm fascinated, EK, how they handle the bottom of the order. The top of the order is as good as anyone has seen the last 25 years in baseball. But Muncy's been out. What do they do at second base? Lux has struggled. Do they have a temptation to move Mookie back and get a shortstop? It feels like they need some more firepower down at the bottom of the order. Do you think that's what they target at the trade deadline?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily a target, but they're going to definitely look, right? And I don't think that's one thing about the Dodgers, whether it's the shortstop position, whether it's at second base, whether it's more bullpen help. All of those things are always, as they would like to say, it's fluid, right? It's fluid. So there's always going to be things that they're going to be addressing. Look, they've got a shortstop for sure in Rojas. Betts is trying to become that shortstop. And, I think even Mookie will tell you that it's been more challenging, I think, than he had even thought. The thing for me, watching it is Mookie is out there every single day before a game working, and we're in June, and so I get it. Like, I would put nothing past this man as far as what he's capable of doing, but how are you going to be in July and August and September? Are you going to still be able to do it? And look, he's putting the weight of the world on playing that shortstop position, but at some point, is it worth it? Is it worth it to the club? Is it worth it to the organization?
Well, you're worried about him getting fatigued out there.
That's
the main concern about that. Him trying to post, him being a factor at that top of the lineup and still having some thump. And this is a guy that played every day. So, you need your lower half to be successful through the dog days of August. Now, the bottom of the lineup, bottom line is the guys just have to play better. But I think because the top of the lineup is so talented, it's put a lot of pressure on the bottom of the lineup. And they're trying to find the right matchups. Dave Roberts is trying to find the right matchups. Wherever it's Paez, or wherever it's, Jason Hayward, who's come out the IL, where can they match up him? And so it's tough, but I like to see Rojas out there. He's been better offensively, but me and EK talked about it earlier. I don't know if he can run him out there like he could do in the Marlins days. You know what I mean? Because that might expose him. It might get him fatigued. So, you're up against it, but who are you going to go get? Everybody's in the race, so it's tough. All the guys you targeted, whether it be Adames or somebody else, or Bo Bichette, hey, you're still in the race. You still have a shot chance. So I don't know if there's anybody out there. Guys just got to play better, especially in the bottom of the lineup.
I think there's a couple things. First of all, what Mookie Betts is doing has never been done in the history of the game. For a guy at his stage who's never played shortstop to go play the most demanding position on the field is incredible what he's been able to do. But I think for the Dodgers, reality is they're going to be in the playoffs. So they've got the whole year to tinker with it. The scary thing is as great as they are, they got a best of 5 games. And they better hope that they're on for those 5 games, right? I mean, you could say all you want, World Series or bust for sure. But best of 5 is so scary, EK.
I think, though, the one difference, though, this year is they are going to have their pitching lined up.
Yes.
I mean, they're going to be rested. You remember last year they went into that series, and they had, they had Lynn, Kershaw, and Miller. Kershaw couldn't lift his arm. Miller is a rookie, and Lynn was a shell of Lance Lynn the prior. Yep. So it's like, there are a lot of things. But this year, they will be rested on the starting.
No question. Let's get some updates around the league today. Let's go back to Milwaukee. Joey Ortiz is your hitter in a scoreless game against the Reds. You get enough of it? Yes. That Brew Crew and that offense getting going, make it a 3-0 lead over the Reds. All right, let's go to Atlanta. So they were winning 2-1. Marcell Ozuna, Train mentioned his MVP type
he
season.
stood up on him, EK.
Oh, my.
Ooh, he's on fire, EK. He's going to get some votes. He's going to get some votes.
I agree. He is going to get some votes.
He's
can he do it by himself all year, though? He's got to have some help. Somebody's got to show up.
20 home runs for Ozuna. Then it's Matt Olson. This is a guy that I like to see get going.
Chop house.
That helps.
Somebody showed up.
Yeah.
There you go. Somebody showed up.
Oh, there you go.
He's a factor, though, from the left side. I need to see more productivity. I need to see more power from him in lineup protection. But, I'm never going to count the Braves out. They kick my backside too much.
Yeah, well, this is good. Maybe this is the weekend they get right. They won yesterday, pretty resounding fashion, up 5-1 now today in the 5th. Keep you updated on that game from Atlanta. More to do. Reaction from Wrigley and a fabulous performance from Shota Imanaga. Again, the guy has been flat out terrific. Cubs win. More baseball on the way.
This June, it's the Summer of Stars as the U.S. hosts the world's best players for Copa America. The U.S. men's team looks to make a historic run with Pulisic, McKennie, Weah, as the Stars and Stripes put everything on the line. USA's back, baby! It's time to break out the red, white, and blue. This is no friendly. This is the championship of the Americas. USA versus Bolivia, June 23rd on Fox.
Guess what? Experian Boost is even better because now my monthly insurance payments, my streaming payments, my rent payments, even my phone payments can raise my credit scores instantly. Free.
More ways to build credit. Download the Experian app.
CIDP disrupts.
CIDP derails.
Let's be honest. CIDP sucks.
But living with CIDP
doesn't have to.
When you sign up at shiningthroughcidp.com, you'll find inspiration and real patient stories.
Helpful tips, reliable information, and more.
CIDP can be tough.
But finding hope
just got a little easier. Sign up at shiningthroughcidp.com.
Be heard, be hopeful, be you.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
I love being an adult because bringing a fruit platter to a party takes on a whole new meaning. Don't tell anyone it's store-bought. Simply Spiked. It's getting juicy.
Sometimes your work shirt needs to be for more than just work. Like when it needs to be a big, soft shoulder to cry on. Which is why Downy does more to make clothes softer, fresher, and better. Downy. Breathe life into your laundry.
Before you use AI to transform business, accelerate growth, predict trends, you need to begin with trust. Introducing Watson X Governance, helping you govern any AI as data, models, and policies change, so you can scale it responsibly.
Here we go.
Let's create AI that begins with trust with Watson X Governance. IBM, let's create.
This is an election year unlike any other.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom. Your vote.
Did you know that there are over 75 million monthly Tubi viewers? That's more people than there are babies in the U.S. which means Tubi is more popular than locking eyes with someone while you poop your pants. More popular than having no concept of object permanence. Tubi, it's more popular than babies.
Update time, San Francisco, Logan O'Hoppe, young Angels catcher. We get into him there.
Yeah, he's been hot this last week. 5 doubles the last 5 games coming into this ball game. He's starting to square up and starting to come to his own.
You spit that one out. It was almost like you called this game last night.
2-0 train.
That was hammered. So O'Hoppe getting on the board and tie game at 3. There you go. Keep you updated on that one from San Francisco. We say welcome back to the post-game show. Good to see you. Eric Karros, Dantrelle Willis. I'm Kevin Burkhardt, and we roll on the post-game here today. Go back to our original game. First one of the day on our airwaves. Cardinals and the Cubs. 4th inning, Cubbies down 1. Nico Horner, slow chopper. Chris Roycroft.
Pitchers are athletes, right? That's what we were just talking about earlier.
Here's another blast. Dansby Swanson. You know, sometimes you get a little luck.
That's a heck of a play by Goldschmidt right there, catching that ball and getting out of the way, but it's going to cost him a run there.
Yeah, 5th inning, same score. Kyle Leahy in the pitch. Nico Horner up. Really gets into one, but not quite enough. Brendan Donovan hauls it in. So it's 2-1. Cubs lead. 7th inning. Shota Imanaga working out a gem against Brendan Donovan. Watch this reaction.
I mean, so good when the fans are into it and then they see their ace out there having the same sort of emotion.
And then Ian Happ. Oh, that is a goner. 3-run shot, and finally the Cubs have a win that they could breathe easy on. Every game they've been in has been close. They've struggled of late. They have had a hard time, just 9-20 the last 29 games, but they get a win today. And the reason, says manager Craig Cancel, is because our ace or co-ace, Imanaga, pretty good.
That's what great starting pitchers do for a team, for sure. You know, when they take the ball, you know you're going to get a good outing. You know you're going to get a really good chance to win. I think, you know, you feel it when those good starters are kind of their day comes, for sure. So he's lived up to that for sure. I thought his fastball was so good today. Just his location with his fastball was just excellent all day. But he's fun to watch. I mean, I've said that before, and he is a lot of fun to watch.
Sure is. It's always fun when your ERA is under 2. Here's the National League wildcard standings as it stands at the moment. Braves, Padres, Cardinals, Cubs are even. And then, I mean, everyone, despite being under 500, is right there. I mean, the Mets are 6 games under, and they're 2.5 out. Who is out? I mean,
it's harder to not be involved right now in the postseason race than it is to be involved. But I think where this really gets kind of screwy is what happens during the trade deadline. Like if you call up a GM, hey, I'm looking at so-and-so. Well, really, we're still in this thing. We're not unloading. I mean, how is this going to just, it's basically going to make it non-existent. Or you're going to have the you-know-what to tell your fans, we're not in this thing and we're unloading. Yeah. And I don't know how they're going to sell
But some of those teams, like, you have to be realistic, right? If you're going to win it. Like, are those teams going to be the Dodgers or the Phillies in the postseason?
Well, how do you do that, though? If you look at the Diamondbacks and the Giants, both of these teams have the same problem. They've had injuries in the rotation, but they're going to be able to get some guys back in the second half and be able to hit the ground running. So how do you punt on that season when you don't have your stars in the rotation yet? So you really don't know what you have in this ball club. So that's tough if you're the GM. You make that phone call like, ooh.
Like if I'm the Giants and I have Snell, Harrison, Logan Webb, and then Robbie Ray, I think I can make a run in the postseason.
Well, they might be able to.
So Farhan better, all that money he spent, Farhan better do something.
I'm just a TV host. I'm not a GM. Thursday on Fox, a very special broadcast from Rickwood Field, the oldest pro ballpark in the country. We'll host the Giants and the Cardinals as a tribute to the Negro Leagues and, of course, Alabama native Willie Mays, who played there. Players around the league, they're excited for it.
To be able to play baseball where the Negro Leagues played, it's a big accomplishment. Just something special to bring back to baseball.
That is hit well. As time has gone on, the Negro Leagues just kind of gets forgotten a little bit.
You know, playing these games and shedding light on how it used to be, it keeps us appreciative of where we are now.
Team to defense. You can't play on just anyone.
When Jackie was able to break the barrier for us, there's so many more athletes that are now able to play this game that we love. And for me, to be able to play the game that I grew up loving, it's just special.
It brings back the memories of the game of baseball that some people never had an opportunity to see. All they ever had an opportunity to do is hear about it or read about it. It's history being recreated, and I know the fans are going to come in droves.
Yeah, can't wait to be there. Rickwood was built in 1910. It's the oldest ballpark in the country. It's a historic place. Again, we were talking before, it looks like 170 Hall of Famers have played there, and that's still going through all the names. It's pretty amazing, all the history there. A couple movies have been shot there, 42 and Cobb, and we will be there for this historic event on Thursday. We're here with you right now on a Saturday afternoon, and we're excited. More to do when we come back.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
You can't leave without cuddles, but you also can't leave covered in hair. With Bounce Pet, you can cuddle and brush that hair off. Bounce, it's the sheet.
Let your voice be heard with the 2024 MLB All-Star Ballot presented by BuildSubmarines.com.
Boy, that was hit a ton.
That's right. You get to decide who represents your team at the MLB All-Star Game presented by MasterCard this summer in Arlington.
Oh, what a shot.
He has a feel for the moment, doesn't he? And he makes the play.
So make your picks today at MLB.com/vote.
Lowe's knows new projects come with questions. So we have answers. Like how to keep your yard looking lush. Which paint color matches your bold style. And with the My Lowe's Rewards credit card, you can save 5% every day. You got this, and we got you.
One clean deodorant that works for all your body odor. You've got to try Native Whole Body Deodorant.
No flex, zone. No flex, zone. They know better. They know better. Wanna go metal. More flex. And a go.
Smiling first can help someone find the courage to do the same.
It's a good one. A little rivalry renewed. The Yankees and the Red Sox. Alex Verdugo, Rafael Devers, teammates last year. Verdugo did his old team dirty last night. Homer, 4 RBIs, and they'll go at it again tonight. Most of you see that one. Yankees and Red Sox. Some will see the Rangers looking to make up ground in the AL West against the Mariners in first place. That's a great one, too. 7 o'clock Eastern on Fox. They had a Dantrelle Willis bobblehead night last week. The Marlins post-bobblehead. How they doing against the Nationals? Well, let's see, DJ Hurst dealing. This kid had an unbelievable outing today. 7 strikeouts through 3. That's a good start. Bottom of the third. Here's Lane Thomas against Trevor Rogers.
That ball hit well.
And gone.
I like Lane Thomas's game. And he was kind of talked about as a big-time trade piece, being able to get his foot down, allow that baseball to travel deep, and do like EK used to do, have that apple taco.
I mean, if you're a GM, though, you're watching both of these ball clubs because you're going to be getting some shopping done at these places.
I say the Nationals turnaround from World Series to cellar to back to the top. Starting to see some of the fruits a bit, right? I mean, they've had some really, really good pitching, and this could hurt today. 13 strikeouts over 6 shutout innings. How about that? So there's we go. Another performance for Washington. They're only, they'd only be 2 games under 500 if they win today. So very well done. Time for some comedy. The latest edition of Off the Wall. Aaron Judge takes one over the wall, but it's the result just after over the wall. Watch what it does to this Dodgers fans chain. Zip.
He probably would have caught it if he didn't have that hat on. They got the feathers all over the glasses. EK, where you buy that at?
Dude, I don't know, but I think that glove is broke too.
Yeah. I'll take the blue raccoon Dodgers hat. The Philly fanatic, great in America, great in London. Just having a little dance-off here.
Oh, legend. One of the favorite mascots in all the sports, let alone baseball.
Firing hot dogs in the stands, trash-talking D-Train on the mound. He does it all. Vladdy loses his bat here. Vladdy had some sticky stuff on the bat, apparently, because the sucker just stuck to the net like flypaper.
Go get the bee guy.
Yeah, you need that bee guy in Arizona to remove the beehive. How are you getting? You know what that is, Kev? You know what that is? That's that golf ball retriever.
Yeah, I have plenty in the water, too, so it's going to get it. But look.
We need that on 16 at Rolling Hills.
Yeah. You ain't lying. Craftsmanship. Got it down. Is that thing stuck up there? Okay.
Yeah.
San Diego, A's and Padres, the lights go out. So what do you do if you're a fan? Say, hey, we want to keep this thing going. Let's turn on our flashlights on our phones.
It looked like a Sam Hunt concert.
All right, let's hear you vibe that a little bit. Come on. You got any Sam Hunt songs?
Nah,
no,
that's
you just
not
gonna
my back
dance.
pocket. I'll just be a background dancer. I don't got no Sam Hunt. No,
There you go. Off the wall. That's us after an hour, 20-minute post-game of the Cubs win. Plenty more baseball to come. Baseball Night in America on Fox. We will see you over there at 7 Eastern in about an hour. Look forward to that. Thanks for tuning in. Bye.